And this must bring national energy strategies, sustainable development priorities, and climate ambitions together. They must align with 1.5-degree limit, cover the whole economy, and contribute to every one of the COP28 energy transition targets. An International Energy Agency report released today breaks this down. By 2035, on average, advanced economies must slash energy emissions 80% and the emerging markets 65%. The G20 is responsible for 80% of total emissions. They must lead the charge, keeping with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances, but these must be done with a joint effort, pooling resources, scientific capacities, and proven and affordable technologies for all to be able to reach those targets. I'm honored to be working closely with President Lula of Brazil, who is both G20 chair and COP30 host, to secure maximum ambition, acceleration, and cooperation. We just met for that purpose. Finance is essential. COP29 is around the corner. It must deliver a significant new finance goal. And we also need a loss and damage fund that meets the scale of the challenge and developed countries meeting their adaptation finance promises. And we must finally flip the script on a crazy situation. We continue to reward polluters to wreck our planet. The fossil fuel industry continues to pocket massive profits and subsidies, while everyday people bear the costs of climate catastrophe, from rising insurance premiums to lost livelihoods. I call on G20 countries to shift money from fossil fuel subsidies and investments to a just energy transition, to put an effective price on carbon, and to implement new and innovative sources of financing, including solidarity levies on fossil fuel extraction through legally binding, transparent mechanisms. All by next year, and this taking into account that those who shoulder the blame must foot the bill. Polluters must pay. Excellencies, the rapid rise of new technologies poses another unpredictable existential risk. Artificial intelligence will change virtually everything we know, from work, education and communication to culture and politics. We know AI is rapidly advancing, but where is it taking us? To more freedom or more conflict? To a more sustainable world or greater inequality? To being better informed or easier to manipulate? A handful of companies and even individuals have already amassed enormous power over the development of AI with little accountability or oversight for the moment. Without a global approach to its management, artificial intelligence could lead to artificial divisions across the board. A great fracture with two internets, two markets, two economies, with every country forced to pick a side and enormous consequences for all. The United Nations is the universal platform for dialogue and consensus. It is uniquely placed to promote cooperation on AI based on the values of the Charter and international law. The global debate happens here, or it does not happen. And I welcome important first steps. 2 resolutions in the General Assembly, the Global Digital Compact, and the recommendations of the high-level body on AI can lay the foundations for inclusive governance of AI. Let's move forward together to make AI a force for good. Excellencies, nothing lasts forever, but a feature of human life is that it appears otherwise. The current order always feels fixed until it is not. Across human history, we see empires rising and falling, old certainties crumbling, tectonic shifts in global affairs. Today, our course is unsustainable. It is in all our interests to manage the epic transformations underway, to choose the future we want, and to guide our world towards it. Many have said that the divisions and differences today are just too great, that it is impossible for us to come together for the common good. You proved that is not true. The Summit of the Future showed that with a spirit of dialogue and compromise, we can join forces to steer our world to a more sustainable path. It is not the end. It is the start of a journey, a compass in the whirlwind. Let's keep going. Let's move our world towards less impunity and more accountability, less inequality and more justice, less uncertainty and more opportunity. The people of the world are looking to us, and succeeding generations will look back on us. Let them find us on the side of the United Nations Charter, on the side of our shared values and principles, and on the right side of history. And I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I extend a heartfelt welcome to the delegations from member states, observers, and esteemed guests. It is my profound honor and privilege to welcome you to this august hall for the general debate of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Before I proceed, I would like to recognize the presence here today of 9 of my predecessors, past presidents of the General Assembly. Although barely 2 weeks in the job, I can already appreciate the challenges they navigated through. The general debate remains one of the world's most inclusive, representative, and authoritative platforms for global reflection and collective action. This year, the urgency of our task cannot be overstated. We are falling behind in our pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. I am informed that with just 5 years to go, less than 18% of the goals have been achieved. Also, the climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. It is here now, ravaging ecosystems and dismantling the livelihoods of entire communities. Conflicts rage from the Middle East to Ukraine, from Haiti to South Sudan, leaving in their wake death, destruction, and immense suffering. I call for an immediate ceasefire in all these conflict settings. For almost a year now, the people of Gaza and Israel have been caught in a spiraling cycle of conflict and retribution. I take this opportunity to call for an immediate ceasefire for the Hamas-Israel war, the unconditional release of hostages, and for all parties to abide by international law, including international humanitarian law, and work towards a just and lasting solution grounded in the United Nations Charter, relevant resolutions, and international law ensuring dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Indeed, only a two-state solution can end the cycle of violence and instability, ensuring peace, security, and dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Excellencies, we should be coming together for peace and the well-being of our citizens. We should not divert essential resources into military stockpiles, fueling an arms race never before seen since the Cold War era. Nuclear weapons continue to be a threat to humanity and to our planet. A nuclear war must never be fought. Conditions for their use or accidental explosion must always be avoided. We call for urgent measures for the abolition of these tools of the annihilation of the human race and our environment. Old hatreds rooted in prejudice and ignorance persist, and new divisions arise where none should exist. In the recent past, mistrust among states has grown steadily, complicating prospects for peaceful settlement of interstate disputes. It is time to invest more in building trust and practicing dialogue. Constant dialogue is a powerful weapon for all governments have in their hands. Trust and dialogue are integral parts of our human dignity and precondition for lasting peace and security. Excellencies, gender equality remains a distant goal as many women and girls around the world continue to be denied their basic rights, justice, and opportunities. Globally, we witness a troubling regression in the protection of human rights and human dignity. Millions remain trapped in poverty, their lives restricted by forces beyond their control. Forced labor and modern slavery, extending even to young boys and girls of school age, are an insult to human dignity. They must be combated in every society at all times. Excellencies, there is an urgent need to reform the international financial system as too many countries remain burdened by crippling debt, forced to choose between servicing loans and improving the lives of their citizens. Meanwhile, the digital divide continues to widen, cutting off entire populations from the tools needed to succeed in the 21st century. Excellencies, we are not mere spectators of these crises, nor are we powerless to act. Within this hall are the leaders and representatives of the world's nations, the very people with the authority and responsibility to shape the course of our shared future. At our disposal is one of the most powerful tools for positive change: international cooperation grounded in the undeniable truth that even the most powerful nation cannot solve these complex borderless challenges alone. This truth was reaffirmed through our efforts at the Summit of the Future and the consensus adoption of the Pact of the Future. The Pact of the Future charts a path forward, reinvigorating our multilateral institutions with renewed energy, focus, and clarity to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world. Let us build on this momentum. Excellencies, a better world begins with unlocking the potential of we, the peoples of the world. Freedom and good governance ensure that no one, no individual, no community is left behind. In this endeavor, we must never overlook the challenges faced by the small island developing states, the landlocked developing states, the least developing countries, and the small states. It is incumbent on the United Nations to do more than just express solidarity. Specific programs responding to the unique situations in which these groups of states find themselves must be envisaged. This will be a priority of my presidency. Africa is one of the priorities of the United Nations. We must support Africa. The African Union's Agenda 2063 presents a bold and transformative vision for the continent. Africa currently has the youngest population in the world, and by 2063, 1 in 4 people will be African. The generation of resources for the well-being of these peoples has been much slower than the population growth. We must not let Africa's potential go unrealized. In fact, to truly unlock Africa's vast potential, we must actively cultivate global partnerships that align with the continent's aspirations and drive its success. In this endeavor, I look forward to working with member states of the United Nations this year on keeping Africa at the heart of our agenda. Excellencies, in this 79th session, I also want to prioritize multilingualism as a recognition of our world's cultural and linguistic richness. We understand that the multitude of languages, cultures, and perspectives should not be viewed as a source of division, but as a wellspring of strength. Excellencies, we anticipate a very successful high-level week. In addition to the recently concluded Summit of the Future and this ongoing general debate, several critical high-level events are expected to take place. These include the high-level event on microbial resistance, the high-level meeting on addressing the existential threats posed by sea level rise, and the high-level plenary meeting to commemorate and promote the International Day for the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons. Throughout the 79th session, we will address the urgent issues of our time. While we may not agree on every issue, we all share the same fundamental goal: to build a better world for everyone, everywhere. Here today are representatives from 193 member states, each embodying our collective aspirations, each guided by a shared vision. The path ahead is difficult, fraught with obstacles that may at times seem insurmountable, but they are not impassable. We have the tools, the knowledge, and the collective will to overcome these challenges if we act together with courage and conviction. Thank you. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind members that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into other official United Nations languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the General Assembly at previous sessions, namely, that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the General Assembly Hall after a speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the General Assembly Hall through room GA 200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the General Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It is so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of members that during the general debate, official photographs of all the speakers are taken by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luiz Inacio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Muito bem. Meus cumprimentos
My greetings to the President of the General Assembly, Mr. Yang. I would like to greet the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and each of the heads of state and government and delegates present. I'd like to address specifically to the Palestinian delegation who is taking part in this opening session for the first time, albeit as an observer member. I'd like to also mention President Abbas attending this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, the day before yesterday, here in this very plenary, we adopted the Pact for the Future. Its difficult approval shows the weakening of our collective capacity for negotiation and dialogue. Its limited scope is also an expression of the paradox of our time. We walk around in circles between possible commitments that lead to insufficient results. Not even with the tragedy of COVID-19 were we able to unite around a treaty on pandemics at the World Health Organization. We need to go much further and provide the UN with the necessary means to face the dizzying changes in the international panorama. We are living in a time of growing anguish, frustration, tension, and fear. We are witnessing an alarming escalation of geopolitical disputes and strategic rivalries. 2023 holds the sad record of the highest number of conflicts since World War II. Global military spending grew for the 9th consecutive year and reached $2.4 trillion. Over $90 billion have been mobilized with nuclear arsenals. These resources could have been used to finance the fight against hunger and climate change. What we are seeing is an increase in military capabilities. The use of force, not supported by international law, is becoming the rule. We are witnessing two simultaneous conflicts with the potential to become widespread conflagrations. In Ukraine, with regret, we are seeing the war extending without any prospect of peace. Brazil has firmly condemned the invasion of the Ukrainian territory. It is already clear that neither side will be able to achieve all their objectives through military means. The use of increasingly destructive weapons brings to the mind the darkest days of this sterile Cold War confrontation. Creating conditions for resuming direct dialogue between the parties is crucial at this time. This is a message of the 6 points of understanding that China and Brazil offer for a process of dialogue to be established and for the hostilities to end. In Gaza and the West Bank, we are witnessing one of the greatest humanitarian crises in recent history, which is now spreading dangerously to Lebanon. What began as a terrorist action by fanatics against innocent Israeli civilians has become a collective punishment for the entire Palestinian people. There have been over 40,000 fatal victims, mostly women and children. The right to defense has become the right to vengeance, which prevents an agreement for the release of hostages and postpones the ceasefire. Forgotten conflicts in Sudan and Yemen are causing excruciating suffering to nearly 30 million people. This year, the number of people in need of humanitarian aid in the world will reach 300 million. In times of increasing polarization, expressions such as deglobalization and decoupling have become commonplace, but it is impossible to deplanetize our life together. We're doomed to climate change interdependence. The planet is no longer waiting to demand payment for the next generation and is fed up with unfulfilled climate agreements. It is tired of neglected carbon reduction targets and financial aid to poor countries that does not arrive. Denialism succumbs to evidence of global warming. 2024 is on track to be the hottest year in modern history. Hurricanes in the Caribbean, typhoons in Asia, droughts and floods in Africa, torrential rains in Europe leave a trail of death and destruction. In the south of Brazil, we had the biggest flood since 1941. The Amazon is experiencing the worst drought in 45 years. The forest fires have spread across the country and have already devoured 5 million hectares in August alone. My government does not outsource responsibilities, nor does it abdicate its sovereignty. We have done already a lot, but we know that much more needs to be done. In addition to facing the challenge of climate crisis, we're fighting against those who profit with environmental degradation. We will not tolerate environmental crimes, illegal mining, and organized crime. We reduced the deforestation in the Amazon by 50% in the last year, and we will eradicate it by 2030. It is no longer acceptable to think about solutions for tropical forests without listening to the indigenous peoples, traditional communities, and all those that live in them. Our sustainable development vision is based on the potential of the bioeconomy. Brazil will host COP30 in 2025, convinced that multilateralism is the only way to overcome the climate emergency. Our nationally determined contribution, NDC, will be presented later this year, in line with the goal of limiting the increase of the planet's temperature to 1.5 degrees. Brazil stands out as a source of opportunities in this world revolutionized by energy transition. Today, we are one of the countries with the cleanest energy mix. 90% of our electricity comes from renewable sources, such as biomass, hydroelectrical power, solar power, and wind power. We made the choice for biofuels 50 years ago, long before the discussion about alternative energies gained traction. We are on the forefront of other important niches, such as green hydrogen production. It is time to face the debate about the slow pace of the planet's decarbonization and work for an economy less reliant on fossil fuels. Mr. President, Latin America has been experienced since a second lost decade since 2014. The region's average growth during this period was only just 0.9%, less than half of what was seen in the last decade of the 80s. This combination of low growth and high levels of inequality results in harmful effects on the political landscape. Engulfed by disputes often unrelated to the region, our vocation for cooperation and understanding has been weakened. It is unjustified keeping Cuba on a unilateral list of states that allegedly promote terrorism. And also that this is undue, it reaches the most vulnerable countries. In Haiti, it's urgent to combine actions to restore public order and promote development. In Brazil, defending democracy implies permanent action against extremist, messianic, and totalitarian attacks which spread hatred, intolerance, and resentment. It was on its behalf that Brazilians defeated dictators and tyrants who tried to undermine institutions and put them at the service of reactionary interests. Democracy needs to respond to the legitimate aspiration of those who no longer accept hunger, inequality, unemployment, and violence. In a globalized world, it makes no sense to resort to false patriots and isolationists, nor is there hope in resorting to ultra-liberal experiments that only worsen the difficulties of an impoverished continent. The future of our region depends, above all, on building a sustainable, efficient, and inclusive state that tackles all forms of discrimination. A future which is not intimidated by individuals, corporations, or digital platforms that consider themselves above the law. Freedom is the first victim of a world with no rules. Essential elements of sovereignty includes the right to prescribe laws, adjudicate disputes, and enforce rules within one's territory, including the digital environment. The state we are building is sensitive to the needs of the most vulnerable without giving up sound macroeconomic foundations. The false opposition between state and market was abandoned by developed nations which returned to practice active industrial policies and strong regulation of the domestic economy. In the area of artificial intelligence, we are experiencing the consolidation of asymmetries that lead to a true knowledge oligopoly. The unprecedented concentration in the hands of a small number of people and companies based in an even smaller number of countries is advancing. We are interested in emancipatory artificial intelligence, which also has the face of the global south and which strengthens cultural diversity, that respects human rights, protects personal data, and promotes information integrity. And, above all, that it will be a tool for peace, not for war. We need an intergovernmental governance of artificial intelligence in which all states have a seat. Mr. President, conditions for accessing financial resources remain prohibitive for most low and middle income countries. The debt burden limits fiscal room to invest in health and education, reduce inequalities, and address climate change. African countries borrow at rates up to 8 times higher than Germany and 4 times higher than the United States. It's a Marshall Plan in reverse, in which the poorest finance the richest. Without greater participation of the developing countries in the management of the IMF and the World Bank, there will be no effective change. While the Sustainable Development Goals lag behind, the world's 150 largest companies have collectively made up to $1 trillion in profits over the last 2 years. The fortunes of the top 5 billionaires have more than doubled since the start of this decade, while 60% of humanity has become poor. The super rich pay proportionally much less tax than the working class. To remedy this anomaly, Brazil has insisted on international cooperation to develop minimum global taxation standards. The data released by FAO 2 months ago on the state of food insecurity in the world is shocking. The number of people going hungry around the world has increased by more than 152 million since 2019. This means that 9% of the world's population, 733 million people, are undernourished. The problem is severe in Africa and Asia, but it also persists in parts of Latin America. Women and girls make up the majority of people facing hunger in the world. Pandemics, armed conflicts, climate events, and agricultural subsidies from rich countries are increasing the scope of this scourge. But hunger is not just the result of external factors. It arises above all from political choices. Today, the world produces more than enough food to eradicate it. What is missing is for conditions to be created so that food may be affordable. This is my government's most urgent commitment: end hunger in Brazil, as we did in 2014. In 23 alone, we lifted 24,400,000 people out of a condition of severe food insecurity. The Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which we will launch in Rio de Janeiro in November, was born from this political will and this spirit of solidarity. It will be one of the main results of the Brazilian G20 chairmanship and is open to the world. Anyone who wants to join this collective effort is welcome. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, about to turn 80, the United Nations Charter has never undergone comprehensive reform. Only 4 amendments were passed, all of them between 1965 and 1973. The Charter's current version fails to address some of humanity's most pressing challenges. When the UN was founded, we were 51 countries. We are now 193 countries. Several countries, mainly on the African continent, were under colonial rule when the UN was founded and had no say over its goals and functioning. There is no gender balance in the highest positions. The position of Secretary General has never been held by a woman. We are approaching the end of the first quarter of the 21st century, with the United Nations increasingly empty and paralyzed. It is time to react vigorously to this situation, restoring to the organization the prerogatives that derive from its status as a universal forum. One-off adjustments are not enough. We need to think about reviewing and revising the Charter comprehensively. The reform should include the following goals: transforming the Economic and Social Council into the main forum for dealing with sustainable development and the fight against climate change with a real capacity to inspire financial institutions. Revitalizing the role of the General Assembly, including in matters of international peace and security. Strengthening of the Peace-Building Commission. Reform of the Security Council, focusing on its composition, working methods, and veto powers in order to make it more effective and representative of contemporary realities. Excluding Latin America and Africa from the permanent seats of the Security Council is an unacceptable echo of domination practices from the colonial past. Let's promote this discussion in a transparent way. Let's promote this discussion in a transparent way in consultation with the G77, the G20, and the BRICS, in the CARICOM, at the UE, and any other spaces that exist. I have no illusions about the complexity of a reform like this, which will face crystallized interests in maintaining the status quo. It will require enormous negotiation effort, but that is our responsibility. We cannot wait for another world tragedy like the World War II to only then build a new governance on its rubbles. The will of the majority can persuade those who cling to the raw expression of the mechanisms of power. The humanities' aspirations echo in this plenary. Here, we engage in the world's big debates. In this forum, we look for answers to the problems inflicted on the world. It is up to the General Assembly, the biggest expression of multilateralism, the mission to pave the way for the future. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, so they're checking a few things before he's here. But I think they're checking a few things. I don't know.
Just arriving, another minute.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
My fellow leaders, today is the fourth time I've had the great honor of speaking to this assembly as President of the United States. It'll be my last. I've seen a remarkable sweep of history. I was first elected to office in the United States of America as a U.S. Senator in 1972. Now, I know I look like I'm only 40. I know that. I was 29 years old. Back then, we were living through an inflection point, a moment of tension and uncertainty. The world was divided by the Cold War. The Middle East was headed toward war. America was at war in Vietnam. At that point, the longest war in America's history. Our country was divided and angry, and there were questions about our staying power and our future. But even then, I entered public life not out of despair, but out of optimism. The United States and the world got through that moment. It wasn't easy or simple without significant setbacks. But we go on to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons through arms control, and then go on to bring the Cold War itself to an end. Israel and Egypt went to war, but then forged a historic peace. We ended the war in Vietnam. The last year in Hanoi, I met with the Vietnamese leadership. We elevated our partnership to the highest level. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the capacity for reconciliation. That today, the United States and Vietnam are partners and friends. And it's proof that even from the horrors of war, there's a way forward. Things can get better. We should never forget that. I've seen that throughout my career. In the 1980s, I spoke out against apartheid in South Africa. And then I watched the racist regime fall. In the 1990s, I worked to hold Milosevic accountable for war crimes. He was held accountable. At home, I wrote and passed the Violence Against Women Act to end the scourge of violence against women and girls, not only in America, but across the world, as many of you have as well. But we have so much more to do, especially against rape and sexual violence as weapons of war and terror. We were attacked on 9/11 by al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. We brought him justice. Then I came to the presidency at another moment of crisis and uncertainty. I believed America had to look forward. New challenges, new threats, new opportunities were in front of us. We needed to put ourselves in a position to see the threats, to deal with the challenges, and to seize the opportunities as well. We need to end the era of war that began on 9/11. As Vice President to President Obama, He asked me to work to wind down the military operations in Iraq, and we did, painful as it was. When I came to office as president, Afghanistan had replaced Vietnam as America's longest war. I was determined to end it, and I did. It was a hard decision, but the right decision. 4 American presidents had faced that decision, but I was determined not to leave it to the 5th. It was a decision accompanied by tragedy. 13 brave Americans lost their lives, along with hundreds of Afghans in a suicide bomb. I think those lost lives, I think of them every day. I think of all the 2,461 U.S. military deaths over a long 20 years of that war. 20,744 American servicemen wounded in action. I think of their service, their sacrifice, and their heroism. I know other countries lost their own men and women fighting alongside us. We honor their sacrifices as well. To face the future, I was also determined to rebuild my country's alliances and partnerships to a level not previously seen. We did just that, from traditional treaty alliances to new partnerships like the Quad with the United States, Japan, Australia, and India. I know many look at the world today and see difficulties and react with despair, but I do not. I won't. As leaders, we don't have the luxury. I recognize the challenges from Ukraine to Gaza to Sudan and beyond. War, hunger, terrorism, brutality, record displacement of people, a climate crisis, democracy at risk, strains within our societies, the promise of artificial intelligence and its significant risk. The list goes on. But maybe because all I've seen and all we have done together over the decades, I have hope. I know there is a way forward. In 1919, the Irish poet William Butler Yeats described a world, and I quote, "where things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world," end of quote. Some may say those words describe the world not just in 1919, but in 2024. But I see a critical distinction. In our time, the center has held. Leaders and people from every region and across the political spectrum have stood together, turned the page. We turned the page in the worst pandemic in a century. We made sure COVID no longer controls our lives. We defended the UN Charter and ensured the survival of Ukraine as a free nation. My country made the largest investment in climate, clean energy, ever anywhere in history. There will always be forces that pull our countries apart and the world apart. Aggression, extremism, chaos, and cynicism. A desire to retreat from the world and go it alone. Our task, our test, is to make sure that the forces holding us together are stronger than those that are pulling us apart. That the principles of partnership that we came here each year to uphold can withstand the challenges. That the center holds once again. My fellow leaders, I truly believe we're at another inflection point in world history, where the choices we make today will determine our future for decades to come. Will we stand behind the principles that unite us? Will we stand firm against aggression? Will we end the conflicts that are raging today? Will we take on global challenges like climate change, hunger, and disease? Will we plan now for the opportunities and risk of a revolutionary new technologies? I want to talk today about each of these decisions and the actions, in my view, we must take. To start, each of us in this body has made a commitment to the principles of the UN Charter to stand up against aggression. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we could have stood by and merely protested. But Vice President Harris and I understood that that was an assault on everything this institution is supposed to stand for. And so, my direction, America stepped into the breach, providing massive security and economic and humanitarian assistance. Our NATO allies and partners in 50-plus nations stood up as well. But most importantly, the Ukrainian people stood up. I asked the people of this chamber to stand up for them. I asked the people of this chamber to stand up for them. The good news is Putin's war has failed and at his core aim. He set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free. He set out to weaken NATO, but NATO is bigger, stronger, and more united than ever before, with 2 new members, Finland and Sweden. But we cannot let up. The world now has another choice to make. Will we sustain our support to help Ukraine win this war and preserve its freedom, or walk away and let aggression be renewed and a nation be destroyed? I know my answer. We cannot grow weary. We cannot look away. And we will not let up on our support for Ukraine, not until Ukraine wins a just and durable peace in the UN Charter. We also need to uphold our principles as we seek to responsibly manage the competition with China so it does not veer into conflict. We stand ready to cooperate on urgent challenges for the good of our people and the people everywhere. We recently resumed cooperation with China to stop the flow of deadly synthetic narcotics. I appreciate the collaboration. It matters for the people of my country and many others around the world. On matters of conviction, the United States is unabashed, pushing back against unfair economic competition, against military coercion of other nations in the South China Sea, in maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits, in protecting our most advanced technologies so they cannot be used against us or any of our partners. At the same time, we're going to continue to strengthen our network of alliances and partnerships across the Indo-Pacific. These partnerships are not against any nation. They're building blocks for a free, open, secure, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. We're also working to bring greater measure of peace and stability to the Middle East. The world must not flinch from the horrors of October 7th. Any country would have the right and responsibility to ensure that such an attack can never happen again. Thousands of armed Hamas terrorists invaded a sovereign state, slaughtering and massacring more than 1,200 people, including 46 Americans, in their homes and at a music festival. Despicable acts of sexual violence, 250 innocents taken hostage. I've met with the families of those hostages. I've grieved with them. They're going through hell. Innocent civilians in Gaza are also going through hell. Thousands and thousands kills, including aid workers. Too many families dislocated, crowding into tents, facing a dire humanitarian situation. They did not ask for this war that Hamas started. I put forward with Qatar and Egypt a ceasefire and hostage deal. It's been endorsed by the UN Security Council. Now is the time for the parties to finalize its terms, bring the hostages home, and secure security for Israel and Gaza free of Hamas' grip, ease the suffering in Gaza, and end this war. On October 7th, since October 7th, we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. Hezbollah, unprovoked, joined the October 7th attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible. In fact, it remains the only path to lasting security to allow the residents from both countries to return to their homes and the border safely. And that's what we're working tirelessly to achieve. As we look ahead, we must also address the rise of violence against innocent Palestinians on the West Bank. and set the conditions for a better future, including a two-state solution where the world, where Israel enjoys security and peace and full recognition and normalized relations with all its neighbors, where Palestinians progress toward peace will put us in a stronger position to deal with the ongoing threat posed by Iran. Together we must deny oxygen to its terrorist proxies, which have called for more October 7th and ensure that Iran will never, ever obtain a nuclear weapon. Gaza is not the only conflict that deserves our outrage. In Sudan, a bloody civil war unleashed one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. 8 million on the brink of famine. Hundreds of thousands already there. Atrocities in Darfur and elsewhere. The United States has led the world in providing humanitarian aid to Sudan. And with our partners, we've led diplomatic talks to try to silence the guns and avert a wider famine. The world needs to stop arming the generals, to speak with one voice and tell them, stop tearing your country apart, stop blocking aid to the Sudanese people, end this war now. But people need more than the absence of war. They need a chance to live in dignity. They need to be protected from the ravages of climate change, hunger, and disease. Our administration has invested over $150 billion to make progress and other sustainable development goals. It includes $20 billion for food security, over $50 billion for global health. We've mobilized billions more in private sector investment. We've taken the most ambitious climate action in history. We've moved to rejoin the Paris Agreement on day one. And today, my country is finally on track to cut emissions in half by 2030. On track to honor my pledge to quadruple climate financing to developing nations with $11 billion thus far this year. We've rejoined the World Health Organization, donating nearly 700 million doses of COVID vaccine to 117 countries. We must now move quickly to face Mpox outbreak in Africa. We're prepared to commit $500 million to help African countries prevent and respond to Mpox and to donate 1 million doses of Mpox vaccine now. We call on our partners to match our pledge and make this a billion-dollar commitment to the people of Africa. Beyond the core necessities of food and health, the United States, the G7, and our partners have embarked on an ambitious initiative to mobilize and deliver significant finance to the developing world. We're working to help countries build out their infrastructure, to clean energy transition, to their digital transformation, to lay new economic foundations for a prosperous future. It's called the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We've already started to see the fruits of this emerge in Southern Africa and Southeast Asia and in the Americas. We have to keep it going. I want to get things done together. In order to do that, we must build a stronger, more effective, and more inclusive United Nations. The UN needs to adapt and bring new voices and new perspectives. That's why we support reforming and expanding the membership of the UN Security Council. Our UN ambassador just laid out our detailed vision to reflect today's world, not yesterday's. It's time to move forward. The Security Council, like the UN itself, needs to go back to the job of making peace, of brokering deals to end wars and suffering. And to stop the spread of the most dangerous weapons, of stabilizing troubled regions in East Africa, from East Africa to Haiti, to Kenya-led mission that's working alongside the Haitian people to turn the tide. We also have a responsibility to prepare our citizens for the future. We'll see more technological change, I argue, in the next 2 to 10 years than we have in the last 50 years. Artificial intelligence is going to change our ways of life, our ways of work, and our ways of war. It could usher in scientific progress at a pace never seen before, and much of it could make our lives better. But AI also brings profound risks, from deep fakes to disinformation, to novel pathogens, to bioweapons. We've worked at home and abroad to define the new norms and standards. This year, we achieved the first ever General Assembly resolution on AI to start developing global rules of the road. We also announced a declaration on the responsible use of AI, joined by 60 countries in this chamber. But let's be honest, this is just the tip of the iceberg, what we need to do to manage this new technology. Nothing is certain about how AI will evolve or how it will be deployed. No one knows all the answers. My fellow leaders, it's with humility I offer two questions. First, how do we as an international community govern AI? As countries and companies race to uncertain frontiers, we need an equally urgent effort to ensure AI's safety, security, and trustworthiness. As AI grows more powerful, it also must grow more responsive to our collective needs and values. Benefits of all must be shared equitably. It should be harnessed to narrow, not deepen digital divides. Second, will we ensure that AI supports rather than undermines the core principles that human life has value and all humans deserve dignity? We must make certain that the awesome capabilities of AI will be used to uplift and empower everyday people, not to give dictators more powerful shackles on the human spirit. In the years ahead, there may well be no greater test of our leadership than how we deal with AI. Let me close with this. Even as we navigate so much change, one thing must not change. We must never forget who we're here to represent. We, the people. These are the first words of our Constitution, the very idea of America. They inspired the opening words of the UN Charter. I made the preservation of democracy the central cause of my presidency. This summer, I faced a decision whether to seek a second term as president. It was a difficult decision. Being president has been the honor of my life. There's so much more I want to get done. As much as I love the job, I love my country more. I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward. My fellow leaders, let us never forget, some things are more important than staying in power. It's your people. It's your people that matter the most. Never forget, we are here to serve the people, not the other way around. Because the future will be won by those who unleash the full potential of their people, to breathe free, to think freely, to innovate, to educate, to live and love openly without fear. That's the soul of democracy. It does not belong to any one country. I've seen it all around the world, and the brave men and women who ended apartheid, brought down the Berlin Wall, fight today for freedom and justice and dignity. We saw it, that universal yearning for rights and freedom in Venezuela, where millions cast their vote for change that hadn't been recognized. But it can't be denied. The world knows the truth. We saw it in Uganda, LGBT activists demanding safety and recognition of their common humanity. We see it in citizens across the world peacefully choosing their future. From Ghana to India to South Korea, nations representing 1/4 of humanity who will hold elections this year alone. It's remarkable, the power of we the people, that makes me more optimistic about the future than I've ever been. Since I was first elected to the United States Senate in 1972, every age faces its challenges. I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think. We're stronger together than alone. And what the people call impossible is just an illusion. Nelson Mandela taught us, and I quote, "It always seems impossible until it's done." It always seems impossible until it's done. My fellow leaders, there's nothing that's beyond our capacity if we work together. Let's work together. God bless you all, and may God protect all those who seek peace. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States of America. May I request representatives to remain seated while we suspend the meeting for 5 minutes before resuming to hear the next speaker.
Sayın Başkan,
Mr. President, dear heads of states and governments, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, on behalf of myself, my country, and my nation, I greet you with my most heartfelt feelings and respect. I'm honored to have the opportunity to address the United Nations General Assembly once again today. Well, I hope that the 79th General Assembly will be a blessing for our countries and for the entire humanity. I would like to congratulate Mr. Francis on the completion of his term as President of the General Assembly and wish success to Mr. Young as he takes over. I would like to express here our pleasure to see the representative of our friend and brother Palestine in his rightful place among the member states as a result of long struggles. I hope that this historic step will be the final turning point on the road leading to Palestine's membership to the United Nations. The international community and all of us in the human family must fulfill our obligation to the Palestinian people without further ado, that haven't done already. Distinguished guests, I know that there are certain crises that you're monitoring on TV, and those are the crises that we are going through every day, and we're trying to manage them. That's why today I'm not talking representing a country that is situated far away from tensions, but instead that is found at the very heart of tension and war. Some people will be critical of us, but despite that fact, today on the common rostrum of the human race, we will speak of the truth frankly and openly. Right now, the United Nations, under the roof of which we are found today, were established in the aftermath of the Second World War, in which millions of people have lost their lives to maintain international peace and security. With the establishment of the United Nations, expectations for global stability, peace, and justice were reborn, and hopes for peace were sprouted again. To put it bluntly, unfortunately, in the last few years, the United Nations has failed to fulfill its founding mission and has gradually become a dysfunctional structure. The world is bigger than five is my motto, it's my credo, and this credo represents our common values, and we need those values more than ever in this day and age. International justice cannot be left in the will of five privileged member states of the Security Council. And the most dramatic example to that is the war, the massacre that has been going on in Gaza for the last 350 days. And since October 7, 41,000 Palestinians have been killed in the continuous Israeli attacks. 41,000 lives, 41,000 people, mostly children and women, were ruthlessly taken away. And no one knows where more than 10,000 people are, most of which are children. And likewise, 100,000 people were injured, maimed, or they lost their limbs. 172 journalists were killed while trying to do their job under very difficult circumstances. And more than 500 medics have been killed while they were trying to save lives. Humanitarian aid workers and the United Nations personnel who came to the rescue of the people of Gaza who were struggling with hunger and thirst were killed. More than 215 United Nations personnel. They hit marketplaces, tents, and camps where the refugees were sheltered. They hit 820 mosques and 3 churches that shouldn't have been touched even in war. And they deliberately hit dozens of hospitals, hundreds of schools, more than 130 ambulances carrying patients. They shredded the Charter of the United Nations from the rostrum of the United Nations and shamelessly challenged the whole world, who are people of conscience. From this very rostrum, they challenged them. My friends, leaked images from Israel's prisons, which it has turned into concentration camps, clearly show what kind of barbarianism we are facing. As a result of Israeli attacks, Gaza has become the world's largest cemetery for women and children. More than 17,000 children were targeted by Israeli bullets and bombs. Hind Recep was only 6 years old. He and his family were seeking safety when their car was hit by Israeli forces. He lost everything. He lost his mother, father, siblings, cousins. He lost all the hopes he had packed, and only he survived. He waited desperately for rescue for 12 days. Will you come to take me? I'm fearful. Was waiting for a helping hand to reach out to him for 12 days. Despite the level of our world has reached, despite the technology at our disposal, despite our organizations with huge budgets employing tens of thousands of personnel, as a human family of 8 billion inhabitants, we haven't yet managed to rescue a 6-year-old girl, which is actually like an injured sparrow trapped under the rubble that was shaking before our eyes. Hundreds of Gazan children died and are still dying because they cannot find a morsel of a dry bread, a sip of water, and a bowl of soup. In Gaza, not only children are dying, but also the United Nations system. The values that the West claims to defend are dying. The truth is dying. The hopes of humanity to live in a more just world are dying one by one. I am asking you bluntly here, openly, frankly. I call out to you, oh, human rights organizations. Are those in Gaza and the West Bank not human beings? Do children in Palestine have no rights? Can't they play out on the streets in their homelands safely? And calling out to the international press organizations, aren't the journalists murdered by Israel on live TV your colleagues, whose offices were actually raided as well? I call out to United Nations Security Council. What are you waiting for to prevent the genocide in Gaza, to put a stop to this cruelty, this barbarianism? What are you waiting for to stop Netanyahu and his network, who is endangering the lives of the Palestinian people, which is a part of a mass murder network? And what are you still waiting for to stop them, putting to danger their own people and the entire region for political gain? I would like to call out to the countries supporting Israel in an unconditional manner. How long are you going to be able to carry the shame of witnessing this massacre? Dear friends, while children are dying in Gaza, in Ramallah, in Lebanon, while babies are dying in incubators, unfortunately, the international community has given a very bad test and failed in a big way. What's happening in Palestine, look, is a sign of a great moral collapse. I believe that the peoples of the world, the leaders of countries and international organizations should reflect on this painful picture, upon this painful landscape. And I would like to state very clearly and loudly here, the Israeli government, disregarding basic human rights, trampling on international law at every opportunity, is practicing ethnic cleansing, a clear genocide against a nation, a people, and occupying their lands step by step. Palestinians, whose freedom, independence, and most basic rights have been usurped, are rightfully exercising their legitimate rights of resistance against this occupation and ethnic cleansing. The just resistance of the Palestinian people against the occupiers of their land is too noble. It's honorable and legitimate to be called illegitimate. It's heroic and it's noble. The only reason for Israel's aggression against the Palestinian people is the unconditional support of a group of countries. And I would like to wave at my brothers and sisters at the legitimate resistance in Palestine. As I've said before, the support of a group of countries for Israel is the reason why this aggression is still going on. Countries that have a say over Israel are openly complicit in this massacre, with a policy of run for the hare and catch the hound. Those who are supposedly working for a ceasefire in front of the stage continue to send arms and ammunition to Israel so that it can continue its massacres in the background. This inconsistency and this is insincerity. Look, there's a paper that has been going around back and forth since May. Hamas has repeatedly declared its acceptance of the ceasefire offer. But the Israeli government has made it very clear that this is the party that doesn't want peace by constantly dragging its feet, making a settlement of the dispute much more difficult, almost impossible, constantly finding an excuse and sneakily killing its negotiating partner at a time when it was closest to a ceasefire. Israel's stalling and deception should not be given any more credit. In the absence of the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution number 2735, coercive measures against Israel should be put on the agenda. Israel's behavior has once again demonstrated that it is imperative for the international community to develop a protection mechanism for Palestinian civilians. 70 years ago, just as Hitler was stopped by an alliance of humanity, Netanyahu and his murder network must be stopped by an alliance of humanity. We believe that the General Assembly's authority to recommend the use of force, as in the 1950 Resolution on Unity for Peace, should be considered in this process during this time. An immediate and a permanent ceasefire must be established. Hostages and prisoners must be exchanged. And humanitarian aid must be delivered to Gaza unhindered and uninterrupted. It's very, very important that we extend a helping hand to the people of Gaza, especially before the winter season when conditions on the ground will become even more challenging. Look, right now, 70% of the water supplies and 75% of the bakeries in Gaza have been destroyed. 95% of health centers were partially or completely damaged. 150,000 houses were completely destroyed, 200,000 houses were partially destroyed, and 80,000 houses become uninhabitable. Infectious diseases such as polio and hepatitis are on the rise. The people of Gaza receive only a quarter of the aid they urgently need. That's what they have access to. And as Turkey, we have been providing humanitarian aid to our brothers and sisters in Palestine, and we will keep on doing that. With more than 60,000 tons of aid, Turkey is the country sending the largest amount of aid to Gaza. Likewise, by halting commercial transactions with Israel, we have demonstrated our stance on this issue. Now, during the last couple of weeks, attacks by Israeli have been increased in Lebanon, and we are by the side of Lebanese people and the Lebanese government. We can see this truth for what it is. Those who murdered 41,000 people cannot rest until those who gave the orders, pulled the trigger, and dropped the bombs are held accountable for their crimes. We will not heave a sigh of relief. Our conscience will not go silent. The bill for the billions of dollars of damage caused in the cities that have been destroyed, wrecked, and reduced to rubble must and will be compensated by the perpetrators. We support the case brought by the Republic of South Africa at the International Court of Justice to ensure that Israel's crimes do not go unpunished. We will take every step necessary for justice to be served in the case for which we have applied as an intervener or as a party. We will fight for the blood of Ayşenur Ezgi Eygi, who was shot in the head and murdered by Israeli soldiers during a peaceful protest in Nablus. And we will fight in all legal remedies, and we will keep on doing that. While a ceasefire in Gaza is urgently needed, the underlying problem in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is the Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories. Based on the 1967 borders, an independent, sovereign, and geographically integrated Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital must come into being. This cannot be delayed any longer. I would like it to be known that we are closely following Israel's increasing attacks on our first Qibla, Al-Aqsa Mosque and Haram al-Sharif. I would like to state once again on this podium as Tayyip Erdogan once again that I'm not using a language of politics. I am encouraged by our ancestors who have always stood by the side of the victims honorably and nobly. We are a nation that has been on the side of the oppressed and against the oppressors and oppression throughout history. We are such a nation. We welcomed Jews fleeing the Inquisition 500 years ago and Jews fleeing Hitler's concentration camps. We opened our arms wide. We, as a country and a nation, I'll be very clear to say that we have no animosity or hostility towards the people of Israel. We oppose anti-Semitism in the same way we oppose the targeting of Muslims just because of their faith. Our problem is with the massacre policies of the Israeli government. Our problem is with the oppressor and the oppression, just as it was 5 centuries ago. Everybody should know about this. We will always speak of the truth and speak of what's right and what's fair. Even if some people will be uncomfortable, we will continue to shout out the truth and stand by the righteous and boldly say that we will speak of what we know is right, even though it will hurt some people. From here, I would like to thank all the courageous people who show solidarity with the Palestinian people without discrimination of faith, country, language, or religion, and who take to the streets almost every week to raise their voices against the massacres in Gaza. I would like to especially thank the university students and the youth. Distinguished delegates, unfortunately, in the 14th year of the conflict, Syria is still far from stability. The economic and humanitarian situation in the country, in the grip of terrorism and separatist organizations, remains dire. On the basis of UN Security Council Resolution 2254, we hope to advance the political process and achieve national reconciliation. We are determined to sincerely pursue our position in favor of a realistic dialogue. We are very sincere in that regard. Our neighbor Iraq, while continuing its fight against terrorism, is taking decisive steps towards development, reconstruction, and reintegration with its region. And the international community must support Iraq's efforts. In this context, it is important to implement initiatives such as the Development Road Project, which will benefit the entire region on a win-win basis. The success of all these efforts depend on the complete elimination of the terrorist threat in Iraq, in particular the PKK. We are strengthening our common action plan with another neighbor of ours, Iran, in the region in order to establish stability and peace. It's going to contribute tremendously to our efforts. The war in Ukraine has been going on for 3 years, and we are still away from establishing a permanent peace and stability. As the arms race accelerates, the space for diplomacy is shrinking. It's very important that diplomacy and dialogue will ensure territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, and our support for those endeavors of Turkey will continue even strongly. And again, during this process, we are determined to implement the Montreux Convention on the Straits. We will rigorously implement the Montreux Convention. We support the peace process between Azerbaijan and Armenia and hope that this process will be concluded as soon as possible with good news. We support continued high-level contacts between the two countries. And we are focusing on dialogue. Turkey and Armenia, we are also taking positive steps on that track too. Progress in the Azerbaijan-Armenia peace process will have a positive impact on the Turkey-Armenia normalization process. Dear friends, we play a constructive role for the prosperity and peace at the Balkans, of which we are an integral part, and we act in close cooperation with all actors in the region. As a member of the Steering Committee for Peace Implementation Council, we emphasize the importance of the sovereignty, political unity, and territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina on every platform, and continue our contribution to Operation EUFOR Althea. We are successfully continuing the Key 4 command we assumed last year and supporting the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue process. We want to see the Aegean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean as a zone of stability and prosperity where the legitimate interests of all the parties are concerned can be respected. It is in the common interest of the entire region to enhance cooperation, particularly on the delimitation of maritime jurisdictions in accordance with international law, freedom and safety of navigation, and maritime trade. International maritime law encourages cooperation between littoral states in closed or semi-closed seas, such as the Aegean Sea. Turkey is ready for constructive cooperation on all issues, especially in energy and environment. We have the longest coastline in the Eastern Mediterranean, and Turkey's key role is undeniable. Turkey has legitimate rights and authorities in the western part of the island of Cyprus, while the Turkish Cypriots have legitimate rights in the areas around the world. It has been 50 years since the Cyprus peace operation and 61 years since the Cyprus issue emerged as a result of the Greek Cypriot usurpation of the partnership state. From that day until today, peace and tranquility have prevailed on the island. It was always the Turkish Cypriots and Turkey who put forth the sincere will to bring about a just, lasting, and sustainable solution to the Cyprus issue. The federation model is now completely outdated, and we fully support the vision of a two-state solution with two different nations put forward by the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. The sovereign equality and equal international status of the Turkish Cypriots, which are the vested rights of the Turkish Cypriots, must be re-registered and the isolation must end. Today, I once again invite the international community to recognize the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and to establish diplomatic, political, and economic relations. We actively support the stabilization of Libya and the preservation of the unity and integrity of the country. We call on all states to sincerely stand by Libya at this very sensitive time and contribute to building trust between the parties. We must do more to end the conflict in Sudan. We all have a responsibility to deliver humanitarian assistance to the millions of Sudanese people displaced by the conflict. With its young and dynamic population, rich natural resources, and vast fertile lands, Africa has enormous potential. Based on the principles of equal partnership and mutual respect, hand in hand with the peoples of Africa, we support the continent's efforts for peace, stability, and development. We will continue to stand in full solidarity with our African brothers and sisters. As part of our initiatives, we are strengthening our deep-rooted ties with Asia. We are deepening our engagement with our partner regional organizations such as ASEAN, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and the Pacific Islands Forum. We keep our will to develop our relations with BRICS, which brings together emerging economies alive. We share a deep-rooted history with the countries of Central Asia, and we are further strengthening our cooperation on bilateral and multilateral grounds. Our Organization of Turkic States is gradually turning into a center of attraction. The organization is becoming an exemplary model of cooperation with the contributions of observer members Hungary and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. We will further strengthen our unity and our togetherness as the Turkic world. And within the framework of respect for China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, we are in close dialogue with China to protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of Uyghur Turks with whom we have strong historical, cultural, and humanitarian ties. We endeavor to build on the friendly ties we have established with the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Distinguished delegates, we must work together to address global injustice. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals concept of leaving no one behind is a guiding principle for these efforts. As one of the largest aid donors relative to its gross domestic product, Turkey's development cooperation activities contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We contribute to efforts to ensure fair, inclusive growth and development in all international platforms, especially the G20, of which we are a member. We approach technological breakthroughs not as a source of new injustice and conflicts, but as a source of a more prosperous future, such as AI. We believe that all nations should equally benefit from the transformative power of these breakthrough technologies. The United Nations Technology Bank for Least Developed Countries, which we are hosting, is a concrete manifestation of our efforts in this direction. But unfortunately, the cyber terror attacks that took place in Lebanon last week show us once again how deadly these technologies can be used as weapons. I approach the climate change issue from that same perspective. No country can tackle emission reductions and climate change adaptation alone. The most important issues for developing countries are financing, technology transfer, and capacity building. I sincerely believe that the COP29 climate summit in Baku will contribute to the solution of these issues. At the summit, we expect to launch important additional initiatives and unveil our long-term low-emission development strategy and the zero waste initiative that became a reality under the auspices of my spouse, Madam Emine Erdogan. And with mutual agreements, we have taken our domestic affairs and initiatives to international agendas. I would like to ask everybody to support our endeavors in that regard. We see Islamophobia, xenophobia, and racism creeping over the world like a poison ivy. We can see that every week attacks are taking place upon our mosques and our holy book of Quran. In the middle of Europe, people's homes are set on fire and lives are taken because of their ethnic and religious affiliation. Their lives are taken away from them and their fundamental rights are being suspended. And nobody can ignore this growing danger any longer. On March 15th, 2024, we expect a special envoy to combat Islamophobia to be appointed at the United Nations as soon as possible, as envisaged in the draft resolution adopted on March the 15th. Today, I would like to draw your attention once again to the danger that I raised last year on this podium. Attacks on the institution of family, the pillar of society, are increasing. The disgrace staged at the opening of the 2024 Olympic Games has revealed the extent of the threat we face as humanity. A sporting event watched by innocent children and hundreds of millions of people of all ages and beliefs has been used as a tool for a sexist propaganda. It was actually a parade of bad scenes. Those disturbing scenes of evil have wounded not only the Catholic world, the Christian world, but everyone who respects the sacred values. The issue of desexualization is no longer an orientation, but a global imposition. It literally became a war against the sacred and human nature. We are facing a multidimensional, comprehensive, and ruthless project of destruction who are speaking out and who are reacting to this evil. Anyone who raises a voice for this annihilation project is silenced and targeted by lynch campaigns. And Turkey is determined to break this siege and resist the climate of fear. To this end, we became a member of the United Nations Friends of the Family Group. Inshallah, God willing, together with other member countries, we will not hesitate to defend the family, the human being, and the human nature. I invite all the countries that share our sentiments to shoulder this struggle. With these thoughts in mind, I wish that the 79th General Assembly will be auspicious for all humanity. I greet you all once again with love and respect. May peace be with you and may you remain in health.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey, The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies. Over the past quarter century, I have stood at this podium amidst regional conflicts, global upheavals, and humanitarian crises that have profoundly tested our global community. It often feels that there was not a moment when our world was not in turmoil. And yet, I cannot recall a time of greater peril than this. Our United Nations is facing a crisis that strikes at its very legitimacy and threatens a collapse of global trust and moral authority. The UN is under attack, literally and figuratively. For nearly a year, the sky blue flag flying over UN shelters and schools in Gaza has been powerless to protect innocent civilians from Israeli military bombardment. UN aid trucks sit motionless just miles away from starving Palestinians. Humanitarian workers who proudly wear the emblem of this institution are disparaged and targeted. And the rulings of the UN's International Court of Justice are defied, its opinions disregarded. So it's no surprise that both inside and outside this hall, trust in UN's cornerstone principles and ideals is crumbling. The harsh reality many see is that some nations are above international law, that global justice does bend to the will of power, and that human rights are selective, a privilege to be granted or denied at will. We cannot stand for that. And we must recognize that undermining our international institutions and global frameworks is one of the gravest threats to our global security today. Ask yourselves, if we are not nations united in the conviction that all people are equal in rights, dignity, and worth, and that all countries are equal in the eyes of the law, what kind of world does that leave us with? Your Excellencies, the attacks of October 7th on Israeli civilians last year were condemned by countries all over the world, including Jordan. But the unprecedented scale of terror unleashed on Gaza since that day is beyond any justification. The Israeli government's assault has resulted in one of the fastest death rates in recent conflicts, one of the fastest rates of starvation caused by war, the largest cohort of child amputees, and unprecedented levels of destruction. This Israeli government has killed more children, more journalists, more aid workers, and more medical personnel than any other war in recent memory. And let us not forget the attacks on the West Bank. There, since October 7th, the Israeli government has killed more than 700 Palestinians, among them 160 children. Palestinians held in Israeli detention centers exceed 10,700, including 400 women and 730 children. 730 children. Over 4,000 Palestinians have been forced from their homes and lands. Armed settler violence has surged, and entire villages have been displaced. And in Jerusalem, a flagrant violations of the historical and legal status quo at Muslim and Christian holy sites continue unabated under the protection and encouragement of members of the Israeli government. To be clear, this is in the West Bank, not Gaza. Almost 42,000 Palestinians have been killed since October 7th. So is it any wonder that many are questioning how can this war not be perceived as deliberately targeting the Palestinians? The level of civilian suffering cannot be written off as unavoidable collateral. I grew up a soldier in a region that is all too familiar with conflict. But there is nothing familiar about this war and the violence unleashed since October 7th. In the absence of global accountability, repeated horrors are normalized, threatening to create a future where anything is permitted anywhere in the world. Is that what we want? Now is the time to ensure the protection of the Palestinian people. It is the moral duty of this international community to establish a protection mechanism for them across the occupied territories. This will guarantee the safety of Palestinians and Israelis from extremists who are taking our region to the brink of an all-out war. That includes those who continue to propagate the idea of Jordan as an alternative homeland. So let me be very, very clear. That will never happen. We will never accept the forced displacement of Palestinians, which is a war crime. No country in the region benefits from escalation. We have seen that clearly in the dangerous developments in Lebanon over the past few days. This has to stop. For years, the Arab world has extended a hand to Israel through the Arab Peace Initiative, offering full recognition and normalization in exchange for peace. But consecutive Israeli governments, emboldened by years of impunity, have rejected peace and chosen confrontation instead. Impunity gathers force. Left unchecked, it gains momentum. Palestinians have borne more than 57 years of occupation and oppression. During this time, the Israeli government has been allowed to cross one red line after another. But now, Israel's decades-long impunity is becoming its own worst enemy, and the consequences are everywhere. The Israeli government has been accused of genocide at the ICJ. Expressions of outrage at its conduct are echoing around the world. Cities everywhere have seen mass protests, and calls for sanctions are growing louder. International frustration with Israel has long been mounting, but it has never been more exposed. For decades, Israel has projected itself as a thriving Western-style democracy in the Middle East. But the brutality of the war on Gaza has forced the world to look closer. Now many see Israel through the eyes of its victims. And the contradiction, the paradox, is too jarring. The modern advanced Israel admired from afar, and the Israel that Palestinians have experienced firsthand, simply cannot coexist. Israel will eventually be entirely one or the other. That is the choice its leaders and its people will have to make. To live by the democratic values of freedom, justice, and equality for all, or to risk further isolation and rejection. Over and over, we have watched Israel try to achieve security through military means. Each escalation is followed by a pause until the next deadlier one. And for years, the global community has taken the path of least resistance, accepting the status quo of the ongoing military occupation of Palestinians, all the while paying lip service to the two-state solution. But it has never been more evident that the current status quo is untenable. And as the International Court of Justice's advisory opinion underscored 2 months ago, it is unequivocally illegal. The court's opinion bears a moral imperative to us all. The obligation it carries is one that our nations cannot afford to ignore for the sake of our world, as well as the future for Palestinians and Israelis alike. Because both peoples deserve to live their lives in dignity, free of violence and fear. And the only way to achieve that is a just peace, one grounded in international law, justice, equal rights, and mutual recognition. That is something we, as nations and people everywhere, can and must unite around. Your Excellencies, the world is watching, and history will judge us by the courage we show. And it is not just the future that will hold us accountable, so will the people of the here and now. They will judge whether we as the United Nations will surrender to inaction or will fight to uphold the principles that anchor this institution and our world. Right now they are asking whether we will stand by as parents watch their children waste away, as doctors watch their patients die for lack of basic medical supplies, and as more innocent lives are lost because the world failed to act. This war must end. Hostages and detainees must return home. But every day we wait is one day too long for far too many. So I call on all countries to join Jordan in enforcing an international Gaza humanitarian gateway, a massive relief effort to deliver food, clean water, medicine, and other vital supplies to those in desperate need. Because humanitarian aid should never be a tool of war. Whatever our politics, one truth is undeniable. No people should have to endure such unprecedented suffering, abandoned and alone. We cannot surrender the future to those who thrive on division and conflict. I urge all nations of conscience to unite with Jordan in the critical weeks ahead on this mission. Almost a year into this war, our world has failed politically, but our humanity must not fail the people of Gaza any longer. Echoing the words of my father from 64 years ago at the 15th session of the General Assembly, I pray that this community of nations may have the courage to decide wisely and fearlessly, and will act with urgent resolve that this crisis and our conscience demand. My father was a man who fought for peace to the very end. And like him, I refuse to leave my children or your children a future we have given up on. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan.
La Asamblea escuchará.
The Assembly will now hear an address by the President of my country, the Republic of Guatemala, His Excellency, Mr. César Bernardo Arevalo de León. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly, and this is a very special honor for me.
Excelentísima.
Your Excellency Carlos Rodriguez, Vice President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations Organization, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen.
The
people of Guatemala greet the world. I greeted you in the language of the Quiché people, one of the ancestral and most influential communities of Guatemala. Their power and that of the various peoples of Guatemala is what sustains our government. It is the strength of our country. It is the resounding voice of those that have not been heard, of those that have been marginalized, but who have a lot to say, a lot to contribute, who have a place to play in building our collective future. I'm here as a result of two clear expressions of popular will. The first, a vote which unanimously rejected the representatives of the authoritarian past of Guatemala, and it granted me the honor of the presidency to lead the national effort to move towards a future of justice, equality, and progress. The second was the defense that the society of Guatemala, by various means of expression, reaffirmed and defended on the streets with regard to the decision that they took at the polls when a corrupt minority attempted to impose their further rule and cheat democracy. Our democracy will not be complete, it could not exist, without the impetus which is so decisive and courageous of the Mayan people of Guatemala, of people of mixed descent, of the Garinagu people of the Caribbean and of the Xinca people. It is a democracy that comes from the four corners of the country, from these four peoples. Together we form a nation. And the role of our government is to give a sense of unity to this diversity and to move forwards towards a prosperous and inclusive future. I would like to express particular thanks on the part of Guatemala to the countries, peoples, and governments that were together with us, together with the people of Guatemala, during this historic gesture in 2023, and for the support that they continue to give us in our efforts to rescue our democratic institutions. And we are doing this through dialogue, a dialogue which is part of a great national consensus, something which all Guatemalans share over and above our ideological differences, our cultural diversity, our various ways of seeing the world. And I am sure that in this forum everyone can identify with this consensus. Namely, we cannot continue to tolerate corruption. Corruption, when the few abuse what belongs to everyone to benefit themselves, is like an anchor that chains us to the past, and it prevents us from growing, from prospering, and building a society which is based on the common good. In the case of Guatemala, corruption's roots are buried in our authoritarian past of repression, of political violence, of social exclusion. But we are breaking free from this. We are freeing ourselves from the chains of the dark past, and what we are seeing reborn is a young, creative, vital, joyous but anxious nation. Young people who will not be silent in the light of injustices and in the light of corruption. A diverse community that is building the future. A future where everyone has a seat at the table, where opportunities multiply, where cooperation and solidarity optimize talent, creativity, and individual efforts, where parents are able to sleep peacefully knowing that health and educational opportunities for their children are will be guaranteed, where work will be fairly remunerated, and where prosperity will not require immoral acts of corruption, where the earth, our earth, will be treated with gratitude and respect, and it will give us in exchange clean spaces for us to work, to live, to recreate ourselves, to grow. This is the future that we are building for Guatemala. And this future is not emerging in a vacuum. For us, we see it as coming from within, from our principles, from our own values, from our own cosmovision. Our government is made up of the diverse peoples of Guatemala, and these are the values and the vision of these four peoples. They are the instruments that we are using to navigate this ocean of transformation. In the same way, this very important forum, and so necessary for global coexistence and for the progress of all nations, must look inwards and return to its fundamental values and use them to navigate the complex reality that we are facing today as a planet. The time has come to rescue multilateralism, to revitalize dialogue for peace, and to take concrete actions in order to resolve the most urgent problems afflicting us. Let us begin at the beginning. War, this horror that motivated the opening of this global forum, has commanded once again our attention. It is becoming a permanent reality, but in the recent last 2 years has become desperate, an intensity that we did not expect. We cannot tolerate it. We cannot tolerate war. We cannot ignore international conflicts that affect the peace and security of us all. We must not abandon hope of a world without war, of a future of peace. Guatemala would like to reiterate its solidarity with countries that are suffering from armed conflicts and unjustified wars. We would call upon the members of this Assembly to redouble regional and international efforts so that we can find peaceful solutions to our disputes based on respect for international law and international humanitarian law and the fundamental principle of human dignity. We cannot accept any violation of the United Nations Charter or of the Security Council resolutions by any member state of this organization. Not in Ukraine, not in Gaza, not in Sudan, and not in any other part of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, rescuing multilateralism as a fundamental principle for the international system is an urgent necessity. And for each and every one of the nations that make up this forum, it's an unavoidable commitment if we really and sincerely want a future of peace and progress. Only with substantial reforms can we resume the path that we set out on when this organization was founded in 1945. A multipolar world needs new focuses which will be adapted to emerging needs of nations. We support the reform of the Security Council. Once again, it should resume a collective approach that is pacifist and democratic in the way it acts. It's not acceptable that decisions are not adopted in favor of peace because of the right exercised by the few. I'm referring to the right of veto. And with that, avoiding decisions being taken that are hard-hitting against those states which repeatedly violate the charter of this organization. Let us recall to the members of the Security Council that it is their primary responsibility to maintain international peace and international security, and that in the performance of its functions it must proceed according to the purposes and principles of the United Nations. Madam Vice President, Guatemala contributes as part of our commitment to peace with 213 officials, military observers and military staff in 7 of the United Nations peacekeeping missions. And this is a contribution which fills us with pride. Our professionalism and experience in this area have led us to be recognized internationally as one of the main countries to make the greatest contribution to peace in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I would like to share with this General Assembly that we are in the process of finalizing administrative steps to ensure our participation and deployment as a military police contingent in the multinational security support mission in Haiti, pursuant to Resolution 2699 of 2023 of the United Nations Security Council. Guatemala expresses its readiness to support all efforts aimed at re-establishing security and stability in Haiti, the first contemporary independent nation of this hemisphere, and with which we are unified. Together with all countries of the America, we share historic links of responsibility. We have known for a long time that an attack against human dignity in any part of the world is an attack against all of humanity. And that's why peace is such a global imperative. We can all make a contribution. We all must do our part. This is the idea that is at the heart and the existence of this organization. In the same way, this organization has the obligation to maintain and increase its cooperation to ensure the protection of migrants, displaced persons, people who, for political, social, or economic or environmental reasons, have taken their lives to other countries. Our government has committed to transforming the relationship between the state of Guatemala and Guatemalan citizens residing outside the country, because they continue to be an integral part of our nation, and their work is a fundamental part of our economy. We are doing this through a strategy that makes it possible for them to have effective participation in our national development, converting them into project partners in order to improve the living conditions for the families that have decided to remain in Guatemala. In the future that we are building, migration is a right, an option. It's not a sentence arising from the lack of opportunities, or from violence, or from hunger. Over the last decade, Guatemala has moved from being a country of origin for migrants and increasingly one of transit and return, and also to a lesser extent, a place of destination. Our commitment is to give dignified treatment to all people that arrive on our shores, consistent with the treatment that we demand for Guatemalans abroad. Our state is making substantial changes in the way that we protect and care for migrant persons. We have identified areas that need improvement and where we can offer greater opportunities in order to strengthen our management of migration flows, to ensure that it is orderly, regular, and safe. It's my personal conviction, that of my government and of the broad majority of Guatemalans, that all migrants deserve to have the opportunity of a dignified life and to ensure that their fundamental rights are respected, irrespective of the causes that led them to migrate. For this reason, we firmly believe in the work that is being done through the United Nations system. Guatemala promotes the achievement of the 23 goals established in the Global Compact for Migration, for safe, orderly, and regular migration, promoting international cooperation in the area of migration. With that same conviction, we welcomed 135 Nicaraguan brothers who were released from arbitrary detention by their government. Our commitment is that Guatemala will always be a space for dignity and freedom for those who come to our country, particularly for Central Americans who are, in accordance with our Constitution, our history, and are generally felt to be our people, fellow citizens and brothers and sisters. Guatemala reaffirms its commitment to the fundamental principles of democracy, such as those that are in the Inter-American Democratic Charter, and which is a basic fundamental principle of the political organization of our peoples. We reject in our hemisphere and throughout the world any attempt to suppress the aspirations for freedom and justice that are expressed by the peoples of the world through free and democratic processes, as we are seeing currently in Venezuela and Nicaragua. The principles of democracy are fundamental in order to preserve freedom, dignity, and inclusive and equitable prosperity for humanity. Madam Vice President, before this General Assembly, I would like to reaffirm the commitment of Guatemala to permanently and in a lasting manner resolve before the International Court of Justice the insular and maritime and territorial dispute with the brotherly country and neighborly country of Belize. By opting for dialogue and the international legal mechanisms, we have demonstrated that peaceful means and respect for multilateral institutions are the most effective way to resolve disputes between countries. We are confident that this process will make it possible to bring about a just and lasting solution that respects the rights and dignity of both countries. This act is an act of faith, of our faith, in international law, and our commitment to lasting peace, not only for Guatemala and Belize, but also as an example for the region and for the world. Madam Vice President, the urgency of the challenge that we are facing suggests that we take concrete action and not just limit ourselves to rhetoric. It has been said very often that the time has now come to move from words to action. Conflicts and migration in Central America are fueled by what we consider to be the most pressing global challenge, namely the climate crisis. It is endangering our systems, our economy, our food chain, our survival itself. We are at a critical juncture for saving the current and future generations. Climate change is a devastating reality that is affecting humanity, which affects us today, but which will have disastrous consequences for the future. Guatemala, despite being a hugely diverse country, is extremely vulnerable to extreme climate events that cause natural disasters, flooding, landslides, fires, and an increase in temperatures that we have all been witness to this year. Our contribution to greenhouse gas emissions is minimal. Nevertheless, we, like few other countries, are suffering the onslaught of these extreme climate events. We are adapting ourselves to this reality and reducing the vulnerability of our country. In 2025, we will be presenting an update of our nationally determined contribution in fulfillment of the commitments established in the Paris Agreement. But we must recall here in this forum that the responsibility to address this crisis is a shared one. We have to act to resolve it, those that are suffering the onslaught of this crisis, but also those that have caused it. We issue an urgent call to the major powers to assume the leadership role that is theirs, as well as we appeal to the moral and financial responsibility with the nations, with the countries that have suffered the worst effects. The time to act is now, and it's essential that the next COP, COP29, to be held in Azerbaijan, be a success. The commitment of Guatemala to achieve this goal is total. Dear friends, Vice President, Guatemala is changing And this change implies a transformation of our relationship with the world. We are doing what we can to contribute to the goals of this organization. And this contribution is born of a commitment to the norms and values of global peace and security. But also it comes from a democratic mandate that we have been given. Our people have the conviction that democracy is a necessary condition for progress and for well-being. Guatemala has an authoritarian past, and that's a very recent past, a tragic past that many of you will be aware of. Nevertheless, expressing our vocation for the freedom of our people, and with significant assistance from the international community, we have taken a turn towards promoting and defending human rights, earnestly confronting our historic problems and debts, and assuming courageously the responsibility to resolve the current problems that we have. The recent visit of the High Commissioner Volker Türk and the immediate renewal of the presence of his office in Guatemala are a testimony of this commitment. Guatemala has renewed its commitment to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals with the recent adoption of the Pact for the Future as part of the Summit of the Future. We are convinced that economic growth alone does not produce development. Cooperation, protection of the environment, social inclusion, respect for and the promotion of human dignity and security are indispensable preconditions for development. Guatemala is changing, and we are moving towards a future that is more equitable, where development and progress will reach every corner of the country, particularly the most abandoned sectors of the population, where everyone, irrespective of their origin, will have the possibility to build a dignified and full life. This is a natural aspiration of all peoples. We will do our part to bring this about in Guatemala, and we will work together to bring this about where it is needed. But we're doing this because we know that the world is changing. This change depends on our efforts as United Nations in this forum. It is unavoidable, and it is just beginning. It is for the well-being of our peoples and our nations. This is the vision that was at the heart of the foundation of this organization 79 years ago. This is the vision that should guide our efforts today as humanity. And I conclude quoting the sacred book of the Mayan people, the Popol Vuh, as follows: "Let everyone stand up and advance. Let no one be left behind." Thank you very much. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency President of the Republic of Guatemala. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Viola Amherd, President of the Swiss Confederation. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madame la Vice-Présidente,
Madam Vice President, Deputy Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on the morning of the 3rd of March 2002, I placed a ballot paper in the ballot box on which I had written a decisive yes. From early morning, figures and projections had already been displayed on TV screens. And yet, it wasn't until the evening that the verdict was rendered. After a long and difficult struggle and a controversial election campaign, Switzerland was going to join the United Nations. In fact, ultimately it was just a few hundred votes in the Valais canton, my region of origin, that were the decisive ones. The Swiss people thus expressed the resolve of our country to shoulder its responsibilities and to participate in international politics in a spirit of solidarity. That was more than 2 decades ago. Today, I'm speaking to you just a few days away from the Swiss presidency of the Security Council. The world has changed, but not our principles. Like numerous other countries, Switzerland is increasingly concerned by worsening tensions throughout the world and the emergence of new conflicts. Unfortunately, we increasingly see gross violations of human rights and a complete disdain for internationally recognized borders. Might risks trumping the rule of law, and the use of force has considerably increased. It is only by standing together that we can confront this trend that the great writer Charles Ferdinand Ramuz described so well a century ago. I quote, "Misfortune never comes alone. They get married and have children." Great challenges face us. Wars, disasters, harm that we inflict upon our own planet, and risks and opportunities as well linked to technological progress. The UN, as the only universal organization, is absolutely central in tackling these issues. Taking the decision to work together better, irrespective of political regimes, economic structures, and cultural differences, is already a good start. The world should not divide itself up into blocks. That means that we should be ready to negotiate with all major regions of the world based on the principles that are in the interest of all, respected by all. International law must always be the basis of this. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the quest for peace prevails over all else, and Switzerland is committed to this. Standing in solidarity, faithful to its tradition of good offices, and because giving up and inaction should never be an option, Switzerland this summer brought together about 100 countries and international organizations during the high-level Conference for Peace in Ukraine. Our aim was to give an initial push for a comprehensive, fair and lasting peace in Ukraine based on international law and the UN Charter. We would like to reiterate our invitation to the international community to spare no effort to support concrete measures and the joint communique. International law is the foundation underpinning our shared efforts for peace, security and prosperity in the world. The Geneva Conventions, whose 75th anniversary we are commemorating this year, govern the legal bases for war and thus the protection of civilians. Nonetheless, recent figures from the UN paint a bleak picture of the international community. Not only are people and civilian infrastructure insufficiently protected, but they are coming under repeated attack. We can see violations of international humanitarian law in Myanmar, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and in Sudan. My country was firmly committed to ensure that the Security Council adopt ceasefire resolutions in Gaza and in Sudan in particular. There is an urgent need for these resolutions to be implemented and upheld. By the same token, we strongly call for an immediate return for complete cessation of hostilities on both sides of the blue line. The heavy price paid by civilians in these crises and in these conflicts currently makes Switzerland even more resolved to continue to view international humanitarian law as a top priority. Respecting it is at the heart of our commitment within the Security Council. The protection of civilians is not a given, and it is no way guaranteed. we should grant it more importance in situations of conflict. The best way of protecting civilians is and will always be peace. Along these lines, my country is investing in promoting civilian and military peace. Whilst some peacekeeping missions have not always achieved the aim set out, day after day they nonetheless contribute to keeping people safe and to stability and to peace. We need to overcome disagreements when we are deciding upon new missions. Peace is too precious to become a playground where individual interests play out. Standing alongside numerous international partners, Switzerland is making its contribution to promoting peace and strengthening its commitment where possible. Over and beyond matters pertaining to peace and conflict, numerous other challenges are of concern. We urgently need to address these. For several years now, it has become increasingly clear that civilians must be protected not only during armed conflicts, but also during natural disasters. Climate change and biodiversity loss have an existential impact on a growing number of people. It is crucial that we also maintain our commitment in these areas and that we bolster them and take brave, courageous measures for the future. Numerous international agreements on the environment or on climate change have not been implemented or have been done so insufficiently. This has led to a massive destruction of our environment. I'm also concerned by the uptick in disinformation. This undermines freedom of opinion based on facts. Private and state actors are spreading false information in their own countries and in other countries in order to deepen polarization, sow discord, and destabilize states. Switzerland is firmly committed to freedom of expression and to freedom of the media. Disinformation is a poison. We want to address this by better distinguishing between what comes under the rubric of freedom of expression and what is the manipulation of facts, by debunking illegitimate influence, by fostering open and fair debate, and by informing people transparently and objectively, both as governments and as international organizations. We can achieve this. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Switzerland is firmly committed to strong and effective multilateralism. I'm aware of the need for combined commitment from all states in order to find solutions together. My country stands out for its regular democratic debates at all levels of our country, within the municipalities, our regions, and at the confederation level. There is an urgent need to restore such a constructive and peaceful debate between states in order to tackle existential challenges. The day before yesterday, together we adopted the Pact for the Future. The Pact is a strong commitment to multilateralism. One of the key dimensions of this is the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This is our roadmap, which we need to implement together as quickly as possible. The idea must be born of the vision, like the spark from the stone. Ramu also said this, and this quote still is relevant today. Let us be courageous and let us remain confident. We need a framework in which we can work together in partnership to find solutions. It is the United Nations which provides us with precisely this framework. It is up to us to make this institution stronger. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée,
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Swiss Confederation. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Orrego, President of the The end has
Hace un
begun.
año pedí una
A year
conferencia
ago,
de
I
paz por
called for
Palestina
a
en este
conference
mismo
for
lugar,
peace on Palestine
sin
at
que
this
hubiera
very
estallado aún la
rostrum.
primera bomba.
But the first bomb
Hoy
yet had
tenemos
not been
20,000
dropped.
niños y niñas
Now,
asesinados
20,000
bajo las
boys and girls
bombas
have been
y los
killed under the
presidentes
bombs.
de los países de la
And the
destrucción
presidents
humana
of the
se
countries of human
ríen en estos
destruction are
pasillos
laughing in these
con
very
ayuda del
corridors
poder de
with
comunicación de
the
los medios
help
mundiales
of mass
que hoy están en
media
propiedad de
that
los grandes
today
capitales,
are
reordenan
the
el
owners of
mundo
major
sin
capitals.
democracia,
They are
sin
reordering
libertad.
a world, and they're
El
creating a world
proyecto
without democracy
democrático
and
de la
without freedom.
humanidad
The
está
democratic project
muriendo
of
con la
humankind
vida,
is dying
mientras
along
los
with life,
racistas,
while at the same
los
time
supremacistas,
racist,
los que
supremacists,
creen
those
estúpidamente
who
que los arios
stupidly believe
son la raza superior,
that the
se
Aryan race
aprestan a
is the
dominar el
superior
mundo
race, are
esgrimiendo el
getting ready
terror de
to
las
dominate
bombas
the world,
sobre los
brandishing the
pueblos.
threat of bombs and
El
terror
control
over
de la
human
humanidad
beings.
sobre
The
la base
control
de
of
la
humankind
barbarie
on the very
está en
foundations of
construcción
barbarism
y
is
su
being
demostración
built.
es Gaza.
And that
El
is being
Líbano.
played out in Gaza,
Cuando muera
Lebanon.
Gaza,
When
morirá
Gaza
la
dies,
humanidad toda.
humanity will die, the whole of
Resulta que el
humanity.
pueblo de Dios
The people
no
of
era el
God
pueblo de Israel.
was not the people
No
of Israel.
es el
It
pueblo
would
de
seem.
los Estados
It is
Unidos
not
de
the people of
Norteamérica,
the USA.
sino que el pueblo de
Rather,
Dios
the
es la
people of
humanidad
God
toda.
is
Y los niños
humankind
de
as
Gaza,
one.
eso eran
The children
humanidad.
of Gaza, they were
El pueblo
humankind,
elegido de Dios.
the chosen people of God.
Están matando el pueblo
They
elegido
are
de Dios,
killing God's chosen
los niños
people,
de la humanidad.
the children of our very
Hay una
humankind.
razón para este
There is
Armagedón
one
del
reason
mundo
for
contemporáneo.
this contemporary Armageddon.
En la sinrazón de los
In the
gobiernos que aplauden el
senselessness of
genocidio
governments that
y
applaud
que no actúan
genocide,
pronto
governments
para
that
cambiar
don't
las
act
economías
to
hacia la
change economies
descarbonización,
and
hay una lógica.
decarbonize them.
La lógica no
There is
está
a
en el
logic
mundo
behind all
político
of this.
ni en este
It's
atril
not
donde hablan todos los
politics or
presidentes.
this atrium where
La
all
lógica está
presidents
afuera
speak. That
y
logic,
se
that
llama
rationale
desigualdad
lies
social.
outside, and it's called social
Oxfam
inequality.
dice
Oxfam
que el
says
1%
that
más rico de la
the richest
humanidad
1% of
tiene más
our
riqueza que el
humankind has more wealth than
95% de
95%
toda la humanidad
of
junta.
all humankind
Es en
combined.
esta desigualdad
It is in
alcanzada,
that
la
level
mayor
of
de nuestra
inequality
historia como especie,
where the
donde
best
se
of
encuentra
our
la lógica
history
de la
lies.
destrucción
That is where the
masiva
logic of
desatada
mass
en la crisis
destruction
climática
lies.
y la lógica de las
Destruction
bombas
that's been
que
unleashed by
suelta
climate
un
change, the
criminal
logic
como
of
Netanyahu sobre Gaza.
Netanyahu, as a criminal, is
Netanyahu
letting
es
those
un héroe
bombs
para el
raise down
1%
on
más
Gaza.
rico de la
Netanyahu
humanidad
is a hero for the
porque es
richest
capaz
1%
de
of
mostrar
humankind because he's
que los
able to
pueblos se
demonstrate
destruyen
that
bajo las bombas.
people can destroy themselves
Si la riqueza
with
la medimos
bombs.
en CO2
If wealth is measured in
emitido y no en
CO2
dólares,
issued and not in dollars,
tenemos la
we
respuesta.
have the answer.
El 1% más rico de la
The richest
humanidad
1% of
es
humankind
responsable de la
is
crisis
responsible
climática
for the
que avanza
climate
y
change,
se opone a
which
acabar
is
el mundo
gaining
del
ground and is
petróleo y
getting
del
ready
carbón,
to
porque es su
destroy
propia
the world
fuente de riqueza.
with oil and carbon,
Los
because that
políticos,
is how the
incluidos
world
los
grows rich.
presidentes
The
de los
politicians,
países más
including the
poderosos
presidents
de la
of the most
tierra,
powerful countries of
simplemente
earth,
les obedecen.
quite simply obey them.
Ellos pagan las
They
campañas.
pay their
Ellos
campaigns.
son los dueños de
They
los
are
medios de
the owners
comunicación.
of the means of
Ellos
communication,
son
the
los que
global
ocultan
media.
la
They
verdad
are
de la
those who
ciencia,
conceal the truth
como en
of
la película
science.
No mires arriba.
Like we
Ellos
see
son
in
los
the
que
film Don't
dicen
Look
qué
Up.
se
They are the
piensa,
people
qué
who
se dice y que
decide
debe
what
ser
is thought, what
prohibido
is
y
said, what should
silenciado.
be forbidden and what
En su
should
poder
be silenced.
de prohibición
In
y
their
censura
power
gritan
to
¡Viva la
prohibit and to
libertad,
ban,
carajo!
they scream,
Pero es
long
solo
live
la
liberty.
libertad del 1%
But what they're
más rico
talking
de la
about is
población
nothing
mundial,
more than the freedom
que
of
en
the
su
global
sentir
1%.
mercantil y libre
They
nos lleva a la
are obsessed with
destrucción
the
de la
free
atmósfera
market, and that,
y de la
that
vida.
obsession brings us to the
El libre
destruction of
mercado
life
no
and
era
our
la
atmosphere. The
libertad,
free
como
market
decían,
wasn't freedom,
sino la
as they claimed it
maximización
would
de la
be.
muerte.
Rather, what it meant was the
Ese 1% más
maximization
rico de
of
la
death.
humanidad,
The
la
richest 1% of
poderosa
humankind
oligarquía
is
global,
the powerful
permite
global
que
oligarchy.
se
They
tiren
are the
bombas a
people
las
who
mujeres,
allow us to
ancianos
drop
y
bombs on
niños
women, elderly
de
people,
Gaza,
and the
del Líbano
children of
o
Gaza,
de Sudán.
Lebanon, or Sudan.
O se bloquean económicamente
They
los países
impose
rebeldes
economic blockades
que
on
no
rebel
countries, countries that don't yield to their domination, Cuba,
Venezuela, because they need to demonstrate their destructive capacity to the remaining 99% of humankind, so that they let them wield power, continue to wield power, continue to grow their wealth, and continue to tighten their control. This oligarchy is bringing humankind to the very brink of its own destruction. Politics just nods its head at them.
Y del poder de los pueblos, la idea de la democracia. La pregunta que hay que hacer desde esta tribuna es si los pueblos lo permitirán. Ya no hay más tiempo. Los gobiernos son incapaces de detener la extinción de la vida. Hoy hay que escoger si es la vida o es la codicia, si es la humanidad o es el capital. No puedo más que decirle a los pueblos del mundo desde la voz débil de un país sin armas de destrucción masiva, sin dólares, pero hermoso por su diversidad natural y cultural, el país de la belleza y la mariposa de todos los colores, que ya no es la hora de los gobiernos, sino la hora de los pueblos. El tiempo ya se acabó. O levantamos la bandera de la vida, o nuestros pueblos se llenarán de cementerios, como nos lo mostró la epidemia. Es la hora de los pueblos y hay que actuar localmente y concertar mundialmente. El capital fósil puede seguir. El capital fósil no puede seguir. Los pueblos deben detenerlo. El veneno arrojado en la atmósfera es fatal y las chimeneas que lo emiten deben detenerse. Cada rincón del mundo puede ser una batalla contra esas chimeneas. Hace un siglo se levantaba una bandera roja en manos de las multitudes obreras, hablando de una revolución contra el capital. Ese mundo se acabó. Perdido en el gigantismo de los estados y la ausencia de la libertad, la bandera roja no encontró su lugar en la historia de la humanidad. Pero hoy, con más razón, ya no para defender una clase, un sistema de ideas, sino para defender la vida colectiva, se necesita de nuevo la bandera levantada, quizás ya no roja, sino de todos los colores, una bandera de toda la humanidad, para defender su propia existencia en el planeta. Quizás la palabra socialismo hoy tiene una nueva significación. Los cerebros, que son la base verdadera del trabajo, hoy están más conectados que nunca. Hoy el saber humano es más colectivo que nunca. Ayudarnos siempre fue la magia que nos permitió sobrevivir durante 1 millón de años en este planeta. Los individuos solo son débiles y terminan en manos del fentanilo, la droga de la muerte, de la derrota humana. Las personas somos fuertes si nos ayudamos, y esta ayuda alcanza la escala planetaria. La ayuda mutua, la construcción colectiva del saber, la humanidad como nuevo sujeto político es la base de una nueva significación del socialismo. Somos lo más avanzado de la vida. La vida inteligente debe defenderse, la vida inteligente, y defender las otras vidas de una oligarquía global que la ataca. Una nueva riqueza debe construirse, ya no basada en el petróleo, sino en la intensidad, en el trabajo creador y libre que permite la altísima productividad alcanzada ahora, incluida la inteligencia artificial, a la que hay que controlar desde un poder público mundial. La productividad permite el tiempo libre y creador, la juntura en red de los cerebros humanos, la mayor potencia jamás alcanzada, y esta red neural de la humanidad es la que puede permitirnos vencer con la bandera levantada, la bandera de la vida. Ya no le hablo a Biden,
a Macron,
Now I'm not really
a
talking
Scholz,
to
o a
Biden,
Xi Jinping, o a
Macron,
Putin.
Scholz, Xi Jinping, or
De la
Putin.
China recojo su idea de un diálogo
But
entre
from China, I
civilizaciones.
have the idea of a
De
dialogue
Europa,
between
su proyecto de
civilizations. From
pacto
Europe,
social.
I've taken the idea of its
De Estados
social
Unidos,
compact. From the
su amor a la
United States, I've
democracia
taken its
original
love from
de sus
its
padres
love of its
fundadores.
original democracy, the democracy
De
of its founding
Sudamérica, su
fathers.
diversidad
From South
huracanada,
America, I've
su
taken its
jinete abanderado, su
diversity.
Simón Bolívar.
It's
Del
jockey on a
África sus
horse.
tambores
It's Simón
que llaman
Bolivar. From
a
Africa, I've taken their
comunicarnos con los
drums, the drums
espíritus
that
de la
summon us to
naturaleza.
communicate with the
De
spirits of
Jesús,
nature.
la idea del amor
From
universal,
Jesus, I've taken the
su
idea of
juntura de la
universal
luz
love,
con la vida.
light,
De esas fuentes
light
civilizatorias y
giving
más
life.
que están en
I've
todos
taken all
los
of these
pueblos del
civilizational
mundo,
forces that
debemos
lie within
tomar
all
las
the peoples of
fuerzas
the world.
de la
We
mayor
need to
batalla por la
bring
vida
them together
de la
and draw
historia
from
humana.
them the strength that we need to wage the
Esa
greatest
batalla
battle in
indudablemente
humankind's
es
history. That battle
una
is, and
revolución
about this there can be
mundial.
no doubt, a global revolution.
Necesitamos construir
We need
el mayor
to
ejército de
build
todos los
the
tiempos,
largest army ever seen,
compuesto de guerreros y
with
guerreras
spaces
de la vida.
for
El
warriors
ejército
for
de la
life,
vida no
men
tendrá
and
las
women.
armas
This global
de la
army for
oligarquía
life will
global,
not have weapons from the
no
global
tendrá armas
oligarchy.
nucleares,
It will not have nuclear
no competirá
weapons.
por
It
armas,
will not
ni
compete
tendrá
for
los
weapons.
dineros a manos
Neither will
llenas
it
de los
have
bancos,
the
ni el poder
full
de destrozar
coffers
los
and
niños
vaults of banks.
en los
Neither will it have
genocidios
the
de la
power to
oligarquía.
destroy
Pero
children
tendrá el
in
mayor
the
poder de
genocides
todos,
waged by oligarchies.
el
But it
poder
will
de
have
una
the greatest
humanidad
power of
unida
us
que
all.
no
That
se
is the
dejará
power of a
quitar
humankind that
su
is united
existencia en
and
el
will not
planeta.
allow its very existence to be
Solo hay
torn
un
from it.
punto de vida
There is only
infinitesimal
one.
en millones de años luz alrededor del universo y se llama Tierra. Y en ella hay una vida superior, que es la vida inteligente, la humanidad. No podemos dejar apagar esa perla del universo. Sin la vida, solo la oscuridad inerte dominaría, y es esa oscuridad inerte la que llena el corazón y el alma de la oligarquía global y sus ídolos de barro. Le corresponde a la humanidad dar la batalla. Es la hora de los pueblos. Si los gobiernos no pudieron, como aquí se demuestra, y decidieron jugar con bombas y guerras sin sentido y matar niños y niñas, juegos de poder, entonces es la hora de tomar la solución de los grandes problemas de la humanidad en las manos de la misma gente, de la gente sencilla de la humanidad. En lugar de dirigirnos a gobernantes insensibles, dirijámonos a nosotros, el común. Dirijámonos a los pueblos para concertar las acciones comunes, las demostraciones de otro poder democrático. En medio de ese poder de la humanidad, convertida en conciencia actuante, aparecerán nuevos gobiernos, nuevos liderazgos. Si la vida vence su extinción, ya no será la oligarquía global la que gobierne el mundo. Será derrocada para construir una democracia global. Una nueva historia está por comenzar. Gracias, muy amable.
Thank you for your kind attention.
Agradezco en nombre de la
thank
Asamblea
on behalf
al
of the
señor
General
Presidente
Assembly
de la
the
República
President
de
of
Colombia.
the Republic of Colombia.
A continuación,
The
la
Assembly
escuchará
will now
un
hear
discurso
an
de Su
address
Alteza
by
el jeque Tamim bin
His
Hamad
Highness
al-Thani,
Sheik Tamim bin
emir del
Hamad
Estado de
al-Thani,
Qatar.
Emir of the State
Pido a
of Qatar.
protocolo que
I
acompañe a
request
Su
protocol
Alteza,
to escort His Highness,
a quien invito
and I
a
invite him
dirigirse a
to
la Asamblea.
address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Excellencies, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Philemon Young on assuming the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly, wishing him every success in his task. I express appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis for his efforts during his presidency of the previous session, and we commend the prominent role played by His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, in strengthening its role and achieving its lofty goals.
إنما يتعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة اليوم من عدوان سافر هو الأشد همجية وبشاعة والأكثر انتهاكا للقيم الإنسانية والمواثيق والأعراف الدولية. ليست هذه حربا بمفهوم الحرب المعروف والمتداول في العلاقات الدولية، بل هي جريمة إبادة بأحدث الأسلحة لشعب محاصر في معسكر اعتقال لا مهرب فيه من وابل
in a detention camp where there is no escape from the barrage of aerial bombing. Resolutions, condemnations, and reports have been exhausted. Nothing is left except the undeterred, ongoing, and premeditated stark crime with children, women, and the elderly as their victims. We oppose violence and the targeting of innocent civilians by any party. But after a year of this war, and with all that has taken place and that continues to take place, it is no longer tenable to talk about Israel's right to defend itself in this context without being complicit in justifying the crime. It is no longer plausible for any official to claim that they do not know. The facts are well known, and reports issued by international organizations about the bombing of schools and hospitals, weaponizing access to food and medicine, in addition to the published and publicly uttered intentions of Israeli leaders. Therefore, the failure to intervene to stop the aggression is a major scandal. Ladies and gentlemen, every year I stand on this podium and I begin by talking about the Palestinian cause, the absence of justice, the perils of believing that it can be neglected, and the illusions of making peace without a just solution to the Palestinian cause. I have done so every year at a time when the Palestinian cause has become absent from the speeches of major powers representatives in our world. There are those who are tempted by the possibility of marginalizing this issue to get rid of its burden or seeing it vanish without resolving it. But the Palestinian cause is resistant to marginalization because it is an issue of indigenous people on their own land, a people who are subjected to a settler colonial occupation. This occupation has taken the form of an apartheid system in the 21st century. Can this be overlooked?
لن تزول قضية فلسطين
إلا
في حالتين زوال الاحتلال أو زوال الشعب الفلسطيني ويبدو أن في إسرائيل من يمني النفس بالقضاء على هذا الشعب. إن العدوان الإسرائيلي المستمر منذ قرابة عام ليس إلا محصلة غياب إرادة سياسية صادقة وتقاعس دولي متعمد عن حل القضية الفلسطينية حلا عادلا وإصرار السلطات الإسرائيلية المحتلة على فرض الأمر الواقع على الفلسطينيين والعالم بكل أنواع القوة. لقد أطلقت الحرب الوحشية الجارية رصاصة الرحمة على الشرعية الدولية وألحقت أضرارا فادحة بمصداقية المفاهيم التي قام على أساسها المجتمع الدولي بعد الحرب العالمية الثانية. وكأن النتائج الوخيمة لهذا النهج والماثلة أمام عيوننا لا تكفي لإثبات أن تجاهل الحل العادل يقود إلى الكارثة. نكتشف غير مصدقين أن البعض ما زال يحاول البحث عن تدابير مبتكرة لإدارة غزة بعد الحرب بسلطة أو من دون سلطة. من منطلقات
only
أمنية
on the
فحسب.
basis of security considerations.
والمقصود بالطبع أمن
And what is
الاحتلال
meant, of
لا أمن
course,
الرازح
is the
تحت
security
الاحتلال.
of the occupation, not the security
إنها
of
نفس
those
طريقة
languishing
التفكير
under the
التي
occupation.
قادت من
It is the
كارثة
same
إلى أخرى.
mindset that led from one
إنه
disaster
النهج
to another.
الذي يريد
It is the
تفصيل
approach
المنطقة
that
كلها
wants to
على
tailor
قياس
the entire
إسرائيل
region to fit Israel,
ويبحث عن طرق
while
التفافية
looking for
لتجنب إنهاء
circumventions to
الاحتلال
avoid ending the
وفرض حكم شعب
occupation and
على
work
شعب آخر
on imposing
بالقوة.
the rule of one people over
أيعقل
another by force.
أنه حتى بعد
Is it
هذه
reasonable
الكارثة
that even after
لم
this
تستنتج
disaster,
الدول
the
الكبرى
major
ذات
countries
القدرة
with
على
the
التأثير
ability to
في
influence
سير
the course of
الأحداث
events
ضرورة
are
وقف الحرب
unable to reach a
والتوجه إلى
conclusion
الحل
of the
العادل على الفور
necessity to stop the
بدلا
war
من
and pivot
التفنن
towards a
في
just
الصياغات
solution immediately
للتهرب
instead
منه.
of innovatively working on
إن زوال
formulations to evade it.
الاحتلال
The end
وممارسة
of the
الشعب
occupation
الفلسطيني
and the
حقه
Palestinian
في
people
تغيير
exercising
المصير
their right to
ليست
self-determination
منة
is
أو
neither a
مكرمة
favor
من أحد.
nor a gift from anyone.
ومن المؤسف أن يفشل
Unfortunately,
مجلس الأمن
the Security
في
Council
تنفيذ
has
قراره
failed to
بوقف
implement
إطلاق
its
النار
ceasefire
في قطاع
resolution
غزة
in the Gaza
أو
Strip
يمتنع
and to
عن منح
refrain
دولة
from
فلسطين
granting the
العضوية
state of
الكاملة في
Palestine
الأمم
full membership
المتحدة
status
على
in the
الرغم
United
من
Nations
اعتماد الجمعية
despite
العامة في
the
شهر
fact that
مايو
the
الماضي
General
قرارا
Assembly adopted a
يدعم طلب
resolution
فلسطين
last May
لهذه
supporting
العضوية.
Palestine's request for UN membership.
ليس حصول دولة فلسطين على
The state of
العضوية
Palestine's
الكاملة
full
في
UN
الأمم
membership
المتحدة تحقيقا
neither
لسيادتها
establishes its
أو تصفية
sovereignty nor
للاحتلال،
ends the occupation,
ولكنه على الأقل
but at least it sends a
يرسل
message
رسالة لحكومة
to the
اليمين
far-right
المتطرفة الضالعة في
government
تحدي
involved
الشرعية
in
الدولية
challenging international
بأن
legitimacy
القوة
that
لا
force
تلغي الحق.
does not eliminate rights.
والحديث عن إضرار مثل هذه الخطوة بعملية السلام هو ضر للرماد في العيون، فلا يوجد شريك إسرائيلي للسلام في عهد الحكومة الحالية، ولا تجري عملية سلام بل عملية إبادة. وفي هذا الصدد يثمن عاليا موقف الدول التي اعترفت بدولة فلسطين على حدود عام 1967. إن استمرار المأساة الإنسانية للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق منذ أكثر من 7 عقود ونصف يعد وصمة عار في جبين المجتمع الدولي ومؤسساته، ولا معنى لأي حديث عن الأمن والسلام والاستقرار في منطقة الشرق الأوسط والعالم بأسره إذا لم ترافقه خطوات عينية تقود إلى الوقف الفوري لإطلاق النار وإنهاء الاحتلال الإسرائيلي لكافة الأراضي العربية. الحضور الكرام، لا يخفى عليكم أننا أمام كارثة إنسانية في غزة والأراضي الفلسطينية الأخرى التي تتعرض لهجمات منسقة بين جيش الاحتلال والمستوطنين في محاولة لتطبيق خطط لتوسيع الاستيطان وضم الضفة الغربية وتهويد القدس. يتحمل المجتمع الدولي تبعات ما يحدث للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق الذي يتعرض لحرب إبادة ترتب عليها سقوط أكثر من 41,000 شهيد حتى الآن، عدا المفقودين تحت الأنقاض، من بينهم 17,000 طفل و11,000 امرأة و100,000 مصاب، بينهم آلاف المصابين بإعاقة، وتشريد الملايين عدة مرات، وتدمير كامل للبنية التحتية من مستشفيات ومدارس ومباني، بما في ذلك المساجد والكنائس. خلال الإبادة الجماعية لأجزاء من الشعب الفلسطيني تجري عملية تدمير مجتمع بأسره. إنه المجتمع الفلسطيني الغزي الذي حافظ على رقيه وحقق درجة مثيرة للدهشة من التطور في ظل حصار خانق ممتد منذ أكثر من 17 عاما. السيد الرئيس، لقد اختارت دولة قطر الاطلاع بجهود الوساطة سعيا منها لوقف العدوان على غزة وإطلاق سراح الأسرى والمعتقلين، وإنها وساطة في ظل حرب شرسة وظروف معقدة لا يتورع خلالها طرف عن اغتيال القيادات السياسية التي يفاوضها. هكذا اغتيل إسماعيل هنية الذي يتناسى كثيرون أنه لم يكن القائد السياسي لحركة حماس فحسب، بل كان أيضا أول رئيس وزراء فلسطيني منتخب. الوساطة والعمل الإنساني هما خيارنا السياسي والاستراتيجي على المستوى الإقليمي والدولي، وواجبنا الإنساني قبل السياسي، ولا نمنن به أحدا. وقد أثمرت جهود الوساطة التي بذلناها بالشراكة مع جمهورية مصر العربية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بعقد اتفاق هدنة إنسانية في شهر نوفمبر الماضي أدى إلى وقف مؤقت لإطلاق النار في قطاع غزة وإطلاق سراح 240 من الأسرى الفلسطينيين و109 من المحتجزين في غزة ورفع مستوى تدفق شحنات الإغاثة، كما قدمنا الدعم الإنساني للسكان المدنيين في قطاع غزة، وأسهمنا في إجلاء الجرحى والمرضى، ودعمنا المبادرات الإنسانية لإيصال المساعدات عبر كل الطرق المتاحة، ورفعنا أيضا من مستوى دعمنا لوكالة أونروا، هذه الوكالة الدولية التي لا يمكن الاستغناء عن خدماتها، والتي تعرضت إلى افتراءات لأسباب سياسية متعلقة برغبة حكومة إسرائيل في تصفية قضية اللاجئين من دون حل قضية فلسطين. ولن تألو دولة قطر جهدا في تقديم مختلف أشكال الدعم الإنساني للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق حتى إنهاء هذه الأزمة. وعلى الرغم من التحديات الجسيمة ومحاولات العرقلة وما نتعرض له من افتراءات، نواصل جهدنا في التوسط لحل النزاعات بالطرق السلمية، فنحن ندرك أن أي نزاع لا يخلو من قوى معنية باستمراره ومشككة بأي وساطة مهما كانت النوايا. وسوف نواصل بذل الجهد مع شركائنا حتى التوصل إلى وقف إطلاق النار الدائم وإطلاق سراح الأسرى المعتقلين والتوجه إلى مسار الحل العادل وفقا لقرارات الشرعية الدولية ومبادرة السلام العربية وحصول الشعب الفلسطيني على كافة حقوقه المشروعة، وفي مقدمتها دولته المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية على حدود 1967. إن قيام دولة فلسطينية مستقلة ضمن حل عادل ودائم هو مصلحة الشعبين الإسرائيلي والفلسطيني، ولن نصل إلى هذا الهدف إلا بوجود شريك جاد وواع لأهمية نبذ الخلاف وإنهاء الاحتلال وكل أشكال العدوان حتى نصل معه سويا إلى السلام المنشود في الشرق الأوسط. السيد الرئيس، وفيما عدا ارتكاب جريمة كبرى بتفخيخ وسائل الاتصال اللاسلكية وتفجيرها بآلاف الناس في لحظة واحدة دون أخذ هويتهم أو مكان تواجدهم بالاعتبار، تشن إسرائيل حاليا حربا على لبنان، ولا أحد يعلم إلى أي حد يمكن أن تتدهور هذه الحرب، وهو ما سبق أن حذرنا منه مرارا وتكرارا. إذا لم تتوقف الحرب الوحشية على غزة يجب أن تتوقف هذه الحرب التدميرية المنهجية، وهذا خيار إسرائيل كما يعرف قادتها جيدا. إنهم يعرفون أنها لن تجلب الأمن والسلام لشمال إسرائيل أو للبنان، وإن مفتاح الأمن هو السلام العادل. أوقفوا العدوان على غزة، أوقفوا الحرب على لبنان. وفي اليمن الشقيق نتطلع إلى الحفاظ على هدنة عام 2022 والانطلاق منها نحو وقف شامل لإطلاق النار وتسوية الأزمة وضمان وحدة اليمن وتحقيق تطلعات شعبه الشقيق، وذلك من خلال التفاوض بين الأطراف اليمنية على أساس مخرجات الحوار الوطني والمبادرة الخليجية وقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة. وإزاء الأزمة في سوريا فإن موقف دولة قطر واضح منذ البداية وحريص على مصلحة الشعب السوري الشقيق، ونتطلع إلى أن
and that is that Qatar is keen on the interests of brotherly Syrian people, hoping that the parties and countries involved in the crisis will be convinced of the necessity for dialogue and understanding to end this crisis in accordance with the Geneva Declaration 1 and Security Council Resolution 2254 in a way that will achieve the aspirations of the Syrian people and preserve Syria's unity, sovereignty and independence. Regarding the Sudanese issue, we call on all the Sudanese parties to stop the fighting, and we reaffirm our support for all regional and international efforts to end this crisis in a way that will ensure the unity of state institutions and the sovereignty and stability of Sudan.
ندعم المسار السياسي وتنفيذ قرارات مجلس الأمن ونحث كافة الأطراف على العودة إلى الحوار وتجاوز الخلافات من أجل إتمام المصالحة الوطنية الشاملة والحفاظ على التقدم والمكاسب التي تحققت على المسارات الأمنية والسياسية والاقتصادية وتوحيد مؤسسات الدولة. لا يمكن للبلدان العربية أن تحقق الأمن والاستقرار من دون دول راسخة قادرة على التشريع وإنفاذ القانون ووضع سياسات وطنية وتنفيذها. ولا يمكن أن ترسخ أي دولة وتستقر بوجود قوى مسلحة غير خاضعة لها. هذه أمور بديهية لا نقاش فيها. السيدات والسادة، لقد تسببت الحرب بين روسيا وأوكرانيا بمعاناة إنسانية كبيرة وآثار على أوروبا والعالم. ونحن نكرر دعوتنا لجميع الأطراف إلى تطبيق أحكام ميثاق الأمم المتحدة وقواعد القانون الدولي والعمل على إيجاد حل سلمي بوصفه الحل الوحيد الممكن. وفي هذا السياق وانطلاقا من إيماننا الراسخ بمبدأ التسوية السلمية للنزاعات، قدمنا خلال العام الماضي سهاما ملموسا حيث أدت الوساطة القطرية إلى تبادل للمحتجزين بين الولايات المتحدة وفنزويلا، كما تم لم شمل عشرات من الأطفال الأوكرانيين مع ذويهم بعد أن فرقتهم الحرب. وختاما نؤكد أن دولة قطر لن تدخر وسعا في العمل مع شركائها الدوليين ومنظمة الأمم المتحدة لتوطيد أركان السلم والأمن والتنمية المستدامة وحقوق الإنسان وسيادة القانون على جميع المستويات والتصدي للتحديات العالمية من أجل تحقيق مستقبل أفضل للجميع. أشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Chair of the Assembly. We take this opportunity to thank the United Nations Assembly to give us a chance to speak. 30 years ago, South Africa was born as a new nation, equal, united, and free from apartheid. We adopted a new constitution as the birth certificate of our new nation. Our first democratic elections brought the tyranny of apartheid to an end, a system that this General Assembly had declared to be a crime against humanity. In adopting Resolution 2202A in 1966, as later endorsed by the Security Council in 1985, the United Nations was a beacon of hope in our quest for justice. The great wave of solidarity of the peoples of the world, led by the United Nations, turned the tide against apartheid. Today, democracy flourishes in South Africa. We have a progressive constitution, an entrenched human rights culture, and strong institutions. We have laws to advance equality and programs to protect society's most marginalized and vulnerable. We continue to transform our economy so that it is in a more competitive position to create jobs, to attract more investment, and that it should benefit all. South Africa is a party to global treaties on human rights, gender equality, children's rights, refugee protection, and environmental protection. A few days ago, South Africa also endorsed the pact that charts the course for a better future for global governance and towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. As signatory to the Paris Agreement, we are contributing our fair share towards the global effort and have a just energy transition plan to guide our carbon journey and climate resilient development. Through the African Union, we are working to advance Agenda 2063. We're involved in mediation and conflict resolution across our continent and actively contribute to peacekeeping missions. Our political culture has evolved and it continues to mature. We have just held our 7th free and fair general elections since our democracy, paving the way for the formation of the government of national unity. 10 political parties have coalesced around a common agenda for economic growth, job creation, poverty eradication, and sustainable development. South Africa is in a new era, an era of great promise. In what some have called our second miracle, South Africans of all races have rallied behind the government of national unity. We are making headway in resolving some of our most pressing challenges. Our economy has started to improve, and investor confidence is on the rise. Our country's prospects look bright, and we look to the future with great hope. The South African story bears witness to the enduring role of the United Nations in global matters. In supporting our struggle, the United Nations affirmed the principles of the UN Charter, the fundamental human rights, the dignity and worth of every person, and the equal rights of nations, large and small. It affirmed the aspiration contained in the Universal Declaration of Rights that we should strive for a world free of barbarous acts that outrage the conscience of humankind. Genocide was declared to be a stain on the conscience of the world, and the world community took a stand against genocide. Apartheid was declared a crime against humanity and a stain on the conscience of the world. The United Nations took a stand against apartheid. These were seen as crimes against humanity then, and they continue to be crimes against humanity now. It has been 11 months since the Hamas attack that killed 1,200 people and where hostages were taken. As South Africa, we have condemned this attack. In response, Israel embarked on an act of collective punishment in its assault on the people of Gaza. The torment of the people of Gaza continues unabated. More than 41,000 Palestinians have been killed. Homes, hospitals, churches, mosques, and schools lie destroyed. Famine and disease stalk the streets of Gaza. This cannot but shock our collective humanity. The violence the Palestinian people are being subjected to is a grim continuation of more than half a century of apartheid that has been perpetrated against Palestinians by Israel. We South Africans know what apartheid looks like. We lived through apartheid. We suffered and died under apartheid. We will not remain silent and watch as apartheid is perpetrated against others. Through the United Nations and the instruments it wields, we must end the suffering that Palestinians are being subjected to. We are called upon to uphold the principles of the UN Charter and to uphold consistently and in their entirety the fundamental tenets of international law. International law cannot be applied selectively. No one state is more equal than any other. In December last year, South Africa approached the International Court of Justice, seeking an order to prevent Israel from committing genocide against the people of Gaza. We did so in terms of our obligations as a state party to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. As South Africa, we welcome the support that a number of countries have given to the case that we have launched at the ICJ. The ICJ's orders make it clear that there is a plausible case of genocide against the people of Gaza. They further make it clear that states must also act to prevent genocide by Israel and to ensure that they are not themselves party to the violation of the Genocide Convention by aiding or assisting in the commission of genocide. We reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire and for the release of all hostages. The only lasting solution is the establishment of a Palestinian state, a state that will exist side by side with Israel, with East Jerusalem as its capital. Our moral conscience further demands that we exert every effort to bring peace also to other countries, especially the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to Sudan, to Ukraine, and other parts of the African continent. We must realize the aspirations of the people of Western Sahara to self-determination. Achieving and maintaining peace and security requires the collective will of the community of nations gathered here. It requires that the UN Security Council should be a more representative body and inclusive. 78 years since its formation, the structure of the United Nations Security Council remains largely unchanged. Africa and its 1.4 billion people remain excluded from its key decision-making structures. This cannot continue. The Security Council has not fulfilled its mandate to maintain international peace and security. The UN Security Council must be reformed as a matter of agency. We would like to see the Security Council being more inclusive so that the voices of all nations can be heard and be considered. It cannot remain an exclusive club of just 5 nations to the exclusion of the many nations in the world. Africa stands ready to play its role in building a safer global order by participating in the work of the UN Security Council on the basis of respect and acceptance. The African Union and its member states are engaged in mediation, in dialogue and diplomacy across our continent to create conditions under which peace and development can take hold. There must be greater collaboration between the United Nations and the African Union towards resolving a number of conflicts and also in addressing the root causes of conflicts that continue to rage. Pandemics and endemics pose a serious threat to us all. We are concerned by the spread of mpox across the world and in Africa in particular. We urge the international community to mobilize vaccines and other medical countermeasures for deployment where they are most needed. Economic prosperity is key to sustainable peace. Through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we are establishing the foundation for a massive increase in trade and investment and infrastructure in our continent. The AFCFTA will further integrate regional economies and accelerate Africa's industrialization and economic growth. The climate crisis is now a full-blown climate emergency in the world. It impacts very devastatingly to both countries and citizens of many countries. Extreme weather, such as flooding, fires, and droughts, are becoming wreaking havoc on societies, economies, and the livelihoods of ordinary people. Despite being least responsible for climate change, developing economy countries, and particularly African countries, are bearing the brunt of what they did not create and are in the front line. As South Africa, we remain committed to contributing our fair share to reduce global emissions, guided by the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. We have adaptation and mitigation programs and policies in place and have passed a climate change law to further support our emissions reduction targets. It is essential that climate actions do not deepen global inequality or stifle the developmental aspirations of the global South. The industrialized nations are not honoring their climate commitments, and we repeat the call for predictable and sustainable financing for climate action. We must operationalize the agreed upon climate financing and capacity building instruments to advance mitigation and adaptation. Pursuing sustainable development necessitates that those with greater means should support those who lack them. The world faces annual financing gap of some $4 trillion to achieve sustainable development. We call on better resourced countries to scale up their levels of support to developing economy countries. Debt is the millstone around the neck of many developing economy countries, stifling their potential and development. Debt servicing is robbing a number of countries of much-needed funds to support health, education, and social spending. South Africa endorses the United Nations Secretary General's call for the reform of the global financial architecture to enable developing economy countries to lift themselves out of the quicksand of debt. We must commit to systems for financing development that are more accessible, agile, and equitable. In 2025, South Africa will assume the presidency of the G20. We will use this important role to advocate for the peoples of Africa and all of the global South, for their development and advancement. South Africa welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future and congratulate our sister country, Namibia, as well as for the Federal Republic of Germany for having ably steered the United Nations towards the adoption of the resolution in this regard. This Pact of the Future is a platform for us to focus on those actions we need to take together to build a world in which the equal worth of every person and the equal worth of every country is recognized and valued. We particularly welcome the commitments to place poverty eradication at the center of all our efforts, and for the Sustainable Development Goals financing gap in developing countries to be closed. The disparities in wealth and development within and between countries is simply unjust and unsustainable. We must continue to strive for equal treatment, for equal opportunity and advancement for all individuals and all nations. The Pact for the Future must reinvigorate international solidarity. Like veins that carry sustenance to every part of the body, solidarity is the lifeblood of human progress. It binds us together to nourish the greater good. It is achieving the greater good for the common good to which we all strive. Through dialogue, through respect for the rule of law, through the advancement of human rights, through cooperation and solidarity, we can and we will be able to achieve a better world for all the peoples of the world. I thank you.
Agradezco en nombre de la
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Muizu, President of the Republic of Maldives. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Mr. President, congratulations on the assumption of your presidency of the General Assembly. Our appreciation also to your predecessor for his strong leadership. We extend our gratitude to the Secretary General for his tireless efforts in steering the Secretariat. We gather here today at a delicate moment in the world history. Let's not mince our words today. Humanity is in deep trouble, facing an ever-growing list of crises: conflict, poverty, hunger, climate change, the wealth gap, the cost of living crisis, migration, occupation, opioid addiction. The list goes on and on and on. In fact, I have a map here of the world with countries which are facing some sort of crisis in red. Do you see any countries in green who are not facing any crisis? Do you know why? Because we are all deep in the red. Humanity is in crisis, and in many cases, it's man-made. But we look the other way, continuing with business as usual. While the alarms are ringing, the band is still playing the same old tunes as the whole ship descends deeper and deeper into uncharted waters. We need nations united in harmony, not united nations in misery. These are crucial times for the world, important years for my country. In 2040, the Maldives will celebrate 75 years regaining its independence. 75 years as a sovereign nation. As we look forward to that milestone in our nation's life, what we can hope to achieve? What do we wish to accomplish? And is the world ready to play its part? I took office as the President of Maldives last November, duty-bound by the aspirations of my people. The same aspirations I hold dear to my heart, not just for the present, but for the future too. Today, I'm here at the United Nations with a vision of where I want to take my country. By 2040, I wish to see the Maldives as a full-fledged developed nation. A nation that commands respect, is relevant, and one that embodies resilience. A society that is inclusive and just. A country that exemplifies sustainability and democratic governance. Destiny is not mere fate. It is a consequence of the many choices we make, the many decisions we take, and the many hours we work. Becoming a developed nation may seem like a daunting task and a distant possibility, but I can tell you this, with a goal in sight and a plan in hand, it is achievable, because prevailing and even flourishing against formidable odds is nothing new for the Maldivians. In 1965, when we regained independence, we were among the poorest countries in the world. 1/3 of our population was illiterate. More than 1 out of every 10 babies were dying before their first birthday. We had no industries, barely any exports, and even fewer prospects. And in just 5 decades, we have reached upper middle income status. a feat we are incredibly proud of. I believe the Maldives can become a developed country by investing in the country's productive capacity and increasing its productivity, by transforming our economy into one that is fully digitized and driven by artificial intelligence, and most importantly, by leveraging the natural beauty and marine resources of our country. Boosting productivity will be the key to economic transformation. This we will do by reforming and strengthening our institutions, increasing our state capacity, and leveraging the private sector. We will also identify and implement policies that support investments in key sectors, such as the digital economy. The Maldives has over 1,100 islands spread across 90,000 square kilometers. Enhancing digital connectivity is key to achieving inclusive development, mobilizing economic activity, and fostering a more diversified and resilient economy. We believe the future is intelligence-driven. This is why we are working towards a digital economy that can contribute up to 15% of our GDP by 2030. This can be achieved through investing in our ICT infrastructure. We are using and expanding artificial intelligence systems to deliver essential services such as healthcare, education, and social welfare. We are also delving into cutting-edge applications of 5G technology, using drones for medical supplies, delivery and implementing smart road systems, and using AI-enhanced technology for erosion detection and environmental monitoring. The transformation can be sustainable only if we transform our education and financial systems. We need to invest in digital literacy from a young age, to build a generation that can use artificial intelligence to enhance public service delivery, build new products, and successfully compete in the global digital economy. We need to bridge the digital divide within the country, including through improving data collection and utilization. We need to strengthen the regulatory frameworks, strengthening existing institutions, cultivating startup ecosystems, and providing the impetus for the future we envision. Becoming a developed country will also require fostering new industries. This is why we are also working on building a robust financial sector in the Maldives. With this in mind, in May this year, I set up the Development Bank of Maldives with a focus on improving and investing in economic diversification. The result we desire is inclusive development, where equality of access to opportunities is guaranteed, where women and young people play key players in development, not mere spectators, and where every Maldivian citizen has adequate housing. To support objectives, my government has launched $6.5 million loan facility. It's specifically for women entrepreneurs, of which 25% is allocated to those with disabilities. In the first phase, over 100 projects will be funded across 19 of the 20 atolls and Mali, and across 21 business activities. I have also recently launched a Presidential Youth Advisory Board. This board will advise and inform me directly on the needs and views of young people. Inclusivity is at the heart of one of the most ambitious large-scale urban development projects in the country's history, Ras Mali. This is my promise to the Maldivian people, a solution to alleviate the long-term housing crisis, an urban oasis where citizens can fully participate in all aspects of city life. Ras Mali will utilize modular housing, leverage a state-of-the-art transportation system that is accessible to all. It will be developed as a climate-resilient and safe island. Tourism drives the Maldivian economy. My vision is to expand the tourism sector further. This means building complementary industries centered around innovation and creativity. This means more sustainable and construction practices emphasizing on green and sustainable tourism. We are also expanding our main international airport, our air connectivity, and the fleet of our national airline. These steps will support the expansion of the tourism sector and at the same time generate more revenue for the country. But tourism is also highly vulnerable to external shocks, conflicts, calamities, and causes beyond our control can and have had far-reaching critical implications in the past. We need the international system to anticipate and address these threats. Threats such as armed conflicts, terrorism, violent extremism, transnational organized crime, climate change, ocean degradation, crimes that transcend national borders. Part of addressing these threats is to safeguard and protect people's fundamental rights. In 2015, the world came together to endorse humanity's fundamental rights by committing to the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. But 6 years to the SDGs deadline, we are only on track in less than a fifth of those targets. In June, this organization, the UN, issued a report saying the world is failing to deliver on Sustainable Development Goals. This week, we agreed on a pact for the future. But do we want this document, the pact, to go the same way as this one, the 2015 SDG commitments? I'm sorry, but we can't keep doing this. We can't keep meeting, talking, pledging, but not doing. We don't want these days to come back to haunt us. The days when we had a chance but not a will. We believe the best approach to protecting fundamental rights is to cultivate a culture of respect. This requires support. The Maldives has a good track record of treaty ratification, implementation, and reporting. We champion the right to environment because we are keenly aware of the consequences of environmental degradation. We also believe that violation of a right by any country, large or small, rich or poor, with powerful friends or not, must not be tolerated. This is why the ongoing massacre, the genocide by Israel in Gaza, is a travesty of justice and the international system. The repeated destruction of homes, hospitals, schools, humanitarian infrastructure, the repeated cycles of killing of men, women, children, babies, thousands upon thousands. The world is struggling to process the deaths of so many civilians in Gaza, and now Israel raids Lebanon, claiming hundreds more civilian lives there. Their cries haunt anyone with humanity. Their tears bitter our conscience. Israel's targeting of journalists, the eyes and ears of humanity, the killing of journalists, Palestinian journalists, Lebanese journalists, Al Jazeera journalists, the closure of Al Jazeera officers. How can we interpret this as anything other than brutal attempts to prevent the world from knowing about the crimes taking place? Israel must be held accountable for these acts of terrorism, for these violations of international law and UN resolutions. We must accept a sovereign and independent Palestinian state on the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We welcome the decision to seat our brothers and sisters from Palestine with us here in the General Assembly for the first time, instead of behind us. Now we must ensure that Palestine becomes a full member of the UN. Mr. President, the Maldives is gearing up for an economic transformation that will change lives. But our policies can deliver the results only with sufficient international financial support. The Maldives has always taken ownership and responsibility for its own development. While we have received extensive support towards our development, we urge the multilateral development funds, banks, and bilateral donors to view us as your partners, not just as recipients of aid, to stop looking at our inherent vulnerabilities as limitations, to adopt tailor-made approaches which are mutually beneficial, to reduce the cost of borrowing, to make the financial system work for us, not penalize us, to make your terms flexible, your financing less rigid, to make your lending targeted, affordable, and responsible. Mr. President, Climate change is the most serious threat to our world, the defining challenge of our generation. It's washing away decades of progress in mere minutes. It's diverting already depleted resources of long-term development to emergency relief and reconstruction, preventing countries from adapting to climate impact. And the vicious cycle continues. The Maldives has always walked the talk. We are investing in renewable energy. Our goal is to have 33% of the country's electricity demand from renewable energy sources by 2028. On behalf of the Maldivian people, I implore you, do your part, act now. We must face the climate emergency head on, with science, determination, and resources. The rich and emitting countries need to meet the financial pledges already made, especially on adaptation, where the financing gap continues to widen. As we work towards COP29, we must ensure the new goal on climate finance matches the level of climate action required. This means the new goal must go beyond the $100 billion. It must include, as a minimum, loss and damage response, mitigation and adaptation as sub-goals. One of the biggest victims of the climate crisis is the ocean. The Maldivian people and their livelihoods are dependent on the health and wealth of the ocean. We need to step up efforts to sustainably use and manage our ocean resources, address plastic pollution, conserve biodiversity, and protect endangered species. This morning, I ratified the Global Ocean Treaty. We urge you all to do the same. We urge you to do your part to address climate change, overcome pollution, and reverse biodiversity loss. The transformation the Maldives seeks cannot be achieved without an enabling global environment. Small countries like mine need a multilateral system that champions us and delivers for us. The United Nations is the epitome of the multilateral system. It is well positioned to promote sustainable development, to maintain peace and security, to promote and protect human rights, to enforce equality, the rule of law, inclusivity, and representativeness. But what we are witnessing is the opposite. Inability to stop climate change and environmental degradation, inability to stop war and genocide, inability to stop exploitation and suffering, inability to stop unequal representation. Hence, the United Nations needs reform and revitalization. It needs to be representative. The Maldives cannot and will not watch and stand idle while the multilateral system fails, because our development, our advancement, and our survival is tethered to the world. That's why the Maldives is seeking to get elected to the Economic and Social Council for the 2027 to 2029 term. We count on your support. If elected, the Maldives will strive to make the UN development system more relevant to our times, continuously recalibrating and adjusting, utilizing the latest science and evidence, listening to the variety of opinions and views. The United Nations must enforce its decisions across the UN system and at local level. The United Nations is only relevant when it makes a real difference in our lives. Mr. President, 59 years ago, the Maldives reached out to the United Nations as its first port in a sea of uncertainty. We came here to this great hall, seeking recognition, seeking a partner. We came to you as a poor and impoverished country, but with a vision of prosperity, a vision which we made great progress with your support. Today, once again, we come to you aiming higher, to reach further, and to do better, with a vision to make the Maldives a developed nation by 2040. For I believe development is destiny, and our destiny beckons towards a brighter future for the present and future generations. I thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco al presidente de la
On behalf of the
República de
Assembly,
Maldives.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Maldives.
A continuación,
The
la Asamblea
Assembly
escuchará
will
un
now
discurso
hear an
del
address
excelentísimo
by
señor
His Excellency Emomali Rahman, President of the Republic of Tajikistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Honorable President, Excellency Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I at the onset extend my warm words of congratulation to His Excellency Mr. Filimon on his election as the President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. My heartfelt thanks also go out to His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis in recognition of his fruitful engagement as the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Distinguished delegates, today the world is facing up to a turbulent and interesting situation. The controversial geopolitical crisis, rapid weaponization, escalation of the Cold War, armed conflicts, aftermath of climate change, and other global jeopardies and threats will undoubtedly give rise to the long-term negative consequences. In this context, it is critical more than ever that we consolidate joint efforts of the international community to protect security, maintain stability, and ensure overall sustainable development. Obviously, we can bring lasting peace, build a harmonious life of mankind, and prosperity of countries primarily on the basis of mutual understanding and constructive cooperation. We ought to be united to achieve these objectives, bring all wars and conflicts to an end, as well as implement other peaceful goals. It is high time now to take bold and effective steps forward to strengthen the key role of the United Nations in resolving conflicts and restoring peace and stability across the planet. I, in this regard, would like to propose to adopt a special United Nations General Assembly resolution declaring the decade of promotion of peace for future generations. As I've stated time and again, Tajikistan always advocates the solution of all conflicts only through political and diplomatic means. At the same time, I would like to emphasize that the Republic of Tajikistan continues uninterrupted, unwavering support of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda to achieve sustainable development goals. It is worth noting that the principal message of this agenda is also reflected in Tajikistan National Development Strategy 2030, and continued efforts are being taken to achieve the primary goals. Nevertheless, the existence of a wide range of difficulties hinder the timely financing of sustainable development. Challenges include security turmoil, economic and financial crisis, unprecedented warming due to climate change, and loss of biodiversity, as well as an outbreak of contagious diseases. In a political declaration recently adopted by the General Assembly, member states have admitted that achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals is in threat. According to the United Nations Secretary General's report, the international community will be able to achieve only 17% of Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. We are witnessing the setbacks in results achieved within the Sustainable Development Goals in many developing countries. وابسته به این ما را ضرور است که تلاش‌های خود را به خاطر تطبیق سریع روزنامه 2030 فعالتر کرده با مسئله مبلغ‌زاری رشد استوار اهمیتی مخصوص با همچنین کنفرانس چهارم بین‌المللی اوید به مبلغ‌زاری رشد را که برگزاری آن طبق قطعنامه مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل متحد ماه ایول سال 2025 در اسپانیا در نظر است برای دریافت راه‌های رفع مانع‌ها در سمت مبلغ‌زاری رشد مهم است. ضرور است که فعالیت نظام بین‌المللی مالیوی و اقتصادی و احتیاجات کشورهای رو به ترقی جوابگو باشد تا تواند با واکنش سریع کشورهای عضو و تهدید و خطرهای معاصر مساعدت نماید. در این راستا با ادامه مبلغ‌زاری اینستیتوت‌های بین‌المللی مالیوی بخصوص توسط اساسیاسیون بین‌المللی رشد را با کشورهای نیازمند و مقصد تطبیق هدف و برنامه‌های پیش‌بینی شده مهم می‌شماریم. تکنولوژی‌های رقمی و ذهن صنعی برای نائل شدن به هدف‌های رشد استوار زمینه مناسب به شمار می‌روند. تاجیکستان توسط قبول استراتژی و دیگر سنت‌های کانسپتوالی جهت مرحله به مرحله گذاشتن به نظام رقمی کنانی تدبیرهای ضروری می‌اندیشد. وابسته به این پیشنهاد دارم که مجمع عمومی در اجلاس نوبتی اوید به نقش ذهن صنعی در فراهمسازی امکانیت‌های نو برای رشد ساحه‌های اقتصادی و اجتماعی و صورت بخشی جهت رسیدن به هدف‌های رشد استوار در آسیای مرکزی قطعنامه مخصوص قبول نماید. تاجیکستان در چارچوب اجلاس کنونی مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل متحد برگزار گردیدن سمیت آینده را مهم ارزیابی می‌کند. سند بین دولتی پیمان به خاطر آینده که در جریان سمیت قبول گردید در جاده تامین صلح و امنیت و رشد استوار نقش کلیدی دارد و ما از آمادگی جامعه جهانی برای تطبیق آن استقبال می‌نماییم. این پیمان در شرایط قبول گردید که میلیون‌ها نفر مردم آسایشته در منطقه‌های گوناگون جهان با خطر و خطرهای امنیتی دچار گردیدند. ما بر این نظریم که جامعه جهانی در روبروی تهدیدهای تروریسم و افراط‌گرایی، سودگرایی، کیبرجنایت‌ها، گردش غیرقانونی اسلحه و مواد مخدر، اینچنین دیگر ظهورات جنایتکاری فرامرزی باید عملهای مشترک و مؤثر را انجام دهیم. در برابر این سالهای آخر افزایش افکار اسلام ستیزی اینچنین پدیده استفاده از سیاست دکوره در مناسبت‌های بین المللی باعث نگرانی گردیده است. کشور ما در همکاری با سازمان ملل و نهادهای دخلداریان اینچنین دیگر شریکان جهت مقاومت با خطر و خطرهای امنیتی پیوسته اقدام‌های مشترک را راه‌اندازی می‌کند. با این مقصد تاجیکستان و دولت کویت در همکاری با دفتر ضد تروریستی سازمان ملل ماه نوامبر سال جاری در شهر الکویت کنفرانس نوبتی را در دایره روند دوشنبه اوید به مبارزه با تروریسم برگزار می‌نمایند. باور دارم که این چهاربینی مسائل پایداری امنیت و ثباتی فراگیر را در محور خود قرار داده و ادامه مکالمه وسیع و با اعتماد اینچنین تبادل تجربه و افکار سازنده در این جاده مساعدت خواهد کرد. حاضرین گرامی، در رابطه با مسائل امنیتی میخواهم تأکید نمایم که بحران فلسطین همانا باعث نگرانی عمیق کشوری ما می باشد. وضع فاجعه بار امروزه در آن منطقه بار دیگر ثابت می سازد که قضیه فلسطین راه حل نظامی ندارد. تاجیکستان بر آن نظر است که حل نهایی و واقعی این قضیه تنها توسط اجرای قرارهای سازمان ملل متحد آید به تأسیس دولت مستقل فلسطین در اساس مرزهای سال 1967 امکان پذیر می‌باشد. امید داریم که جانب‌های درگیر برای آتش بس و راه اندازی مذاکرات صلح اقدام کرده جامعه جهانی جهت احیای ثبات پایدار در فلسطین تدبیرهای مؤثر خواهد داشت. همچنین ما جانبدار استقرار صلح، ثبات پایدار و رشد اقتصادی و اجتماعی در افغانستان همسایه هستیم و این مقصد تاجیکستان همیشه آماده مساعدت در مسیر احیا و رشد ساحه‌های گوناگون حیات آسایشته در افغانستان میباشد. در برابر این از جامعه بین المللی بازم دعوت می‌نمایم که با مقصد پیشگیری از بحران بشری کمک‌های خویش را به مردم اذیت کشیده افغانستان از جمله به منطقه‌هایی که در پی آفت‌های طبیعی ضرر دیده‌اند دریغ ندارند. حاضرین گرامی، از برگزاری کنفرانس آبی سازمان ملل متحد 2023 زیاده از یک سال سپری گردید. در اساس معلومات نهادهای مربوطه سازمان ملل، پیشرفت در ساحه آب و بهداشت با وجود بهبودی‌های علاوه هنوز قانع کننده نیست. بنابراین تاجیکستان همچون کشور تشبثکار جهت تطبیق عهده‌داری‌هایی که از نتیجه کنفرانس آبی سال 2023 در روزنامه عمل آب برمی آید با همه طرف‌های منفعت‌دار همکاری فعال دارد. اجرای موفقانه این و دیگر عهده‌داری‌ها و هدف و وظیفه‌های مربوط به آب از شریکی مؤثر بسیار جانبه که روش‌های همگرایی و سلسله‌ای را تأمین می‌کنند وابسته خواهد بود. در رابطه با این استفاده پلتفرم روند آب دوشنبه را برای پیگیری نتیجه‌های کنفرانس آب سازمان ملل مهم می‌دانیم. باور داریم که روند آب دوشنبه به صفت میدان مکالمه وسیع جانبه‌های منفعت‌دار برای آمادگی همه‌جانبه بر برگزاری کنفرانس آب سازمان ملل در سال 2028 در دوشنبه نقشی مهم خواهد داشت. حاضرین گرامی، در پس منظر پیامدهای تغییر آب اقلیم جامعه جهانی را ضرور است که در جریان استفاده ذخیره‌های طبیعی و فعالیت بی‌میلان ساحه‌های مختلف حیات انسان از ابتکارهای دستجمعانه کار بگیرد. سالهای آخر آفت‌های طبیعی در برابر خوشسالی‌های پی در پی مسائل‌های کشاورزی، محیط زیست و در مجموع با اقتصادیات کشورهای رو به ترقی خسارات زیاد وارد می‌نمایند. تاجیکستان نیز که 93% قلمروش کوسار میباشد، بنابر منتظم رو دادن آفت‌های طبیعی از تغییر آب اقلیم آسیب پذیر است. آفت‌های طبیعی همه ساله و اقتصادیات تاجیکستان با مبلغی صدها میلیون دلار امریکایی ضرر رسانیدند. متاسفانه در بسیار موردها باعث تلفات زیادی جانی نیز می‌گردند. تغییریابی اقلیم باعث آبشوی با سرعت پیریخ‌ها و کاهش حجم آب دریاها در مناطق گوناگون جهان از جمله در آسیای مرکزی گردیده ایستاده است. این روند و بخش‌های واقعی اقتصاد ملی از قبیل انرژی، صنعت و کشاورزی تأثیر منفی می‌رساند. تا امروز از 14,000 پیریخ تاجیکستان که سرچشمه اساسی آب آشامیدنی در منطقه می باشد، زیاده از 1,000 پر آب شده، سرعت آبشوی آنها رو به افزایش آن در حالی است که بارشات و پیریخ‌های تاجیکستان تا 60% منبع تشکل یابی ذخیره‌های آب آسیای مرکزی را تشکیل می‌دهند. ضمناً با تشبث تاجیکستان از جانب سازمان ملل اعلام گردیدن سال 2025 همچون سال بین المللی پیریخ‌ها برای رشد همکاری طرف‌های مرکز زمینه مناسب را فراهم می‌آورد. طبق قرار مذکور مجمع عمومی همچنین 21 مارس همه ساله همچون روز جهانی پیریخ‌ها مقرر گردیده. تحت سرپرستی دبیر کلی سازمان ملل متحد فاند مقصدناک عاید به حفظ پیریخ‌ها تأسیس یافته است. در این زمینه سال آینده در شهر دوشنبه کنفرانس اولین سطح بلند عاید به مسئله پیریخ‌ها برگزار می‌گردد. با استفاده از فرصت از کشورها و سازمان‌های شریک دعوت می‌نمایم تا در کار این کنفرانس و طور فعال شرکت ورزند و سهم بگیرند. ما بر آن نظریم که این همایش مهم بین المللی که در همکاری با یونسکو و سازمان جهانی مترولوژی دایر می‌گردد، جهت ارزیابی مشکلات گلوبالی پیریخ‌ها و دریافت راه‌های مشخص حل آنها نقش مؤثر خواهد بود. همزمان با این ما از همه شریکان دعوت به عمل می‌آوریم که سهم مالیوی خود را در فاند بین المللی مقصدناک عاید به حفظ پیریخ‌ها فعالانه گذرانند. قابل ذکر است که تاجیکستان در ادامه پیشبرد روزنامه حفظ پیریخ‌ها یک جا با فرانسه تشبث نوبتی را عاید به اعلان سالهای 2025 2034 همچون 10 ساله عمل برای علم‌های یکشناسی پیشنهاد کرد. کشور ما بر اساس عهده‌داری‌های بین‌المللی خود از جمله بر پایه مقررات سازشنامه پاریس استراتژی ملی را عاید به مطابق شوی و تغییریابی اقلیم تا سال 2030 قبول نموده است. مسلم است که یکی از راه‌های حل موفقانه مشکلات مربوط به تغییریابی اقلیم رشد اقتصادی سبز میباشد که در نوبت خود ضرورت رشد انرژی سبز را به میان می‌آورد. با در نظر داشت این واقعیت کشور ما استراتژی رشد اقتصادی سبز را برای سالهای 2023 2037 قبول و مورد تطبیق قرار داده است. حالا ما 98% نیروی برق را از حساب ذخیره‌های هیدروانرژی کشور استحصال می‌کنیم و از روی حصه تولید انرژی سبز از منبع‌های تجدید شونده در جهان جای ششم را اشغال می‌نماییم. هدف از تطبیق نقشه‌های ما در این سمت تا سال 2037 و کشور سبز تبدیل دادن تاجیکستان می‌باشد. امروز برای جامعه جهانی دریافت راه‌های حل مسائل روزمره مطابق شوی و تغییریابی اقلیم و پس کردن شدت تأثیر منفی آن یکی از وظیفه‌های اولین درجه به حساب می‌رود. امید داریم که دولت‌های پیشرفته، سازمان ملل متحد و ساختارهای تخصصی آن، نهادهای با نفوذ بین‌المللی مالیوی و دیگر ساختارهای بسیار جانبه بین المللی و منطقوی با این مسائل مبرم من بعد نیز توجه جدی ظاهر خواهند کرد. ما باور داریم که جامعه جهانی میتواند توسط گسترش دادن مکالمه با اعتماد، همدیگر فهمی و همکاری سازنده و تطبیق اصول و هدف‌های عمومی خود نائل گردد. از توجهتان سپاسگزارم.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Tajikistan. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the last 2 days in this very room, global leaders welcomed the Pact for the Future. Together, we reaffirmed our commitment for multilateralism anchored in the 3 pillars of the United Nations: sustainable development, peace, and security, and human rights. These are all great and noble principles that have defined the essence of the United Nations systems since the end of the Second World War. Most significant global political developments, from decolonization to the end of the Cold War and the singing revolutions in Europe, have seemed to bring us closer to the bright future of peace, freedom, and human dignity. While this international rules-based world order was never perfect, it helped us to search for joint solutions. For many decades, we have been trying to resolve multiple conflicts and crises and address emerging global challenges such as climate change, unequal development, food insecurity, terrorism, and illegal migration. And then, more than 10 years ago, something entirely different happened. A permanent member of the Security Council began military aggression against a peaceful member state. At first, covertly, then more and more openly, breaking ever more international norms. And finally, Russia started the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Today, even though we face yet another distressing crisis in the Middle East, as well as rising tensions in the Indo-Pacific region, the Russian war of aggression is the most dangerous threat. The entire international order, defined by sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of borders, is under assault in Ukraine. Each and every member of the United Nations, every sovereign nation, has also much to lose. To fully understand what is presently at stake, we must all start paying attention to the words of Russian leaders and their representatives at the United Nations Security Council. How many times they have openly admitted the Kremlin intends to wipe Ukraine from the face of earth. If any sovereign nation is under the threat of complete destruction, no country is truly safe anymore. If the international community looks away and ignores the unpleasant truth, no country is safe anymore. And if mass killings, deportation, and deliberate actions on civilian population became the new norm, no country is truly safe anymore. That should be perfectly clear to anyone. That should disturb us all. Ladies and gentlemen, what Russia presents to the world is a return to the era of imperial conquest, colonial domination, and genocide. And I do not believe we are ready to follow this path. I do not believe any of us want to see powerful neighbors convincing themselves that from now on every dispute should be settled by force. Therefore, right now, Ukraine is fighting not only a war of self-defense. Ukraine is also fighting for the future of all those countries who believe in the United Nations Charter and its principles. Ukraine is fighting for us all. And yet, our joint collective response to this day is insufficient. We have not been able to stop this madness. We have not been able to force Russia to reconsider its dangerous course. We have not been able to hold it accountable for so many violations of the United Nations Charter. Why was that the case? Because to this day, the aggressor is hiding under the cover of the Security Council's permanent membership, hiding in plain sight, mocking every one of us with its unrestricted veto power. It is a terrible blow to the very credibility of the United Nations system. And still we keep hearing some calls for Ukraine to surrender, to compromise on its sovereignty and territorial integrity, or to accept Russia's ultimatums. Why should the aggressor be rewarded? Why should appeasement work this time when it failed so spectacularly almost 90 years ago? Why should the victim agree to the demands of the aggressor, sitting safe in the Kremlin after so much bloodshed and loss of innocent lives? Ukraine is still fighting. Ukraine is still going strong, regardless of all the appeasers and doomsayers. And only Ukraine has the right to determine the actual conditions for peace. Meanwhile, we have the duty to support Ukraine, to restrict Russia's ability to wage war and ensure the accountability of those responsible for the crime of aggression and crimes against humanity, to reform the Security Council and to rebuild the credibility of the United Nations Charter. To withstand enormous pressure and win this war, Ukraine will need more military equipment, ammunition, medical supplies. Ukraine also urgently needs humanitarian and financial aid. This upcoming winter will be extremely difficult for the Ukrainian people. Constant deliberate Russian attacks on critical energy infrastructure have destroyed more than 80% of Ukraine's thermal energy generation and a third of its hydro generation. To prevent a humanitarian catastrophe, our assistance should be swift and focused on the energy sector. Lithuania calls on other parties, including Belarus, Iran, North Korea, and China, to stop providing Russia with military support, including the transfer of dual-use materials. More arms for Russia means more civilian deaths, more civilian infrastructure destroyed, more chaos. There is only one path towards comprehensive, just, and lasting peace: Ukraine's peace formula. It deserves universal support because it is based on the universal principles of the United Nations Charter: sovereignty, territorial integrity, and international law. Lithuania urges all peace-loving countries to actively engage in these efforts, including preparation for and participation in the next summit of the peace formula. The war could enter the end phase tomorrow if only Russia agrees to disengage and withdraw its forces from all the occupied territories. Ukraine does not want Russia's territories. It wants to liberate its own people, not Russia's. It wants to see prisoners of war and abducted children, thousands of them, returned. It wants the constant, deliberate bombing of civilian infrastructure, of so many schools, hospitals, and power stations to finally stop. To achieve lasting peace, more actions will have to follow. Justice will have to be served. Russia will have to atone for its many crimes and pay damages. The main culprits of the war of aggression and numerous war crimes will have to stand before the court. Vladimir Putin is already under an arrest warrant by the International Criminal Court for his crimes, specifically unlawful deportation and unlawful transfer of children. Immobilized Russian foreign assets should also be used to pay for the damage done to Ukraine. Finally, we must all join forces in pushing for a comprehensive Security Council reform. There is simply no place for Russia in the Security Council, which was created to maintain international peace and security. Excellencies, Lithuania hopes to witness Ukraine's victory soon. Until this becomes reality, Lithuania's position remains steadfast. We will not recognize Russia's illegal annexation of any Ukrainian region, be it Crimea, Sevastopol, Donetsk, Kherson, Luhansk, or Zaporizhia. We will not stop demanding that Russia ends grave violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms in the occupied territories of Ukraine. Lithuania will continue providing shelter to Ukrainian war refugees. Lithuania will continue supporting Ukraine with all possible means. Ladies and gentlemen, today, as the political divisions deepen and democracy seems to falter all around the globe, multilateralism remains our greatest hope. The United Nations has a crucial role to play not only in Ukraine, but also in the Middle East, Sahel, Horn of Africa, and in the Indo-Pacific region. We, as representatives of the international community, cannot remain indifferent in the face of the global crisis. We cannot stay silent on the breaches of international law and universal human rights, thus normalizing them. The pursuit of peace and justice requires our collective determination. It requires our unwavering adherence to the guiding principles of the United Nations. Now, as always, Lithuania is committed to promoting democracy, human rights, and accountability on the global stage. We call on all the members of the United Nations to unite in securing a better future for all, a future where every sovereign country is protected from imperialism and every human being from arbitrary violence and war. Let us build a safe future together. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Lithuania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, I congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang on his election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations Secretary General and express Sierra Leone's support to you during your tenure. I extend my deep gratitude to His Excellency Dennis Francis for his principled stewardship as President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I appreciate and thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his tireless effort and global leadership. Madam President, more than 30 years ago, Sierra Leone was plunged into a decade-long brutal civil war. More than 50,000 people were killed, and millions fled their homes as refugees and internally displaced persons. The situation in Sierra Leone at that time was not unique. Conflicts existed in other parts of West Africa, in Africa, and around the world. In Sierra Leone, however, we overcame our challenges with a common vision for peace through genuine dialogue, committed leadership, and action. Notably, the hard-won peace we enjoy is not without its fragility, and we remain vigilant in safeguarding it. Sierra Leone's peace journey exemplifies the values of ownership, engagement through dialogue, and our partnership with ECOWAS, the United Nations, and the broader international community, which yielded the peace dividend. This story has shaped our engagement at the United Nations Security Council since the commencement of our second tenure in January this year. For almost 9 months, Sierra Leone, as an elected member of the United Nations Security Council, has endeavored to be a voice of reason and a bridge builder with balance and objectivity. We will continue to promote respect for and adherence to international law and the UN Charter, ensure the protection of civilians, end impunity through accountability, and foster dialogue for the peaceful settlement of disputes. Our commitment to these principles is even more imperative now than ever before, as we are confronted with conflicts of great magnitude in the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Europe. The need for a ceasefire in Gaza and the wider Middle East, as well as in Sudan, Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, and Ukraine, is not just pressing, but urgent. Immediate action is required to prevent further loss of precious lives and human suffering. We need collective action to stop all conflicts and engage in meaningful dialogue so that the countries can move forward with their development agenda in peace, security, and stability. As a country that has experienced the devastating consequences of armed conflict, we acknowledge that peace cannot be achieved in isolation. It requires inclusive political processes, economic development, and respect for human rights. For the millions of civilians trapped in ongoing armed conflicts, words of condemnation and empathy alone are not enough. It is imperative that we act together as the United Nations with a sustained commitment to end the cycle of violence and give innocent civilians the opportunity to enjoy lasting peace and prosperity. In the Sahel and West Africa, the regional leadership has been hard at work to find urgent solutions to the numerous peace and security challenges, particularly to curb the spread of terrorism and violent extremism. I call upon the international community to strengthen support for African-led peace initiatives and for the United Nations to play a more active role in addressing the root causes of conflicts. The safety and security of the people in the Sahel and parts of West Africa require a strong commitment from all relevant actors to engage in political dialogue and diplomacy actively to ensure we provide countries in the front line, especially Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, the necessary support they need. Commitment to political transition is necessary, but it should never be at the expense of the safety of vulnerable civilians. There can be commitment and action on both. I've called for meaningful dialogue and led by example by visiting the head of state of Burkina Faso before Sierra Leone assumed the presidency of the United Nations Security Council in August 2024. We need to build bridges, and this requires the international community's commitment to working with the regions to implement dialogue-based, region-led, and region-owned solutions. Madam President, our current tenure at the United Nations Security Council has reinforced the view that there is an urgent need for reform. Nearly 80 years after its creation, the Security Council has been stuck in time. Its imbalanced composition is unjust and at odds with current realities, undermining its legitimacy and effectiveness. Unfortunately, Africa remains the unquestionable victim in all of this. Without structural change, the Security Council's effective performance and legitimacy remains unquestionable. In a historic and successful debate, which I presided over during Sierra Leone's August presidency of the Security Council on addressing the historic injustice and enhancing Africa's effective representation in the Security Council, I spoke as a representative of the continent that has long been underrepresented in the decision-making processes that shape our world on matters of peace and security. That debate had an indisputable resonance. One, that the historical injustice being perpetrated against Africa must be rectified. Two, that Africa must be treated as a special case. And three, that it must be prioritized in the reform process. In expressing appreciation for the active and supportive engagement by the many interest and regional groups, as well as invited member states to the debate, the facts and issues are now clear to all. Africa has long been marginalized in global decision-making processes, and its voices are often drowned out. The legacy of colonialism, economic exploitation, and political marginalization has left deep scars on the African continent, thereby affecting its development, stability, and influence in international affairs. This results in a lack of meaningful representation on issues that directly affect the continent, such as conflict prevention, conflict resolution, peacekeeping operations, and sustainable development. Addressing contemporary global security challenges require the collective wisdom and the cooperation of all nations, not just the privileged few or the most militarily or economically powerful. We urge that equitable representation of Africa, we argue that equitable representation of Africa will better equip the United Nations to tackle global challenges and foster a more just, fair, and peaceful world. As the coordinator of the African Union Committee of 10 on the reform of the Security Council, Sierra Leone remains fully committed to promoting, defending, and soliciting support for the common African position as espoused in the Ezowini Consensus and SAT Declaration. Africa, therefore, demands no less than 2 permanent seats with all the rights and privileges of the permanent members, including the right to veto and 2 additional seats in the non-permanent category of the Security Council. Sierra Leone welcomes the consensus that has emerged from the UN Secretary General, from the UN General Assembly intergovernmental negotiations, as reflected in the Pact for the Future. And I quote, "To address the historical injustice against Africa as a priority, and while treating Africa as a special case, improve the representation of the underrepresented and unrepresented regions and groups," end of quote. Let us work together to redress historical injustice and recreate a Security Council that truly reflects the diversity of the world that we live in today. As I stated in the Security Council debate, the time for half-hearted measures and incremental progress is over. Africa's voice must be heard, and its demands for justice and equity must be met, and now. Madam President, the Summit of the Future for Sierra Leone is about delivering peace, human rights, and the dividends of democracy for everyone, everywhere, and now. Accordingly, my government has laid out a strategic vision for Sierra Leone as captured in Sierra Leone's Medium-Term National Development Plan 2024-2030, a framework for delivering socio-economic development and prosperity for our people. Aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063, our development plan serves as a comprehensive blueprint for transformative acceleration in critical areas such as agriculture, food security, human capital development, job creation for our youth, infrastructure development, and technology. With the adoption of the Pact for the Future, including the Declaration on Future Generations and the Global Digital Compact at the Summit of the Future, my government is reinforcing its commitment to championing and investing in human capital development. Human capital development is a profound commitment to our people's well-being and future. By investing significantly in education, healthcare, and agriculture, my government is laying the foundation for a prosperous and equitable Sierra Leone. Over the past 6 years, our achievements through our free quality education program, legislative reviews and governance reforms in the education sector, and radical inclusion strategy have been highly impactful, well acclaimed and seen as a good model for the world. We welcome the Global Digital Compact's principle of ensuring safe, secure, and trustworthy emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, to offer new opportunities to accelerate development and leaving no one behind. In the area of gender equality and women's economic empowerment, significant strides have been made, and they are some of the legacies my government will bequeath to our current and future generations. I recently signed into law this year a bill prohibiting child marriage. Following the historic signing into law of the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act of 2023. This is all meant to ensure the realization of the national aspiration for our women and girls to build an inclusive and equitable society. I remain steadfast in my commitment to ensuring that every girl and woman lives in a safe environment with ample opportunities to realize their full potential and thrive equally in the world. From prioritizing the women's peace and security agenda at the Security Council to adoption by the General Assembly of a resolution condemning all forms of sexual and gender-based violence, and urging all countries to provide victims and survivors with access to justice, reparation, and assistance. We will continue to advocate for women and girls across the globe. Therefore, I'm pleased to announce that Sierra Leone will commence preparatory work that will lead to the convening of a diplomatic conference to conclude an internationally legally binding instrument on access to justice for sexual violence survivors. The proposed treaty, Freetown Treaty, in accordance of the success of the United Nations resolution on access to justice, remedies, and assistance for survivors of sexual violence. Madam President, leaving no one behind and acting together to achieve sustainable development similarly means that we have to end global economic inequalities and ensure that government in least developed countries can deliver on the dividends of democracy. The unmanageable debt crisis, lack of capital flow, the devastating impact of climate change and lack of climate finance, conflicts, and political instability around the world are increasing the odds of developing countries not achieving the SDGs. The role of development finance institutions in supporting the objectives of national development plans of low-income countries, particularly those emphasizing the SDGs, is of great significance to their socio-economic development. At the International Development Association for Africa Heads of State Summit in Nairobi, April this year, Sierra Leone unreservedly expressed its endorsement of the Nairobi IDA communique. The communique exemplifies the collective aspiration of the African heads of state present to raise the level of development support in Africa through the IDA 21 replenishment. I wish to re-echo that endorsement at this August gathering. IDA's affordable concessional finance allows African leaders to develop our economies, enhance education and healthcare, deal with increasing effects of climate change, and expand electricity and digital access without becoming buried in unsustainable debt. To conclude, Madam President, the end of the Second World War in 1945 did not only unite leaders, but also urged them to cooperate. This was the birth of multilateralism. As the African proverb says, our two hands do not wash themselves, they wash one another. As leaders, we must cooperate to achieve the purposes of this United Nations and deliver peace and security, stability and prosperity for our people. Divisions and unhealthy competition will only lead to humanity's destruction. We must ensure unity in diversity, where the rights of the weak and the minority are protected. So let us safeguard our multilateral system. Let us cooperate, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Aleksandar Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mahatma Gandhi said, "There is no path to peace. Peace is the path." In the same spirit of fraternal love and open heart, I address you today on behalf of the Republic of Serbia, a founding country of the United Nations, a country of freedom and justice. It is my honor to address you as President of the Republic of Serbia, the country on whose behalf I stand proudly before you today. A country that, despite the current global challenges, consistently perseveres in defending the principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law, and that, through its activities and principled policy, strongly advocates the idea that is the main topic of this year's session. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about the current moment this year again, to my immense regret, I have to state that the situation in the world seems even more difficult and dark than a year ago. The tensions are growing and challenges are becoming more numerous and complex. What worries me the most is that despite our declaratory efforts for peace, development and prosperity of humanity, there is no end in sight to this geopolitical nightmare. I would not like to see the wise words of the former President John Fitzgerald Kennedy becoming the words of a prophet. Mankind must put an end to war, or war will put an end to mankind. Today, mankind relies more on technology than it relies on mankind. This year, we are once again talking about tragic conflicts and destruction that bring suffering and enormous human losses, as well as about the numerous serious consequences that inevitably accompany armed conflicts. The Republic of Serbia and the Serbian people deeply sympathize and share the grief for all the lives lost in the conflicts happening around the world, including the tragic events in the Middle East and Ukraine. It is unforgivable that today, in the 21st century, we are talking about gruesome figures related to children who have died in conflicts. It seems absolutely incredible, but the world is on the verge of nuclear disaster and nuclear holocaust. In a desire to win and destroy the other one, step by step, we were getting closer to the verge of precipice, and eventually we got there. We live in a world where no one listens to anyone. There are only our arguments and our truth, while the other ones must disappear because they always endanger our or universally false values. We need to talk, even when we disagree. We need to restore the eroded credibility and authority of the United Nations. And I need to say, that's why Serbia will strongly support bigger presence of African country in the United Nations Security Council, and we believe that bigger African presence will mean a lot for the world's peace. We need to stop the practice of double standards being applied to restore faith in international law and the principles we all agreed on long ago. We must restore faith in peace, the only path that has no alternative. We owe that to every innocent victim anywhere in the world, to all the current and future generations. The future of the world in the next 5 or 25 years is a matter of our choice, but it is also our responsibility. All of us that have gathered here from all over the world did that for, we'd say, noble, but first and foremost for selfish reasons. Almost always the leaders from all and even the most powerful countries speak in front of you, allegedly addressing you, but actually addressing only their public and not caring substantially for the real concerns of the world today. I'm not very much different. But today I will not present to you only Serbia, the founder of the United Nations, its successes, its high growth rate, because I have and I will have the opportunity to brag about the results we have achieved in my country. And by the way, I know that all of you here are not very much interested in the respective. Today, I will speak about how the collapse of the modern world had started, about when and how the UN Charter was discredited, and when we stopped believing in law and started appeasing the force. I will explain it to you on the example of my country, to me the most beautiful country in the world, Serbia, how it was being destroyed and trampled on, and how today, because of its tenacity and freedom-loving tradition, it is a small stone in the shoe of the big and powerful ones. After the big victories that a better part of humanity won in the World War I and the World War II, and Serbs as the nation suffered the biggest losses proportionally to its size in the Great War as well as in the World War II, where they were one of the few nations in the Southeast Europe that had confronted the Nazis from the very beginning. And that is why Belgrade, as the capital of Serbia, was perhaps the only city that was brutally bombed and devastated already at the beginning of 1941. We Serbs were not, unlike the others, welcoming Nazi tanks with flowers, and we paid a high price for that. Nevertheless, neither crying nor laments from the distant past, nor the self-victimization are the subject of my speech today. I would like to warn you, dear friends, of what had happened to Serbia, a precedent that is being used and abused in different parts of the world. To warn you of the Pandora's box that was opened neither 2 nor 5 years ago, but much before, and that everybody is so loudly silent about. The absolute dominance of the Western capitalist way of manufacturing, its science and technology supremacy, convincing victory against the Eastern contenders, Soviet Union first of all, within the framework of the Third Industrial Revolution, brought the world, some would say, to the end of history and complete hegemony of the Western ideas in all spheres of social life. Apart from, of course, good things it had brought to the mankind, such a dominance of non-existence of balance and political multilateralism destroyed at the same time Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. Of course, it did not happen by accident. By all means, it did not happen by itself, but it was helped by the decisive involvement of the Western intelligence services, which were supported by the national corrupted elite, both in the Soviet Union and in Yugoslavia. Why am I mentioning all this? Because even today we heard from many that by attacking Ukraine, Pandora's box was opened. The undermining of international law took place, that it was the precedent not witnessed by Europe since the World War II. This is the utter untruth. Just to make things clear, Serbia supports the UN Charter, territorial integrity of Ukraine, and we did not question it for a moment, nor shall we. However, when the big leaders speak vigorously and ardently here about the need for Ukrainian freedom, about the observance of the UN and its Charter resolutions, I ask myself, why don't they observe the UN Charter and Resolution 1244 when it comes to the territorial integrity of Serbia, which in the strike of their own power in moments when they thought that they would violate the norms of international law the way they wanted, to the extent they wanted and so long as they wanted, because they had finally won against all the opponents, so it was possible for them to spill the rage upon one small nation and to relentlessly rush towards violation of all norms and regulations, not even trying to provide some explanations. That is why in 1999, here at the United Nations, they had tried to pass the decision on the attack and aggression against Serbia. And since the consent had not been reached, they had nevertheless taken the decision to attack, to bomb Serbia and commit aggression, because at that time they couldn't care less about the UN Charter, its resolutions and international law. They were uncontested power that did not ask anyone about anything, and they thought it would go on like that for hundreds of years. It was by accident that we, citizens of Serbia, were the ones who paid the high price. It could have been anybody else. Thereby, it does not even occur to me to say that we were angels and that there was no our responsibility in all that. But, substantially, the destiny of one small nation, with no right and justice applied, was decided by the big and mighty Western powers. It is interesting that first they helped tear apart the big Yugoslavia along the lines of internal communist borders. and everyone is allegedly defending principles. No one admits any mistakes, and it is clear to everybody that there are no principles anywhere, nor anybody has them. Neither ones nor the others. Only the small ones that have nowhere else to go, and the principles are the only thing they can grasp. And the only thing that has left to the big ones, once they have crushed all the small ones, is to eat each other. And when the bite is no longer so easy and small, it is then that they remember the principles and accuse the others for violating those same principles. A representative of my country, Vladislav Jovanovic, exceptional Serbian diplomat, very respected one, on that 24th of March 1999, when the aggression against Serbia started in the Security Council of the United Nations, on behalf of the government of the then Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, made an urgent appeal to all countries to categorically oppose to aggression against our country. And just hear his words 25 years after. If the aggression is not stopped, the precedent of such unpunished aggression will sooner or later lead to aggression against a number of other smaller and medium-sized countries. The real question is, which country is next? You could have heard today several proposals which country would be the next. Let me quote this time the Nobel Prize winner and the former President of the United States, Barack Obama. He said, "Peace is not merely the absence of visible conflict. It is the presence of justice, freedom, and opportunity for everyone." The unreasonable nature of the policy pursued by Pristina, so-called Kosovo authorities, the fanaticism and the persecution of everything Serbian in Kosovo and Metohija is reflected in a series of disturbing moves, from the ban on payments in the Serbian currency, dinar in Kosovo and Metohija, which has lasted for more than 6 months, and the ban on postal services, which is unique in the world, even for conflict areas, and which endangers the daily life of Serbs and other non-Albanian population, up to the ban on the visit of the head of the Serbian Orthodox Church, Porfirije, to the Patriarchate of Peć. Can the intrusion of the armed special so-called Kosovo police on 9th of September into the premises of the Support Me Association, made up of parents and children with developmental disabilities, be described as anything other than brutality and cruelty, as well as insanity? Real and lasting peace can be reached only by justice and respect for human rights, Nelson Mandela said. And how can there be peace in Kosovo if the legal order and fundamental rights of one entire nation are being systematically undermined? After everything the aforesaid, the key question today is, what is the path for Serbia and how can we resolve this situation? First and foremost, Serbia is on its European path, and it sincerely wants to be a part of the European Union. Serbia's economy is the most successful economy today in the entire Western Balkans region. But even today, the very same EU we strive to makes it clear to us through the statement of its spokesperson, Peter Stano, that it does not observe principles based on the UN Charter, and not even the decisions of their own European Council by supporting the independence of the so-called Kosovo, because that is the interest of the biggest and most powerful ones in the European continent. Serbia is a small country which cannot compete with the big powers, and we are fully aware of that. But nevertheless, we are obliged to ourselves and to our people, but also to all the friends in the world. And that obligation is not to lie to anyone, but to tell the truth to everybody. Since all these big ones are interested neither in law nor in truth, there is nothing left to small but proud Serbia, but to be dedicated and committed to its economic progress, accelerated growth, new technologies and innovation, to look towards the future and to wait for the moment when the principles of international law observance will be brought back to the world's political stage. We will remain committed to the dialogue with Pristina and under the auspices of the EU, and we will fight to preserve peace. There is only one thing that we will never give to anyone, that is freedom and independence of Serbia. As the President of Serbia, I believe in a world based on real and not false values, and I believe that the strength of the developing countries, all of us who have raised our heads and who dare to say the truth, will be a foundation of a new, different and a better world. I thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Serbia, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sua Excelência,
Your Excellency,
Sua Excelência Philemon Yang,
President of the
da 79ª Sessão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, Sua Excelência António Gutierrez, Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, distintos chefes de Estado e Governo, chefes de delegação, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. É com um sentimento de honra muito particular que me dirijo a Vossas Excelências e a todos os participantes nesta 79ª sessão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, que se realiza dentro de um contexto internacional bastante preocupante, onde sobressai o agravamento das tensões nas relações internacionais pela multiplicidade de conflitos de natureza e intensidades distintas em vários pontos do nosso planeta. Afigura-se naturalmente compreensível que em presença de um ambiente de instabilidade e insegurança tão elevadas seja muito mais difícil realizar os grandes objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável e outros traçados por esta organização para que consigamos alcançar todas as metas a que nos propusemos. Permitam-me que dirija uma saudação especial à Sua Excelência Philemon Yang pela sua eleição ao cargo de Presidente da 79ª Sessão da Assembleia Geral, o que assume um significado especial para todo o continente africano e para o país de Vossa Excelência, a República dos Camarões, onde as funções que aí desempenhou com dedicação e eficácia comprovadas o colocam em posição capaz de orientar com êxito os trabalhos desta sessão. Permita-me apresentar os meus sinceros votos de sucesso nestas funções, convicto de que o empenho constituirá um importante contributo para o reforço do papel da nossa organização como ator decisivo e insubstituível da governação global. Felicito igualmente o Presidente cessante, Sua Excelência Denis Francis, ao qual dirijo uma palavra de grande apreço pela forma como desempenhou as suas funções e pelos resultados que alcançou durante o cumprimento do seu mandato. Gostaria também de enaltecer e louvar a grande dedicação do Sr. António Gutierrez, Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, à nossa causa comum de edificar um mundo de paz, segurança, de harmonia e concórdia, de desenvolvimento e oportunidades iguais para todos. Valorizamos ainda mais o seu trabalho por estar a ser realizado numa conjuntura mundial complexa, carregada de desafios e ameaças com os quais tem sabido lidar com pragmatismo, responsabilidade e muita sensatez e coragem. Excelências, desde a criação das Nações Unidas, após o fim da Segunda Guerra Mundial, que os povos do nosso planeta almejavam uma convivência pacífica a nível global, acreditando que os episódios que pudessem pôr em risco a harmonia, a paz e a segurança universal seriam objeto de uma cuidadosa atenção e tomada de medidas preventivas no âmbito da nossa organização para que não se degenerassem em conflitos e guerras que fizessem reviver os momentos angustiantes vividos durante o período de 1939 a 1945. Passadas quase 8 décadas, a constatação objetiva que podemos fazer na atualidade é a de que essa perspectiva não só não foi concretizada, como parece estarmos a nos distanciar dos propósitos fundacionais das Nações Unidas. Fundacionais das Nações Unidas. Perante esta realidade, precisamos de analisar aonde falhamos e que medidas coletivas devemos tomar para tornar mais atuante e ativa a intervenção das Nações Unidas na busca de soluções que concorram para a prevenção dos conflitos, o reforço da paz e da segurança mundial, o reforço do comércio e da cooperação internacional para garantir a prosperidade das nações e o bem-estar dos povos do nosso planeta. Assistimos hoje a uma tentativa de se esvaziar, ignorar ou mesmo substituir o papel e a importância das Nações Unidas na resolução das grandes questões que afligem a humanidade, nomeadamente aquelas que têm a ver com a paz e segurança universais. Neste contexto, não existe palco mais adequado do que esta magna Assembleia para inverter esta realidade e assumirmos a urgente necessidade da reforma desta instituição, colocando especial ênfase na adequação do Conselho de Segurança às realidades do mundo contemporâneo. O seu atual formato e composição ainda refletem a realidade do pós-guerra, em muito ultrapassada pelo tempo e desenvolvimento de outras regiões do planeta, muitas delas de países então colonizados, que hoje são países independentes, membros das Nações Unidas. A reforma do Conselho de Segurança da Organização das Nações Unidas e das instituições financeiras internacionais, saídas de Bretton Woods, afigura surgente e premente para dar voz aos países do sul global, nomeadamente à África, à América Latina, ao Médio Oriente e ao subcontinente indiano. O imperativo do multilateralismo deve prevalecer como o único quadro verdadeiramente capaz de salvaguardar os interesses comuns a toda a humanidade, em cujo âmbito devemos reafirmar o nosso resoluto compromisso com a diplomacia, o diálogo inclusivo e o recurso a meios pacíficos para a resolução de conflitos. É dentro deste espírito que a República de Angola está profundamente empenhada no processo de busca de soluções para conflitos em África, dando aqui nota de que o esforço maior neste momento centra-se no conflito que se desenvolve no leste da República Democrática do Congo, sem descurarmos os que ocorrem no Sudão e na região do Sahel. No quadro do processo de Luanda, foi alcançado um cessar-fogo no leste da RDC, que entrou em vigor no passado dia 4 de agosto do corrente ano. Para que se consolidem os ganhos obtidos, foi colocada sobre a mesa uma proposta de um acordo de paz formulada pela República de Angola, envolvendo a República Democrática do Congo e a República do Ruanda, cujos termos vêm sendo discutidos pelas partes a nível ministerial, com a perspectiva de que venham a alcançar entre si um entendimento que justifique a realização de uma reunião cimeira para selar a assinatura do acordo de paz definitivo e o restabelecimento das relações entre a RDC e o Ruanda. Preocupa-nos muito seriamente a situação que prevalece no Sudão, onde se desenrola uma guerra violenta com consequências humanitárias de proporções dramáticas, perante uma certa apatia da comunidade internacional, que deve procurar convergir os seus esforços e agir em coordenação com a União Africana, no sentido de se promover e se alcançar a paz duradoura. Estamos a colocar em benefício da paz em África a experiência adquirida por Angola com a resolução do seu conflito interno, que após várias décadas ficou resolvido de forma definitiva por via de um diálogo inclusivo entre as partes beligerantes. Aprendemos com o nosso próprio conflito que não há paz sem diálogo e não há paz sem concessões de parte a parte. Este é um caminho que não pode ser negligenciado no contexto de todos os esforços a desenvolver para se resolverem as graves crises de segurança que o mundo enfrenta atualmente. A guerra da Rússia contra a Ucrânia tem abalado de forma séria e profunda a estabilidade e a segurança na Europa, com fortes reflexos no resto do mundo, no que se refere à estabilidade econômica e à segurança alimentar e energética. Temos assistido a um contínuo recrudescimento desse conflito, que vem escalando de forma inquietante, com efeitos devastadores sobre a situação interna dos países contendores, pela utilização de armamento cada vez mais letal, sem que isto prenuncie uma perspectiva de solução para este intrincado problema. Apesar de estarem a ser empregos meios militares e outros cada vez mais sofisticados no teatro de operações, não se vislumbra nenhuma vitória militar nesta guerra, com tendência de se alastrar para o resto da Europa se não se encontrar uma solução negociada, assente na observância dos princípios das Nações Unidas que salvaguardem a soberania dos Estados, a indivisibilidade e a integridade territorial dos países. A inobservância dos princípios da Carta das Nações Unidas está na base de grande parte dos problemas e tensões que proliferam um pouco por toda a parte do nosso planeta, onde os interesses e ambições geopolíticas particulares, contrários aos valores defendidos pela comunidade internacional, afetam muitas vezes a segurança e a estabilidade de regiões inteiras do nosso planeta. No Médio Oriente, assistimos e condenamos a morte e rapto de indefesos civis israelitas a 7 de outubro do ano passado. Na sequência disso, embora Israel tenha o direito de proteger seu território, de garantir a segurança de seus cidadãos e de procurar resgatar os reféns ainda em paradeiro incerto, mas por ter responsabilidades de um Estado, tudo deveria fazer para evitar o genocídio a que o mundo assiste em direto na faixa de Gaza e os ataques dos colonos e expansão dos colonatos na Cisjordânia. Neste conflito, as principais vítimas são seres humanos indefesos e vulneráveis, nomeadamente crianças, mulheres, velhos e doentes, mortos indiscriminadamente não só pelas bombas da aviação e artilharia, mas também por estarem impedidos pela força das armas de aceder e usufruir dos mais elementares direitos, de acesso aos alimentos, à água potável, aos medicamentos, à habitação e assistência médica e medicamentosa, pela destruição das principais infraestruturas escolares, hospitalares, habitacionais, energéticas e outras. Assistimos à morte em números alarmantes de jornalistas de cadeias internacionais, de funcionários das Nações Unidas e de trabalhadores de organizações humanitárias internacionais, o que é inaceitável e condenável. Não se pode continuar a permitir que em apenas 11 meses, num pequeno território sem escapatória, sejam mortas perto de 43 mil pessoas e que seus autores não sejam responsabilizados pela comunidade internacional. A comunidade internacional não pode ficar indiferente a esta situação que ameaça a existência do povo palestino, que tem o mesmo direito a viver em paz e segurança no território dos seus ancestrais, tanto como o povo judeu também tem. Preocupa-nos a escalada deste conflito para outros países, porque ameaça a paz e segurança em todo o Médio Oriente e abre a perigosa possibilidade do envolvimento direto das grandes potências mundiais e, com isso, a internacionalização do conflito, com todas as consequências possíveis à escala global. Estamos perante um facto que, mais uma vez, coloca em destaque o papel das Nações Unidas, as suas decisões e resoluções, que, se forem estrita e rigorosamente observadas, resolvem o impasse à volta da criação do Estado soberano da Palestina, única via capaz de pôr um fim definitivo ao problema que o Médio Oriente enfrenta há décadas. Aproveito esta ocasião para apelar mais uma vez à necessidade de se pôr fim ao embargo contra Cuba e as sanções contra o Zimbábue. A atual presidente em exercício da nossa Comunidade Econômica Regional, a SADC, por serem injustas e desumanas, por aumentarem o sofrimento de seus povos e entravarem sobremaneira o desenvolvimento econômico e social daqueles países. Excelências, dentro do esforço coletivo empreendido pelas nações do nosso planeta em favor da consolidação da paz, os países africanos têm procurado contribuir de forma cada vez mais efetiva em missões das Nações Unidas destinadas a estabilizar países e regiões em conflito. Muitas vezes, estas operações de paz não se realizam com a frequência e a efetividade que se impõem por limitações financeiras dos países que se dispõem a participar. Felizmente, esta condicionante parece estar finalmente ultrapassada ao nível do Conselho de Segurança, o que representa um passo determinante no reforço da operacionalidade e efetividade das missões de paz e estabilidade lideradas pela União Africana, que dispõe doravante de um mecanismo de financiamento mais adequado às suas operações. Saúdo vivamente estes desenvolvimentos, sobretudo porque a África quer estar cada vez mais presente, não só na abordagem, como também nos processos de decisão e resolução relativos aos grandes temas mundiais. Excelências, pretendemos ser parte da construção de uma nova arquitetura financeira internacional, em cujo âmbito se impõe uma colaboração mais estreita entre os Estados, com vista a um combate efetivo ao fluxo ilícito de capitais e à recuperação dos ativos, que é, muitas vezes, incompreensivelmente dificultada pelos países que detêm os fundos sob seu controle. É importante fazer notar que os recursos que advêm da recuperação de ativos tenham um efeito direto sobre a implementação dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável e, por conseguinte, sobre a melhoria das condições gerais de vida das populações. Angola tem tido importantes progressos na luta contra a corrupção, com casos concretos de cidadãos julgados e condenados que viram seus bens recuperados a favor do Estado por força das sentenças ditadas em tribunal e confirmadas pelo competente Tribunal de Apelação. No que diz respeito à recuperação de ativos, tivemos 2 casos de sucesso em que contamos com a atitude bastante responsável e de respeito à nossa soberania por parte das autoridades do Reino Unido, que devolveram a Angola 2,5 mil milhões de dólares americanos que estavam num banco em Londres, sendo justo reconhecê-lo publicamente a partir desta tribuna mundial. Lamentavelmente, nem todos os países que aceitaram receber esses ativos da corrupção, sem questionar na altura as origens dos mesmos, respeitam hoje as sentenças dos nossos tribunais, que são de cumprimento obrigatório. Alguns desses países se arrogam mesmo ao direito de questionar a credibilidade dos nossos tribunais, quase que querendo rever as sentenças emitidas pelos mesmos, como se de órgãos de apelação extraterritoriais se tratasse. Esses ativos são propriedade dos nossos Estados já empobrecidos ao longo do período colonial. Vamos, por isso, continuar a lutar com todas as nossas forças para a recuperação dos ativos desviados do erário público e que muita falta fazem para a construção de infraestruturas escolares, hospitalares, de energia e água, rodoviárias e outras. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a República de Angola defende a implementação urgente de reformas que conduzam a uma representatividade mais justa dos países africanos no seio das principais instituições financeiras internacionais, para defendermos a tomada de decisões e a elaboração de políticas que impactam no cotidiano das populações dos países alvo das mesmas. Estamos firmemente empenhados em não deixar ninguém para trás, atuar em conjunto para a promoção da paz, do desenvolvimento sustentável e da dignidade humana para as gerações presentes e futuras. Em torno deste lema, da 79ª sessão, devemos mobilizar esforços, capacidades e todos os recursos ao nosso alcance para promover políticas, medidas e programas que tornem possível a concretização das intenções que o mesmo encerra. Minhas senhoras, excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, a República de Angola realiza um grande esforço para colocar o país na rota do progresso e do desenvolvimento, na base de políticas que estabelecem prioridades contidas no Plano de Desenvolvimento Nacional, que tem como eixos principais a diversificação da economia, a redução da dívida pública, a mobilização de receitas internas, a otimização da despesa pública nas áreas prioritárias da saúde e da educação e da execução de programas específicos de proteção social. As tarefas a que nos propusemos realizar nos domínios que referi são complexas, requerem tempo e recursos humanos suficientemente capacitados para as executar com sucesso, mas não obstante este quadro, estamos a registrar progressos encorajadores cujos benefícios se farão sentir com o decorrer do tempo. Inscrevo no conjunto das iniciativas bem-sucedidas a construção de sistemas de transferência de água para zonas fortemente afetadas pela seca no sul de Angola, onde a pobreza e a miséria estão a abrir caminho a uma perspectiva de prosperidade e uma vida mais digna para as populações que passaram a poder contar com água disponível em quantidade suficiente para transformar zonas áridas em zonas de produção agrícola e de criação de animais sem os riscos anteriores que punham em causa a própria sobrevivência humana e animal. No âmbito das ações do governo de Angola para melhorar o quadro social nacional e criar fatores que potenciem o desenvolvimento da indústria e da agricultura, enveredamos pela via da eletrificação do país em todas as suas latitudes. Fizemos uma aposta na produção de energias limpas, com a construção de grandes barragens hidroelétricas e de parques fotovoltaicos, fazendo com que cerca de 67% da matriz energética do nosso país seja já de fontes limpas e com uma tendência de supressão das centrais térmicas ainda em funcionamento já nos próximos 3 anos. Em termos de produção de energias limpas, para além dos mais de 6.500 megawatts que hoje produzimos, estamos a construir a barragem hidroelétrica de Caculo-Cabaça, que vai produzir mais 2.000 megawatts, e daremos início em breve à construção do maior parque fotovoltaico do país, com um financiamento de 1,5 mil milhões de dólares americanos, financiados pelo Exim Bank americano, para alimentar fora da rede um número considerável de localidades nas províncias da Huila, Cunene, Namibe e Cuando-Cubango. Com estes projetos de produção adicional de energia a decorrerem, nossa maior aposta do momento está voltada para o investimento público ou em parcerias público-privadas de construção de linhas de transportação em alta e média tensão para o leste e sul do país, na perspectiva da interconexão com a rede da SADC, a leste via Zâmbia e a sul via Namíbia. Dispomos atualmente de uma considerável oferta de produção de energia elétrica que carece de redes de transportação e distribuição para a levarmos aos potenciais beneficiários em todos os pontos do país e também aos países da África Austral que necessitam deste recurso para o seu desenvolvimento. Os investidores interessados têm agora a oportunidade de vender energia elétrica produzida em Angola aos clientes das zonas de exploração mineira da RDC e da Zâmbia, assim como aos países da SADC no geral, com destaque para o maior consumidor industrial e doméstico, que é a África do Sul. Angola desenvolve um conjunto de iniciativas que se enquadram no esforço de assegurar a implementação da Agenda Climática Internacional, dando realce às medidas destinadas à mitigação e adaptação às alterações climáticas, cuidando sempre da exploração responsável dos nossos recursos fósseis, para garantir o desenvolvimento e o bem-estar das nossas populações. Importa realçar o grande investimento público que Angola vem realizando no setor da saúde em todo o país, com a construção a ritmo acelerado de infraestruturas hospitalares dos 3 níveis de atendimento, bem equipadas e com um ambicioso programa de formação e recrutamento de profissionais de saúde para o nosso Sistema Nacional de Saúde. Minhas senhoras, meus senhores, nos tempos que correm, de entre as grandes prioridades do continente africano, inscreve-se a questão do desenvolvimento assente na promoção e intensificação do comércio, para o que se afigura essencial a construção de infraestruturas que garantam a conectividade entre os países africanos, a mobilidade dos operadores econômicos e favoreçam o livre comércio entre todos no âmbito da Zona de Livre Comércio Continental Africana. Dentro desta perspectiva, a República de Angola estabeleceu parcerias ao nível internacional para garantir a operacionalização do caminho de ferro de Benguela, dos portos mineraleiro e comercial do Lubito, no quadro do grande projeto transnacional de transporte e de logística do corredor do Lubito, que vai assegurar o escoamento mais rápido, mais seguro e a preços mais competitivos dos minérios, produtos agrícolas e industriais produzidos na República da Zâmbia, na República Democrática do Congo e em Angola, através do Oceano Atlântico para o resto do mundo. Este é um projeto catalisador que vai mudar o panorama econômico em Angola e na África Austral, permitindo o surgimento de um conjunto de vários empreendimentos ao longo do mesmo corredor do Lubito, com impacto direto nas economias da sub-região austral de África e de outras do nosso continente. Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, a República de Angola é um país hospitaleiro, aberto ao mundo e sempre disponível para funcionar como parceiro proativo para ajudar no incremento da cooperação global. em prol do desenvolvimento e da implementação de ações conjuntas e complementares que ajudem a responder aos desafios permanentes do combate ao terrorismo internacional e de outras ameaças à paz, à segurança mundial e ao desenvolvimento sustentável. Com a melhoria do ambiente de negócio nos últimos anos, estamos abertos ao turismo e ao investimento privado direto em praticamente todos os ramos da nossa economia que sejam do interesse dos investidores. Bem-vindos a Angola e muito obrigado pela atenção dispensada.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Angola. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 8th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The 8th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلى الله على النبي الكريم السيد الرئيس أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو صاحب المعالي الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أصحاب المعالي والسعادة السادة والسيدات أود ابتداء أن أتقدم بأحر التهاني إلى صاحب المعالي السيد فيليمون على توليه رئاسة الدورة 79 للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة راجيا له كل التوفيق في قيادتها ومهنئا بالآن ذاته صاحب السعادة السيد دينيس فرانسيس على ما أبان عنه من حكمة وكفاءة عالية في إدارته للدورة الماضية 78 كما يطيب لي الإعراب عن عظيم تقديري وتثميني للجهود التي يبذلها سعادة الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش بسبيل تطوير منظمتنا وتعزيز دورها
to develop our organization and to enhance its role as an effective institutional expression of our collective will to address the various challenges facing our world on the path of comprehensive sustainable development.
إن شعار قمتنا هذه الداعي إلى العمل معا من أجل النهوض بالسلام والتنمية المستدامة والكرامة الإنسانية للأجيال الحالية والمقبلة على نحو لا يستهني أحدا لا يختزل بقوة ووضوح أهداف ومقاصد ميثاق الأمم المتحدة مترجما في الوقت ذاته عمق إدراكنا جميعا لضرورة تعزيز تعاوننا وتنسيق جهودنا لرفع التحديات القائمة فإن ما شهده ويشهده عالمنا اليوم من صدمات عنيفة وأزمات غير مسبوقة على مختلف الأصعدة ليضعف كثيرا من قدرتنا آحادا ومستمعين على الوفاء بما قطعناه على أنفسنا جماعيا من التزامات في إطار أجندة 2030 فالظرف الدولي القائم بالغ الأثر السلبي على جهود تحقيق التنمية المستدامة خاصة في قارة الإفريقية التي تعاني أصلا من اختلالات وعوائق بنيوية وظرفية تعيق جهودها الإنمائية وتبطئ وتيرة تقدمها على طريق تحقيق أجندتي 2063 فلا تزال قارتنا تعاني الفقر والهشاشة والبطالة Our continent continues to suffer from poverty, vulnerability, unemployment, weak health and education systems in terms of quality and inclusiveness, not to mention the spread of terrorism, armed conflicts, and the devastating effects of climate change. This bleak outlook in Africa very strongly confirms the urgent need to alleviate the enormous debt burden of African countries and correct the obvious imbalances in the development assistance system and in international governance, both political and financial, and to strengthen multilateral cooperation in general. This could bring the continent towards economic growth in a way that doubles the effectiveness or to redouble efforts to fulfill the commitments made by countries vis-à-vis the 2030 agenda and the international community. In the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, جعلنا من تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة هدفاً مركزياً تتكامل في العمل على تحقيقه كل سياسات العموم. وقد تمكنا وإن بنحو طفيف من تحسين مؤشرات العديد من أهداف التنمية المستدامة في بلادنا. كما يعكس ذلك تحسن ترتيبنا بين الدول في التقرير الأممي حول التنمية المستدامة لسنة 2024. ومع ذلك وما ذاك إلا بفضل ما بذلناه من جهد مكثف في سبيل تكريس دولة القانون والمؤسسات القوية وتقوية الديمقراطية والحريات الفردية والجماعية واعتماد سنة الحوار والتشاور أسلوبا ثابتا لإدارة الشأن العام ودعم استقلالية القضاء واعتماد الشفافية ومحاربة الرشوة وكل أشكال الفساد إداريا كان أو ماليا. وكذلك بفضل جهودنا المتواصلة لحماية وتقوية حقوق الإنسان من خلال مكافحة مخلفات الرق وأشكاله الحديثة والاتجار بالبشر وحماية حقوق المرأة والطفل ومحاربة الهجرة غير النظامية والجريمة العابرة للحدود. ينضاف إلى ذلك ما استطعنا بحول الله وقوته وبفضل التنفيذ الناجع لاستراتيجيتنا الأمنية المندمجة توفيره من أمن وسلم واستقرار على رغم ما فشى في المحيطين الإقليمي والدولي من عنف وإرهاب وتأزم سياسي واجتماعي. وكذلك ما أوليناه من عناية بالغة لدور الشباب في النهوض بالدول ودفع عجلة النماء والتطور مركزين على وضع الخطط والاستراتيجيات الكفيلة بتكوينه وتأهيله ودمجه في الحياة النشطة وتعزيز حضوره في مختلف مواقع تدبير الشأن العام. ولقد كان لكل ما تقدم دور إيجابي في تكريس وحدتنا الوطنية وتوطيد لحمتنا الاجتماعية اللتين عملنا على تعزيزهما بجهد مكثف في سبيل القضاء على مختلف مظاهر الإقصاء والغبن والهشاشة عبر بناء شبكة أمان اجتماعي واسعة ومتنوعة تهدف إلى تخفيف عبء إكراهات الحياة اليومية على الفئات الفقيرة وتعزيز قدرتها على الصمود وتمكينها من النفاذ إلى كل الخدمات العمومية. كما أطلقنا عملية إصلاح واعدة لمنظومتنا التربوية هدفها تأسيس مدرسة جمهورية تجسد قيم المساواة والإنصاف وتضمن للجميع في ظروف متماثلة تعليما ذا جودة عالية يكون رافعة بالموازاة مع ذلك ضاعفنا الجهود من أجل توسيع نطاق عرض الخدمات الصحية وتحسينها
to expand and improve the scope of health services that we offer to our population and to ensure access to medicines. We have created a health insurance system for citizens not covered by traditional insurance programs. In addition, we are providing some basic medical services free of charge, especially for mothers, older persons, and persons with disabilities.
بما للتغيرات المناخية والتحديات البيئية عموما
We are aware of the negative repercussions of climate change and environmental challenges in general on our planet, the economy, society, and political and security implications, particularly in the African continent and the Sahel in particular. We have worked to reduce our carbon emissions by 11% and to raise the share of renewable energy in our total energy mix to 50% by 2030.
في أفق 2030 وستتعزز جهودنا في هذا المجال ببرنامج واسع لتطوير الهيدروجين الأخضر وعلاوة على جهودنا في ترقية الطاقات النظيفة التي تغطي اليوم نسبة 48% من مجموع الطاقات المستخدمة فإن بلادنا مستمرة في مكافحة التصحر في إطار مبادرة السور الأخضر الكبير واللجنة المشتركة لمكافحة آثار الجفاف في منطقة الساحل. وأود في هذا السياق أن أثمن عاليا مخرجات الدورة 28 لمؤتمر الأطراف بشأن التغير المناخي COP 28 التي احتضنتها الإمارات العربية المتحدة نهاية العام الماضي آملا أن تتعزز تلك المكاسب البيئية خلال الدورة القادمة الكوب 29 التي ستحتضنها أذربيجان هذا العام وكلنا أمل بأن تحترم الدول الصناعية التزاماتها بخفض الانبعاثات
that industrialized countries will respect their commitments to reduce their emissions and fulfill their pledges from the Paris Summit.
أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو أيها السادة والسيدات.
Majesties, Excellencies, Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen.
قناعة راسخة بأن التعاون بين الدول لا يكون مثمرا وفعالا.
Convinced in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania.
إن لدينا في الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية قناعة راسخة بأن التعاون بين الدول لا يكون مثمرا وفعالا إلا بقدر ما يكون قائما على الصداقة والثقة
The effectiveness of cooperation between states depends on relationships based on friendship, trust, and mutual respect. Therefore, our foreign policy is based on non-interference in the internal affairs of states, strengthening cooperation and friendship, the maintenance of international peace and security, and supporting just causes based on international law, the Charter of the United Nations, the African Union, the League of Arab States, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. For that reason,
التأكيد على إدانتنا القوية لحرب الإبادة الجماعية التي تمارسها إسرائيل ضد الشعب الفلسطيني العاصم في خرق فاثر للقانون الدولي وقانون الدولي الإنساني ونحن نطالب بوقفها الفوري ونعلن تمسكنا بحق الشعب الفلسطيني بالكرامة والسيادة في إطار دولة مستقلة عاصمتها القدس الشرقية طبقا لمبادرة السلام العربية والقرارات الدولية ذات
international resolutions. Our condemnation of the current Israeli attacks on Lebanon and our demand that they end immediately. Our call to find a solution that preserves the unity and sovereignty of the Libyan state and our commitment to supporting African efforts and international efforts in this regard. Our support for the security and stability of brotherly Sudan and its sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as our call to ensure that dialogue and reason prevail to resolve the outstanding issues leading to an immediate end to the war, ending the humanitarian suffering of the brotherly Sudanese people, and ensuring respect for international humanitarian law. Our commitment to serious efforts to achieve a political solution that preserves the unity of the Syrian Arab Republic, its independence, the dignity of its people, and their right to live in peace and security. Our support for the brotherly Yemeni people and our peaceful solutions in accordance with Arab initiatives and the relevant
international resolutions, our firm position on the conflict in Western Sahara, and our support for the efforts of the United Nations and all relevant Security Council resolutions aimed at finding a lasting solution that is acceptable for everyone. Our concern about the continuation of the Russian-Ukrainian war and our demand that a solution be found that ends the war and takes into account the concerns of both parties in accordance with international law and the United Nations Charter, thus sparing the region and the world further tragedy and destruction. Your Majesties, Highnesses, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Summit of the Future, which concluded its work yesterday, revealed how aware we are of our collective responsibility towards our common future. Through what was adopted in terms of measures and plans, the summit confirmed that we are still able to make this future one of security, peace, prosperity, comprehensive sustainable development that will not exclude any people or country. Let us therefore strengthen mutual trust, intensify our multilateral cooperation, and accelerate the reform of international political and financial governance rules so that they are more just, more balanced, and more equitable. And then, God willing, we will be able to save our planet from perdition and secure a bright future for current and future generations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sadir Japarov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my congratulations to the African nations and the esteemed Mr. Philemon Yang on being elected as the President of 79th session of the UN General Assembly. I wish you success in the important mission. I assure you that Kyrgyzstan will provide full support to your presidency in the interest of peace and sustainable development. I also express my gratitude to the esteemed Mr. Dennis Francis for his active work as President of the 78th session. On behalf of the Kyrgyz Republic, I reaffirm our commitment to international law, the principles and provisions of the UN Charter, and express our full support for the organization's efforts to ensure international security, address global social, economic, and climate challenges, and protect human rights and freedoms.
Заманбап глобалдык көйгөйлөр, анын ичинде климаттык кризис, азык-түлүк коопсуздугуна болгон коркунуч жана өсүп жаткан теңсиздик эл аралык коомчулуктун биргелешкен аракеттерин талап кылат. Бул турбуленттүү мезгилде мен бардык мамлекеттерди Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун негизги миссиясын тынчтыкты камсыз кылуу жана учурдагы тобокелчиликтер менен коркунучтардын алдын алуу ишин улантууга чакырамын. Азыр бул колдоо өтө маанилүү. Мен генералдык катчы мырза Антонио Гутерриштин жетекчилиги жана мамлекеттердин активдүү колдоосу менен биздин уюм өзүнүн милдеттерин натыйжалуу аткарып, мамлекеттерге глобалдык көйгөйлөрдү чечүүгө жардам берет деп үмүттөнөм. Урматтуу айымдар жана мырзалар, биз жылдан жылга туруксуз жана татаал болуп бараткан дүйнөдө жашап жатабыз. Алдыбызда мурун болуп көрбөгөндөй чакырыктар турат. Глобалдык климаттык катастрофа, континенттерди бөлгөн экономикалык теңсиздик жана албетте элдердин келечекке болгон тынчтык үмүтүн жок кылган кагылышуулар. Ушул учурда биз дүйнөдөгү куралдуу чыгымдардын жыл сайын өсүп жатканын көрүп турабыз. Ошол эле учурда жакыр жана аялуу мамлекеттер өздөрүнүн өнүгүүсүнө жана жашоо шартын жакшыртууга жетишпей жатышат. Мен биздин доордун эки карама каршы чындыгына көңүлүңүздөрдү бургум келет. Биринчи чындык. Бул куралдуу керектөөлөргө болгон чексиз чыгымдар. Стокгольмдогу эл аралык тынчтык изилдөөлөр институтунун маалыматы боюнча 2023-жылы дүйнөлүк куралдуу чыгымдар 6,8%га өсүп, рекордтук $2,5 триллион жеткен. Же глобалдык ички дүң өндүрүшүнүн 2,3%-ын түзөт. Бул акыркы 19 жылдардагы эң жогорку сумма. Алдыңкы державалар ири каражаттарды куралдуу күчтөрдү түзүүгө жана өнүктүрүүгө, арсеналдарды кеңейтүүгө жана жаңы кыйратуучу куралдардын түрлөрүн иштеп чыгууга жумшап жатышат. Тилекке каршы, бул көптөгөн мамлекеттер жана элдер негизги кызматтарга, сууга, медициналык жардам жана билимге жетпей жаткан дүйнөдө болуп жатат. Биз согушка, кыйроолорго жана өлтүрүүлөргө кетип жаткан акчаларды жаратууга же бүткүл адамзат үчүн глобалдык көйгөйлөрдү чечүүгө багыттап, климаттын өзгөрүшүнө каршы күрөшүүгө, глобалдык миграцияны алдын алууга, жакыр мамлекеттерге жардам берүү үчүн колдонсок жакшы болмок. Аскердик чыгымдар жана куралдуу чыр-чатактар көптөгөн мамлекеттерге кыйратуучу таасирин тийгизип, жакырчылыкты жана теңсиздикти ого бетер күчөтүп жатат. Чыр-чатактар жана куралдуу кагылышуулар инфраструктуранын кыйрашына, элдин жашоо деңгээлинин төмөндөшүнө жана массалык миграцияга алып келди, жакырчылык менен туруксуздуктун татаал айлампасын жаратты. Бир катар мамлекеттер курал жаракка бюджеттерин көбөйтүп жаткан учурда жардамга муктаж болгон көптөгөн мамлекеттер кадимки жашоого мүмкүнчүлүктөн ажырап жатышат. Экинчи чындык, бул жакыр жана аялуу мамлекеттерге жардам берүүдө прогресстин жоктугу. Биз баарыбыз билебиз, экономикалык теңсиздик өсүүдө. Дүйнө лидерлери ондогон жылдар бою жакырчылыкты жоюу зарылчылыгы жөнүндө өздөрү айтып келишет, бирок бул үчүн өздөрүндө жетиштүү эрк болбой жатат. Африка, Түштүк Азия жана Латын Америкасынын мамлекеттери дагы деле өнүгүүгө керектүү каржылоо тартыштыгына, эл аралык коомчулуктун колдоосунун жоктугуна жана экономикалык системалык кризистерге туш болууда. Бул проблеманы алар өз алдынча албетте чече алышпайт. Эң төмөнкү экономикалык деңгээлде турган өлкөлөр саламаттыкты сактоо, билим берүү, инфраструктура жана климаттын өзгөрүшүнө каршы күрөштө инвестицияларга муктаж. Курал жаракка кеткен чыгымдардын ылдам өсүшүнүн кесепетинен бул мамлекеттерге жардам жетишсиз бойдон калууда. Гуманитардык жардам көрсөтүү жана өнүгүүгө көмөктөшүү программалары көп учурда каржылык тартыштыкка туш болуп турганда, бул ресурстар курал жарак сатып алуу жана аскердик операцияларды жүргүзүү үчүн колдонулууда. Мамлекеттер арасындагы теңсиздик азайбастан күчөп жатат. Урматтуу жыйындын катышуучулары, дүйнө алдында эң маанилүү эки тандоо турат. Биз коопсуздукту куралдуу күчтөр аркылуу курал жаракты көбөйтүүнү тандап алабыз, же жакырчылыкты жоюуга жана эң аялуу болгон мамлекеттерди колдоого багытталган туруктуу өнүгүүнү тандап алабыз. Аскердик чыгымдарга жумшалган ресурстар таза сууга жетүү, өнүгүп келе жаткан өлкөлөрдөгү балдардын билими, ачарчылыкка каршы күрөш же климаттын өзгөрүшүнө каршы күрөшүү программаларына жумшасак чоң салым болмок. Бул багытта прогресске жетишүү үчүн бай жана муктаж болгон мамлекеттердин биргелешкен аракеттери зарыл. Биринчиден, өнүккөн мамлекеттер муктаж өлкөлөргө финансылык жардамды көбөйтүп гана тим болбостон, аны максаттуу жана инфраструктуралык долбоорлор менен социалдык өнүгүүгө багытташы керек. Экинчиден, муктаж өлкөлөр уктап жатпай туруктуу өнүгүү боюнча эл аралык демилгелерге активдүү катышып, берилген ресурстарды туш келди чачпай, натыйжалуу пайдалануу боюнча милдеттенмелерди өз моюндарына алышы керек. Үчүнчүдөн, заманбап технологияларды бай өлкөлөрдөн муктаж өлкөлөргө өткөрүү маанилүү. Бул муктаж өлкөлөрдүн экономикасын өз алдынча өнүктүрүүгө жана тышкы жардамга көз карандылыкты азайтууга мүмкүндүк берет. Бүгүнкү күндө геосаясий чыр-чатактар коргонуу чыгымдарын көбөйтүүнү талап кылбастан, аларды чечүү үчүн эл аралык кызматташтыктагы маанилүү болуп жатканын байкоодобуз. Эгерде дүйнөлүк коомчулук ресурстарды адилеттүү бөлүштүрүү, аялуу мамлекеттерге жардам берүү жана куралдуу кагылышуулардын себептерин жоюу үчүн күчтөрүн бириктире алса, анда биз коопсуз жана гүлдөгөн дүйнөнү түзө алабыз. Эгерде биз согушка эмес, кедей адамдарга, жакын өлкөлөргө инвестиция жасай алсак, курал-жаракка эмес, билимге, медицинага жана туруктуу өнүгүүгө каражат салсак, гүлдөгөн дүйнөнү сөзсүз курабыз. Глобалдык коопсуздуктун приоритеттерин кайрадан карап чыгуунун мезгили келди. Коопсуздук бул күчтүү армиялардын жана массалык кыргын куралдарынын болушу гана эмес. Чыныгы коопсуздук элдердин ишеними, теңчилиги жана гүлдөө өсүүсү аркылуу жетишет. Муктаж өлкөлөрдүн келечегине инвестиция салып, аларга жакырчылыкка каршы күрөшүүгө жардам берип, туруктуу өсүү үчүн мүмкүнчүлүктөрдү түзсөк, биз туруктуу жана коопсуз дүйнөнү сөзсүз кура алабыз. Бул контекстте мен глобалдык түштүктүн туруктуу өнүгүүсүнө жана биринчи кезекте эң өнүкпөгөн өлкөлөрдүн, деңизге чыгууга мүмкүнчүлүгү жок, жаңыдан өнүгүп келе жаткан өлкөлөрдүн жана өнүгүп келе жаткан чакан арал мамлекеттеринин кызыкчылыктарын коргоого эл аралык коомчулук көбүрөөк көңүл бурушу маанилүү жана адилеттүү деп эсептеймин. Урматтуу кесиптештер, биздин планетанын жашоосуна коркунуч келтирген эң кооптуу чакырыктардын бири болуп климаттын өзгөрүшү саналат. Ал күн сайын тездеп, дээрлик бардык өлкөлөрдү жана элдерди камтып келе жатат. Мөңгүлөрдүн тез эриши, табигый катаклизмдердин көбөйүшү жана тоолуу экосистемалардагы суу ресурстарынын азайышы терең тынчсызданууну жаратууда. Бул терс кесепеттер жергиликтүү жамааттардын жашоосуна коркунуч туудурат, жакырчылыктын деңгээлинин жогорулашына, инфраструктуранын абалынын начарлашына жана өлкөлөрдүн экономикасына олуттуу зыян келтирет. Кыргызстан 3 эсе чакырык алдында турат. Бул өнүгүүгө инвестиция салуу, жакырчылыкты азайтуу жана климаттын өзгөрүшүнө адаптациялоо муктаждыгы менен көмүртек нейтралдуулугуна жетүү. Бул багыттардын ар бири биздин өлкө жана аялуу жамааттар үчүн климаттык туруктуулукту камсыз кылуу контекстинде өзгөчө каржылоону талап кылат. Биз өнөктөштөрүбүз менен биргеликте иш алып барып, ийгиликке жетүүгө бекем ниеттенип жатабыз. Кыргызстан жашыл экономикага карыз алмашуу механизмин күчөтүп жана бардык жерде жайылтууну сунуштайт. Бул аркылуу өнүгүп келе жаткан жана азыраак өнүккөн өлкөлөргө климаттын өзгөрүшүнө каршы биргелешип күрөшүүгө жардам болот деп эсептейбиз. Кыргызстан Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун башкы катчысынын эл аралык финансылык архитектураны реформалоо жана өнүгүп келе жаткан өлкөлөрдүн карыз жүгүн азайтуу зарылдыгы боюнча позициясын колдойт. Ошондой эле биз тышкы карызды климаттык жана туруктуу өнүгүү долбоорлоруна алмаштыруу механизмин сунуштап, тоолуу аймактардагы экологиялык долбоорлорду каржылай турган климаттык трасттык фонд түзүү боюнча иш алып барабыз. Кыргыз Республикасы өзүнүн улуттук саясатын ишке ашырууда климаттык маселелерге өзгөчө көңүл бурат жана жашыл өнүгүү принциптерине негизденип, 2050-жылга чейин көмүртек нейтралдуулугуна жетүү үчүн амбициялуу максатты алдыга койгонбуз. Энергиябыздын 95%дан ашыгы негизинен гидроэлектростанциялар аркылуу өндүрүлөт. Алар нөлдүк эмиссия максатына жетүү жолундагы негизги кыймылдаткыч болуп саналат. Биздин өлкөбүз экономикабыздын ар кандай тармактарында кайра жаралуучу энергия булактарын интеграциялоо, электр унаа инфраструктурасын өнүктүрүү, туруктуу айыл чарбасы жана экотуризмди өнүктүрүү үчүн чоң мүмкүнчүлүктөргө ээ. Биз электромобилдерди колдонууну стимулдаштыруу жана имараттардын энергия натыйжалуулугун жогорулатуу боюнча активдүү чараларды көрүп жатабыз. Мен биздин жашыл келечекти куруу аракетибиздин бир эле мисалын келтиргим келет. Неом, Маздар Сити, Вестерн Харбор, Солнечная долина сыяктуу туруктуу өнүгүүгө багытталган акылдуу шаар долбоорлору ишке ашырылып, ийгиликтүү өнүгүүдө. Бул өлкөлөрдүн элинин кыялдары ишке ашып, бизге да үлгү болду. Биз быйыл Ысык көлдүн жээгинде заманбап жана инновациялык Асман жашыл шаарын курууну баштадык. Келерки жылы Кемин жашыл шаарын куруп баштайбыз. Биз жашыл шаарларды курууга умтулабыз. Алар биздин өлкөнүн башка аймактарына үлгү болуп, келечек муундар үчүн таза жаратылышты сактоого көмөктөшөт. Жана ошондой эле менин ишенимим күч, аталган шаарлар экономикалык, соода, маданий, туристтик хаб болуп, инновациялар жана жаңы технологиялардын борбору болот. Борбордук Азия глобалдык коопсуздук жана дүйнөлүк экономика үчүн маанилүү регионго айланууда. Кыргызстан коңшу мамлекеттер менен биргеликте региондун туруктуу өнүгүүсү боюнча ишин улантууда. Казакстан жана Өзбекстан менен биргеликте биз Камбарата биргесин куруп жатабыз. Бул станция региондун энергия жана суу боюнча муктаждыктарын камсыздалат. Ошондой эле биз Кытай, Кыргызстан, Өзбекстан темир жолун курууга катышып жатабыз. Бул соода жана транспорттук кызматташууну күчөтүп, континенттин чыгыш жана батышын байланыштырат. Урматтуу айымдар жана мырзалар, дүйнөбүздүн келечеги биздин тандаган жолдон көз каранды. Биз курал жаракка чыгымдарды көбөйтүүгө, кагылышуулар менен алааматтардын курчушуна жол бербешибиз керек. Бардыгы үчүн адилеттүү, коопсуз жана гүлдөгөн дүйнөнү курууга күч аракетибизди багыттообуз зарыл. Бүгүнкү тандаган жолубуз эртеңки күндү келечек муундар үчүн кандай болоорун аныктайт. Баарыбыз эл аралык чыңалууну жеңилдетүү керек. Кыргыз Республикасы Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун башкы ассамблеясынын жана Коопсуздук кеңешинин туруктуу дүйнө тартибин орнотууга жана туруктуу өнүгүү максаттарына жетүүгө багытталган аракеттерине колдоо көрсөтүүгө, ошондой эле глобалдык чакырыктар менен коркунучтарды чечүү үчүн эл аралык коомчулуктун биргелешкен аракеттерине өз салымын кошууга даяр. Ошол эле учурда биз 2027-2028 жылдарга Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун Коопсуздук кеңешинин туруктуу эмес мүчөлүгүнө өз талапкерлигибизди сунуштайбыз. Кыргыз Республикасы бул негизги органга эч качан шайланбаган өлкө катары 2026 жылдын июнь айында Нью-Йорк шаарында өтө турган шайлоолордо сиздердин колдооңуздарды үмүт артабыз. Кыргызстан шайланган учурда кеңештин ишинин натыйжалуулугун жана ачык айкындуулугун жогорулатуу, ошондой эле анын курамын аймактык өкүлчүлүктүн тең салмактуулугун эске алуу менен кеңейтүү ишин улантат. Африка өлкөлөрүнүн коопсуздук кеңешиндеги өкүлчүлүгүнүн жетишсиздигин оңдоо жана Кыргызстанды кошкондо 60 мамлекеттин эч качан коопсуздук кеңешине шайланбагандыгын эске алып, тарыхый адилетсиздикти жоюу убактысы келди. Келечек саммитинде Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун мүчө мамлекеттери туруктуу өнүгүү максаттарынын маанилүүлүгүн жана алардын толук ишке ашырылышынын зарылдыгын дагы бир жолу тастыкташты. Кыргызстан 2030 жылга чейинки глобалдык туруктуу өнүгүү күн тартибине бекем берилген бойдон кала берет жана биздин жетишкендиктер, улуттук артыкчылыктар жана каржылык мүмкүнчүлүктөрдү эске алуу менен максаттарга жетүү боюнча бекем ниетибизди тастыктайт. Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун туруктуу өнүгүү максаттары Кыргызстандын 2040 жылга чейинки улуттук өнүгүү стратегиясына интеграцияланган. Бул стратегия туруктуу экономикалык жана социалдык өнүгүүгө, санариптештирүүгө, ишкердикке, ошондой эле учурдагы жана келечектеги муундар үчүн инновациялык жана экологиялык жактан таза технологияларды киргизүүгө мүмкүнчүлүк берет. Ушул жылдын 22-июлунда жеке ишкерлер менен чет өлкөлүк инвесторлордун укуктарын жана каражаттарын коргоо боюнча мыйзам кабыл алдык. Бул мыйзам инвесторлорду ишкердик жактан коргоо боюнча тиешелүү чараларды көрүүнү аныктайт. Ошондой эле бул мыйзамда тиешелүү мамлекеттик кызматкерлерди жазалоо чаралары да каралган. Мамлекеттик каттоодон мыйзамсыз, негизсиз баш тартуу, мыйзамсыз жана негизсиз лицензия берүүдөн баш тартуу, ишмердүүлүгүн негизсиз жана мыйзамсыз чектөөгө алуу, инвесторлордун жана жеке ишкерлердин ишмердүүлүгүнө негизсиз жана мыйзамсыз кийлигишүүсү. Жогоруда көрсөтүлгөн мыйзам бузуулар үчүн мамлекеттик кызматкерлерге эң катаал жазалар берилет. Алар 2 жылдан 5 жылга чейин эркинен ажыратуу жана мүлкүн конфискациялоо же ири өлчөмдө акчалай айыптар салынууга каралган. Кийинки жылы биздин өлкө туруктуу өнүгүү максаттарынын аткарылышы боюнча улуттук ыктыярдуу отчетун сунуштайт. Биз өз тажрыйбабызды бөлүшүүгө, жетишилген натыйжаларды талкуулоого жана 2030 жылга чейинки туруктуу өнүгүү максаттарын ишке ашыруу боюнча дүйнөнүн алдыңкы 30 өлкөсүнүн катарына кирүү максатына умтулууну улантууга даярбыз. Кыргызстан тоолуу өлкө катары 2000 жылдардан баштап дүйнөлүк коомчулуктун көңүлүн тоолуу аймактардагы туруктуу өнүктүрүү көйгөйлөрүнө бурду. Биздин демилгебиз менен жана тоолуу өлкөлөрдүн кеңири колдоосу менен тоолуу аймактарды өнүктүрүү боюнча 5 жылдык аракеттер программасы 2023-2027 жылдарга ишке ашырылып жатат. Мен бардык мамлекеттерди бул программага активдүү катышууга чакырам. Сиздерди 2027 жылы өтө турган Бишкек +25 экинчи глобалдык тоолуу саммитине катышууга чакырам. Анда тоолуу аймактардын 5 жылдыгынын жыйынтыктары чыгарылат. Мындан тышкары биз тоолор жана климат боюнча глобалдык диалогду Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун климаттын өзгөрүшү боюнча жылдык конференциясынын программасына бекитүү демилгесин илгерилетип жатабыз. Кыргызстан аймактын узак мөөнөттүү туруктуу өнүгүүсүнүн символу болуп калган ак илбирсти коргоо боюнча активдүү иш алып барууда. 2023 жылдын декабрь айында ак илбирс Кыргызстандын улуттук символу катары таанылган. Биз 11 өлкө менен биргеликте бул уникалдуу жаныбарды коргоо багытында иштеп жатабыз. Ушуга байланыштуу мен Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун башкы ассамблеясына эл аралык ак илбирс күнүн жарыялоо резолюциясын киргизүү жөнүндө билдирүүбүздү бардык мамлекеттерге колдоого чакырам. Тоолуу аймактардын тургундары күн сайын суу жетишсиздиги, азык-түлүк коопсуздугу, жакырчылык жана негизги кызматтарга жеткиликтүүлүктүн жоктугу сыяктуу кыйынчылыктарга туш болушат. Бул өлкөлөр өз көйгөйлөрү менен жалгыз калбашы керек. Биз дүйнөлүк коомчулук бул маселелерди чечүү үчүн активдүү аракеттерди көрүүгө чакырабыз. Урматтуу кесиптештер, айымдар жана мырзалар, эл аралык коомчулукка ишеним жана бардык мамлекеттердин кызыкчылыктарын эске алган жаңы консенсусту түзүү убактысы келди. Сөзүмдү жыйынтыктап жатып, элдердин достугу, биримдиги жана тилектештиги тууралуу океандай тереңдикти камтыган Манас эпосунан төмөнкү сөздөрдү айткым келет. Бир жакадан баш, бир жеңден кол чыгарып күч кубатты бириктирели. Биримдик бар жерде ырыс бар. Ошондо гана биз бекем жана жарык келечекти кура алабыз. Көңүл бурганыңыздарга терең ыраазычылык билдирем.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Javier Gerardo Milei, President of the Argentine Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
A las autoridades de las Naciones Unidas,
to the authorities of the United Nations, representatives of the
todos los
various
ciudadanos del mundo que nos
countries,
estén mirando.
member
Buenas
countries,
tardes.
and all of the citizens of the world that are watching
Para
us.
aquellos que no lo
Good
saben,
afternoon.
yo no soy político.
For those of you who are not aware, I'm not a
economista.
politician.
Un
I'm an
economista
economist.
liberal
I'm a
libertario,
liberal,
que
libertarian
jamás tuvo la
economist
ambición de hacer
who never
política
aimed to
y
be a
que fue honrado con el
politician,
cargo de
but
presidente
who
de
was
la República
honored to
Argentina
become the president of the
frente al
Republic of
fracaso
Argentina
estrepitoso de más de
following
un siglo
the
de políticas
resounding failure
colectivistas que
of more than a
destruyeron nuestro
century of
país.
collectivist policies that destroyed our country.
Este es mi primer
This is
discurso
my
frente a la
first
Asamblea General de las
speech
Naciones
to
Unidas.
the United Nations General
Y quiero
Assembly,
aprovechar
and I'd like
para
to take
con
this
humildad
opportunity
alertar a las
to
distintas naciones del
humbly
mundo sobre el camino que
alert
están
the
transitando hace
different
décadas
nations of the
y sobre
world
el
around
peligro
about
que
the
implica
path
que esta
that we are
organización
moving
fracase en
down and have
cumplir su
been for
misión
decades, and
original.
about the danger that
No vengo aquí a
this
decirle al mundo lo que
organization
tiene que
failing,
hacer.
as it has been
Vengo
doing
aquí a
in its
decirle al mundo,
original
por un
mission.
lado, lo
I
que va a
haven't come
ocurrir si
here
las
to
Naciones
tell the
Unidas
world
continúan
what it should be
promoviendo las
doing. I've come
políticas
here to tell the
colectivistas
world, on the
que
one
vienen
hand, what will
promoviendo
happen if
bajo
the
el
United
mandato de
Nations
la Agenda
continues to promote
2030
collectivist
y
policies
por el
that it's been
otro, cuáles son los
promoting under
valores
the
que la
mantle
nueva
of the
Argentina
2030
defiende.
agenda, and on the other hand, the
Quiero
values of
sí
the new
comenzar
Argentina.
dando crédito cuando el
I
crédito
want
corresponde.
to begin by giving
La
credit where
Organización de
credit is due.
Naciones Unidas
The United
nace del
Nations
horror de
was
la guerra
born
más
out of the
cruenta de la
horror
historia
of
global,
the
con el
cruelest
objetivo principal
war
de que
in
nunca
global
volviera a
history,
ocurrir.
and the main aim of it was to
Para
ensure that it
ello,
never happened
la
again.
organización grabó en piedra sus principios
To do so, the
fundamentales en la
organization
Declaración
engraved
Universal
its
de Derechos
fundamental
Humanos.
principles in the
Ahí
Universal
se
Declaration of Human
consignó un
Rights.
acuerdo básico en torno a una
From
máxima,
that was born a
que
basic
todos los seres
agreement
humanos nacen
around one
libres
maxim
e
that
iguales
all
en
human
dignidad
beings are
y
born
derechos.
free and equal in dignity and rights.
Bajo la tutela de esta
Under the
organización
watch of this
y la adopción de
organization,
estas
the
ideas,
adoption of this
durante los
and the
últimos
adoption of
70
these
años la
ideas,
humanidad
over the
vivió el
last
periodo de
70
paz global
years,
más largo de la
humanity
historia,
has
que
experienced the
coincidió también
longest
con el periodo de
period of
mayor
global
crecimiento
peace in
económico de la
history, which
historia.
has coincided with the
Se creó un foro
greatest period
internacional
of
donde las
economic growth
naciones
in
pudieran
history.
dirimir sus
It established
conflictos
an
a
international
través de la
forum in which
cooperación,
nations
en vez de
can
recurrir
resolve their
instantáneamente a las
conflicts through
armas y se
cooperation
logró
rather
algo
than
impensado,
resorting instantaneously to
sentar de
weapons,
manera
and it
permanente
achieved
a
something
las 5
previously
potencias más grandes del mundo en una misma mesa,
sit the
cada
5
una
great
con el mismo
powers of
poder
the
de
world
veto,
around
a
one same
pesar de tener
table with the
intereses
same
totalmente
veto
contrapuestos.
power, despite having completely
Todo esto no
counterposed
hizo que el
interests.
flagelo de la
All
guerra
of this didn't mean
desapareciera,
that the scourge of war
pero se logró por
disappeared,
ahora
but it
que
did,
ningún
at least for
conflicto escalara
now,
a
ensure
proporciones
that no
mundiales.
conflict has escalated to
El
global
resultado fue que
proportions.
pasamos de
The
tener 2
result was
guerras
that we moved
mundiales
from
en
having
menos de
2 world
40 años,
wars in less than
que en
40
conjunto se
years, which
cobraron más de
together
120
claimed more than
millones de vidas,
120
a
million
tener
lives,
70 años
to having
consecutivos
70
de relativa
consecutive
paz y
years of
estabilidad
relative
global,
global peace and
bajo el manto de
security
un
and
orden que
stability,
permitió al mundo
under the
entero
mantle of an
integrarse
order which
comercialmente,
allowed the
competir y
entire
prosperar.
world to be
Porque
integrated
donde entra el
commercially,
comercio
to
no entran las
compete and to
balas, decía
prosper.
Bastiat.
Because
Porque el comercio
where
garantiza la paz,
trade
la
enters,
libertad garantiza el
we
comercio,
don't have
y la igualdad ante la ley garantiza la
bullets, said
libertad.
Bastiat, because
Se cumplió en
trade
definitiva
guarantees peace,
lo que
peace
consignó el profeta
guarantees, and
Isaías,
freedom
y se
guarantees
lee en el parque
trade.
cruzando la
And
calle.
equality before the
Dios
law
juzgará entre las
guarantees freedom.
naciones y arbitrará por los
It
muchos
managed
pueblos.
to ensure what
Forjarán sus
prophet
espadas en
Isaiah
rejas de
said,
arado y sus
that
lanzas
he will
empodadoras.
judge between the
Nación,
nations and will settle
nación no tomará
disputes for
espada
many
contra
peoples.
nación.
They will beat their
Nunca más
swords into
conocerán la
plowshares
guerra.
and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not take up
Esto
sword
es lo que ha
against
ocurrido
nation, nor will they train for war
mayormente bajo la
anymore.
tutela de las Naciones
This is
Unidas
what's
en
happened
sus primeras décadas.
mainly under the
Y por
watch of the
eso,
United
desde esta
Nations in its
perspectiva,
first few
estamos
decades.
hablando de un éxito
That's why we're
destacable en la
talking
historia de
about
las
an
naciones que no
outstanding
puede ser
success in the
soslayado.
history of nations that has been
Ahora
achieved by the
bien,
United Nations that
en
cannot
algún
be
momento,
overlooked.
y como suele
Now,
ocurrir con la mayoría de las
sometime,
estructuras
and as
burocráticas
often
que los
happens with
hombres
the
creamos,
majority of bureaucratic
esta organización
structures that
dejó de
are
velar
created
por los
by men,
principios
this
esbozados en
organization
su
stopped
declaración fundante
looking
y
after
comenzó a
its main
mutar.
aims set out in its founding
Una organización que
declaration and
había sido
started to
pensada
change. This was an
esencialmente
organization that
como un
had
escudo para
essentially been
proteger el
thought
reino de
up
los hombres,
as a
se
shield to
transformó en un
protect
leviatán de múltiples
the
tentáculos
reign
que
of
pretende
men,
decidir
and became
no
a
solo qué debe
leviathan
hacer
with
cada
various
Estado-nación,
tentacles
sino también
purporting to
cómo deben
decide
vivir
not
todos los
only
ciudadanos del mundo. Así
not only what
como
each
pasamos de
nation
una
state should do,
organización
but
que
also
perseguía
how
la
all the
paz
citizens in the world
a
should
una
live.
organización
That's
que
how
le
we
impone
moved from
una
being an
agenda ideológica a
organization
sus
that pursued
miembros
peace to an
sobre un
organization that
sinfín de
imposes
temas
an
que hacen a la vida del
ideology on
hombre en
its members
sociedad.
about an endless list of
El
topics
modelo de
in
Naciones Unidas
society.
que
The model
había
of the
sido
United
exitoso,
Nations that had
cuyo
been
origen
successful,
podemos
the
rastrear en las
origin of
ideas del
which
presidente
we can
Wilson,
see in
que
the
hablaba de
ideas
la
of
sociedad
President
de
Wilson,
paz
who
sin
talked about
victoria
the need
y
for
que se
peace without
fundaba en la
victory,
cooperación
and
de
that
los
was founded out of
Estados-nación, ha
cooperation
sido
from nation
abandonado.
states, has been abandoned.
Ha sido
It's
reemplazado
been
por un modelo de
replaced by a
gobierno
model of
supranacional de
supranational
burócratas
government
internacionales
of international
que pretenden
bureaucrats
imponerle a los
that
ciudadanos
attempt
del
to
mundo
impose on
un modo
citizens
de
of the
vida
world a
determinado.
specific way of living.
Lo que se está
What
discutiendo
we're
esta semana aquí
discussing
en Nueva York, en
in
la
New
cumbre
York
del
this
futuro,
week at the Summit
no
of
es
the
otra cosa que la
Future is
profundización de ese
nothing
rumbo
more than
trágico
going
que esta
further down
institución
this
ha
tragic
adoptado.
path, the tragic path
La
that this institution
profundización
has
de un modelo
adopted.
que, en palabras del propio
Furthering
secretario de las
down, going
Naciones
further down
Unidas,
this path,
exige definir un nuevo contrato social
which
a
in the very
escala
words of the
global,
Secretary General
redoblando los compromisos
calls
de
on
la
us to
Agenda
define a new
2030.
social contract,
Quiero
redoubling our
ser claro en la
commitment to the
posición de la
2030
Agenda
agenda.
Argentina.
On this, I'd like to be
La
clear about
Agenda
Argentina's
2030,
position. The
aunque
2030
bien intencionada en
agenda,
sus
although
metas,
it's well
no es otra
intentioned in
cosa
its
que un
goals,
programa de
is
gobierno
nothing but
supranacional de corte
a
socialista que
supranational
pretende
government
resolver los
program
problemas
that
de la
is
modernidad
socialist in
con
shape. It
soluciones que
purports to
atentan
resolve
contra la
the problems of
soberanía de los
modernity with
Estados-nación
solutions
y
that afflict
violentan
the
el derecho a
sovereignty
la
of
vida,
nation
la
states and
libertad y a la
violate the right
propiedad
to
de las
life, right to
personas.
freedom and property of
Es
persons.
una agenda que
It's an
pretende
agenda that
solucionar la
purports to
pobreza, la
resolve
desigualdad y la
poverty,
discriminación
inequality,
con
discrimination
legislación
with
que lo único que hace
legislation
es
that
profundizarla.
simply furthers these
Porque la
issues.
historia del mundo demuestra que la única manera de garantizar la prosperidad es limitando el poder del monarca, garantizando la igualdad ante la ley y defendiendo el derecho a la vida, a la libertad y a la propiedad de los individuos. Ha sido precisamente la adopción de esa agenda que obedece a intereses privilegiados y el abandono de los principios esbozados en la Declaración Universal de Derechos Humanos de las Naciones Unidas, lo que tergiversó el rol de esta institución y la puso en una senda equivocada. Así, hemos visto cómo una organización que nació para defender los derechos del hombre ha sido una de las principales propulsoras de la violación sistemática de la libertad, como por ejemplo con las cuarentenas a nivel global durante el año 2020 y que debería ser considerado un delito de lesa humanidad. En esta misma casa, que dice defender los derechos humanos, han permitido el ingreso al Consejo de Derechos Humanos a dictaduras sangrientas como la de Cuba y Venezuela sin el más mínimo reproche. En esta misma casa, que dice defender los derechos de las mujeres, permite el ingreso al Comité para la Eliminación de la Discriminación contra la Mujer a países que castigan a sus mujeres por mostrar la piel. En esta misma casa, sistemáticamente se ha votado en contra del Estado de de Israel, que es el único país de Medio Oriente que defiende la democracia liberal, mientras se ha demostrado en simultáneo una incapacidad total de responder al flagelo del terrorismo. En el plano económico se han promovido políticas colectivistas que atentan contra el crecimiento económico, violentan los derechos de propiedad y entorpecen el proceso económico natural, llegando a impedirle a los países más postergados del mundo gozar libremente de sus propios recursos para salir adelante. Regulaciones y prohibiciones impulsadas precisamente por los países que se desarrollaron gracias a hacer lo mismo que hoy condenan. Se ha promovido además una relación tóxica entre las políticas de gobernanza global y los organismos de crédito internacional, exigiéndole a los países más relegados que comprometan recursos que no tienen en programas que no necesitan, convirtiéndolo en deudores perpetuos para promover la agenda de las élites globales. Tampoco ha ayudado el tutelaje del Foro Económico Mundial, donde se promueven políticas ridículas con anteojeras maltusianas, como las políticas de emisión cero, que dañan sobre todo a los países pobres, a las políticas vinculadas a los derechos sexuales y reproductivos, cuando la tasa de natalidad de los países occidentales se está desplomando, anunciando un futuro sombrío para todos. Tampoco la organización ha cumplido satisfactoriamente su misión de defender la soberanía territorial de sus integrantes, como sabemos los argentinos de primera mano en la relación con las Islas Malvinas. Y llegamos incluso a una situación en la que el Consejo de Seguridad, que es el órgano más importante de esta casa, se ha desnaturalizado, porque el veto de sus integrantes permanentes se empezó a utilizar en defensa de los intereses particulares de algunos. Así estamos hoy, con una organización impotente en brindar soluciones a los verdaderos conflictos globales, como ha sido la aberración y aberrante invasión rusa a Ucrania, que ya le ha costado la vida a más de 300.000 personas, dejando un tendal de más de 1 millón de heridos en el proceso. Una organización que en vez de enfrentar estos conflictos, invierte tiempo y esfuerzo en imponerle a los países pobres que cómo y deben producir, con quién vincularse, qué deben comer y en qué creer, como pretende dictar el presente pacto del futuro. Toda esta larga lista de errores y contradicciones no ha sido gratuita, sino que ha redundado en la pérdida de credibilidad de las Naciones Unidas ante los ciudadanos del mundo libre, en la desnaturalización de sus funciones. Por eso quiero hacer una advertencia. Estamos ante un fin de ciclo. El colectivismo y el postureo moral de la agenda woke se han chocado con la realidad y ya no tienen soluciones creíbles para ofrecer a los problemas reales del mundo. De hecho, nunca las tuvieron. Si la Agenda 2030 fracasó, como reconocen sus propios promotores, la respuesta debería ser preguntarnos si no fue un programa mal concebido de inicio, aceptar esa realidad y cambiar el rumbo. No se puede pretender persistir en el error redoblando la apuesta de una agenda que ha fracasado. Siempre ocurre lo mismo con las ideas que vienen de la izquierda. Diseñan un modelo acorde a lo que el ser humano debería ser, según ellos, y cuando los individuos libremente actúan de otra manera, no tienen mejor solución que restringir, reprimir y coartar su libertad. Nosotros en Argentina ya hemos visto con nuestros propios ojos lo que hay al final de este camino de envidia y pasiones tristes: pobreza, embrutecimiento, anarquía y una ausencia fatal de libertad. Todavía estamos a tiempo de apartarnos de ese rumbo. Quiero ser claro con algo para que no haya malas interpretaciones. La Argentina, que está viviendo un proceso profundo de cambio en la actualidad, ha decidido abrazar las ideas de la libertad. Esas ideas que dicen que todos los ciudadanos nacemos libres e iguales ante la ley, que tenemos derechos inalienables otorgados por el Creador, entre los que se encuentran el derecho a la vida, a la libertad y a la propiedad. Esos principios que ordenan el proceso de cambio que estamos llevando adelante en la Argentina son también los principios que guardarán nuestra conducta internacional a partir de ahora. Creemos en la defensa de la vida de todos. Creemos en la defensa de la propiedad de todos. Creemos en la libertad de expresión para todos. Creemos en la libertad de culto para todos. Creemos en la libertad de comercio para todos. Y creemos en los gobiernos limitados, todos ellos. Y como en estos tiempos lo que sucede en un país impacta rápidamente en otros, creemos que todos los pueblos deben vivir libres de la tiranía y la opresión, ya sea que tome forma de opresión política, de esclavitud económica o de fanatismo religioso. Esa idea fundamental no debe quedarse en meras palabras, tiene que ser apoyada en los hechos, diplomáticamente, económicamente y materialmente, a través de la fuerza conjunta de todos los países que defendemos la libertad. Esta doctrina de la nueva Argentina no es más ni menos que la verdadera esencia de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, es decir, la cooperación de naciones unidas en defensa de la libertad. Si las Naciones Unidas deciden retomar los principios que le dieron vida y volver a adaptar el rol para la que fue concebida, cuente con el apoyo inclaudicable de la Argentina en la lucha por la libertad. Sepa también que la Argentina no acompañará ninguna política que implique la restricción de las libertades individuales, del comercio ni la violación de los derechos naturales de los individuos. No importa quién la promueva ni cuánto consenso tenga esa institución. Por esta razón, queremos expresar oficialmente nuestro disenso sobre el Pacto del Futuro firmado el día domingo. Invitamos a todas las naciones del mundo libre a que nos acompañen, no solo en el disenso de este pacto, sino en la creación de una nueva agenda para esta noble institución, la agenda de la libertad. A partir de este día, sepan que la República Argentina va a abandonar la posición de neutralidad histórica que nos caracterizó y va a estar a la vanguardia de la lucha en defensa de la libertad. Porque, como decía Thomas Paine, aquellos que desean cosechar las bendiciones de la libertad deben como hombres soportar la fatiga de defenderla. Que Dios bendiga a los argentinos y a todos los ciudadanos del mundo y que las fuerzas del cielo nos acompañen. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo! Muchas gracias.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Argentine Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nayib Armando Bukele, President of the Republic of El Salvador. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General,
President of the General Assembly,
excelentísimo jefe de Estado y de Gobierno,
Your Excellencies,
honorables
Heads of State
miembros
and
de las
Government,
delegaciones que nos
distinguished
acompañan en
members
este
of the
día,
delegations with us here today,
señoras y señores.
ladies and gentlemen.
Cuando vine por primera vez a la
When I
Asamblea
came to
General
this
de las
General
Naciones
Assembly for the
Unidas
first time
en 2019,
in
sé que muchos no
2019,
conocían El
I
Salvador
know that many
o
of
ni
you
siquiera
didn't
habían
know El
oído
Salvador
hablar del
or
Salvador.
hadn't even heard of El Salvador.
Y si lo conocían,
And if you had
solo
heard of
tenían
it,
malas referencias.
you only had heard
O el país
bad
más violento del
references,
mundo
either the most violent
o el
country
país
in the
de las
world
maras.
or the country of
Otros
gangs.
no sabían de dónde quedaba en el mapa.
Others didn't even know where to put us
Pero
on the map.
gracias a Dios,
But thanks to God,
eso ha cambiado
this has
significativamente y en muy
significantly
poco tiempo.
changed, and in a very
5
short
años
time,
después de aquel primer
5
discurso,
years after
vengo
my-
acá como
since my first
presidente de
speech,
un
I
país
come
que ahora
here
tiene
as
voz en el
the,
mundo.
president of a country that now has a voice
En
in
mis
the
discursos
world.
anteriores
In my
ante esta
previous
Asamblea General,
statements to this
les
General
hablé sobre la
Assembly,
búsqueda de
I
nuestra
talked
verdadera
about the quest
independencia.
for our true independence.
Por décadas
For
estuvimos
decades,
encadenados por las
we
consecuencias de
were
una guerra civil importada
in chains
y
due
luego
to an
por una
imported
falsa
civil war,
paz
and then
que
a
dejó más
false
muertos
peace
que la propia
that
guerra.
left behind more dead
También
than
les hablé
war
de la
itself.
importancia de
I
recordar
also talked
que la
about the
primera
importance of
responsabilidad de
remembering
un
that the
gobierno
main
es con su propio
responsibility of a
pueblo,
government is towards its own
así como la
people,
trascendencia de
and
tomar
the
nuestro propio
crucial
destino en nuestras propias manos.
importance of taking our own
Fuimos
fate into our
ingenuos
own hands.
en pensar que otros países nos salvarían
We shouldn't believe that other
o
countries
que otras
would save
naciones
us, or that
nos
other
regalarían nuestra libertad
nations would
por
give us
simple
our own
bondad.
freedom.
Tuvimos que entenderlo
We had to
para
understand
luego
this,
tener la valentía de romper
to
nuestras
then
cadenas
have
nosotros
the
mismos
courage to break
y
these
reclamar
chains
nuestro derecho
ourselves
legítimo a
and to
ser libres.
reclaim our own legitimate right to be free.
En los últimos 5 años,
Over the last 5
El
years,
Salvador
El
renació.
Salvador has been born
Devolvimos
again.
las calles de nuestro país a nuestra gente
You
y
can see this in
establecimos
the
una
countries
floreciente
and in the
industria
people.
turística,
We have a
siendo sede de eventos
flourishing
internacionales de
tourist
surf, de
industry.
deportes, de
We are a
entretenimiento.
country of sports, surf,
Le dimos
and
a miles de
entertainment.
salvadoreños que
Thousands of
huyeron de las guerras
Salvadorians
y de la
fled
pobreza
war and
un país
poverty.
al cual
They're
regresar.
now coming, we've now made this a
Hicimos de
country to
nuestra
return
nación,
to.
que fue
And
una vez la
our
capital
nation
mundial
was
de los
once
homicidios,
the
el
global
país
capital
más
of
seguro de
homicides.
todo el
We've
hemisferio
now made
occidental.
this the safest
Fue el
country
desafío más grande
in
que
our
nuestra nación
region.
ha superado.
This was a great
Y
challenge
aunque
that our
todavía
nation
nos queda un
overcame.
largo camino por
But we
recorrer
still have a
y
lot
muchas
to
cosas
do
por
and
lograr,
many
estamos
things
al
to
alcance
achieve.
de la verdadera
But we are now on the
independencia
cusp
y en el
of
camino
true
a la libertad
independence
plena.
and the path towards true freedom.
La transformación del Salvador no
The
tiene
transformation of El
comparación y
Salvador
nuestro
is
éxito es
without
innegable.
comparison, and our
Cualquiera
success
puede
is
visitar El Salvador y
undeniable.
comprobarlo
Anyone
por
can
sí
visit El
mismo.
Salvador and see this for yourself.
Los salvadoreños, independientemente de por quienes hayan votado, el pueblo, la ciudad donde hayan nacido, de lo poco o mucho que hayan tenido, de si están dentro o fuera de nuestras fronteras, se han unido para trabajar y apoyar cada una de nuestras decisiones, cada una de las decisiones que le permiten a El Salvador ser el país donde la gente puede vivir tranquila y feliz, donde las aspiraciones espirituales, más allá de las materiales, trasciendan a todos. Hoy, el mundo mira el ejemplo de El Salvador y se pregunta, ¿cómo puede una nación levantarse en tan poco tiempo? Pero tal vez esa no sea la pregunta que deberían hacerse. Tal vez deberían estarse haciendo otra pregunta. ¿Cómo es que el mundo está cayendo tan rápido? Dicen que El Salvador nada contra la corriente, porque mientras El Salvador se volvió más seguro, el mundo se volvió más inseguro. Mientras el pueblo salvadoreño se volvió más optimista, la mayoría de la gente en el mundo moderno se vuelve cada vez más pesimista. Y sí, tienen razón. El mundo se ha vuelto dividido, deprimido, preocupado, hostil y sin esperanza. Y lo ha hecho a una velocidad sin precedentes. Hoy el mundo libre ya no es libre. Esto no es una exageración. Trágicamente vemos pruebas innegables de esta decadencia todos los días. Las nuevas amenazas de guerras continúan. Cuando el mundo libre se volvió libre, fue gracias a sus principios de libertad de expresión, igualdad ante la ley, unidad y respeto por la propiedad privada. Pero una vez una nación abandona sus principios que la hacen libre, es solo cuestión de tiempo para que pierda su libertad por completo. Las consecuencias se están desarrollando ante nuestros propios ojos. Las podemos ver. En algunas ciudades del llamado primer mundo, las tiendas necesitan asegurar sus productos detrás de puertas de vidrio con llave para evitar robos. Y no hablo ni siquiera de productos caros, sino de cosas sencillas como una barra de chocolate o una rasuradora. En otras ciudades, las calles ya no pertenecen a la gente, sino que han caído en manos de la indigencia, de las pandillas, del crimen organizado y de las drogas. No puedes reclamar el título de mundo libre si ni siquiera tu gente es libre para caminar por las calles sin temor a ser acosada, robada o asesinada. También estamos siendo testigos en tiempo real de la erosión de la libertad de expresión. Hace apenas una década, Occidente era el bastión de la libertad de expresión y ahora es sermoneado por quienes solían denunciar. Las plataformas más grandes de redes sociales en el mundo fueron obligadas a censurar a sus usuarios a petición de sus gobiernos. Ciudadanos de países occidentales han sido arrestados por compartir publicaciones en redes sociales. Los partidos gobernantes han intentado prohibir a su oposición política. Estas no son acusaciones ni teorías de conspiración. Son hechos comprobables y ampliamente documentados. No se puede ganar el respeto del pueblo sin respetar al pueblo. Esto ni siquiera comenzó hace poco, pero lo notamos más porque en los últimos años se ha acelerado. Y esta aceleración significa que estamos acercándonos a un tenebroso punto de inflexión. Estamos ante una nueva era oscura de la humanidad. Como salvadoreños reconocemos estos síntomas de la decadencia cuando los vemos, porque hemos pasado por todos ellos. Vivimos las etapas de la caída de nuestra nación una por una. Y estamos viendo esas mismas etapas una vez más, pero esta vez a escala global. No podemos ni deseamos decirles a otros países lo que tienen que hacer. Cada país debe tomar sus propias decisiones y hacer lo que sea mejor para su gente. Solo podemos ofrecer una palabra de advertencia de un amigo que ha pasado por una época oscura y ha librado la batalla de su vida para salir de ella. No podemos cambiar el curso del mundo. El Salvador es un país demasiado pequeño. Somos de hecho el país más pequeño de todo el continente americano. Esto es mucho más grande que nosotros y de hecho es más grande que cualquier nación. No podemos prevenir los tiempos oscuros que se avecinan. Pero lo que sí podemos hacer es convertirnos en un pequeño refugio ante la tormenta que se aproxima y mantener la esperanza. En El Salvador no encarcelamos a nuestra oposición, no censuramos opiniones, no confiscamos bienes de quienes piensan diferente, no arrestamos a las personas por expresar sus ideas. En El Salvador tu libertad de expresión, así como tu propiedad privada, siempre estarán protegidas. En El Salvador priorizamos la seguridad de nuestros ciudadanos honestos sobre la comodidad de los criminales. Algunos dicen de que hemos encarcelado miles, pero la realidad es que hemos liberado a millones. Ahora son los buenos los que viven libres, sin miedo, con sus libertades y derechos humanos totalmente respetados. Queremos que nuestra gente prospere. Por eso fomentamos la innovación y alentamos las nuevas ideas. Entendemos que se necesita un espacio seguro y libre para que los conceptos florezcan. Las visiones deben investigarse, probarse y experimentarse. No deben ser sofocadas por regulaciones anticuadas o por el miedo al cambio. En El Salvador encontrarán un espacio para perseguir sus ambiciones, ya sea en el campo de la tecnología, la finanza, la energía, la medicina, las artes, la cultura, la música o la arquitectura. Hace unos años, El Salvador solía ser uno de los lugares más oscuros de todo el planeta. Pero en poco tiempo nuestra nación renació, porque nos recordamos a nosotros mismos que la libertad se toma, no se da ni se regala. Y como todo en la vida que vale la pena tener, necesita cuidado y mantenimiento. Hoy El Salvador es un país seguro para el progreso y la innovación, pero también para la familia y para la búsqueda de nuestros propósitos individuales. En el Nuevo El Salvador todos tienen cabida. Ofrecemos este espacio seguro principalmente para nuestra gente, pero también para quienes deseen compartir y contribuir a nuestra visión. No será fácil. De hecho, el paso siguiente tal vez es más difícil que el anterior. Hemos liberado nuestro país, pero debemos mantener esa libertad y debemos hacerlo en un mundo que cada vez es menos libre. El Salvador ha dejado atrás su pasado, al que juramos nunca más volver. Tal vez sea demasiado tarde para evitar los tiempos oscuros que enfrenta nuestro mundo hoy, pero no es demasiado tarde para construir una arca y capear la tormenta. Que Dios bendiga a la humanidad. Muchas gracias.
May God bless humanity. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of El Salvador. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Masoud Pezeshkian, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. President, Excellencies, I extend my sincere congratulations both on the opening of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to you, Mr. President, on your well-deserved election.
توسعه پایدار و کرامت انسانی افقی روشن در برابر نسل‌های کنونی و آینده بگشاید.
سال گذشته رئیس جمهور خدمتگزار کشورم ابراهیم رئیسی از همین سخنگاه با شما سخن گفت. او در راه خدمت به مردم ایران شهید شد. روحش شاد باد. من اینک برای اولین بار از این جایگاه ریاست جمهوری اسلامی ایران با شما سخن میگویم. مردم ما در انتخاب من به شعار محوری وفاق ملی رأی دادند. این شعار منطبق بر دستور خدای تبارک و تعالی در قرآن کریم، مطابق آموزه های قرآن در آفرینش، انسانها همگی از یک ریشه هستند. پیامبران آمدند که اختلافات را بر مبنای کتاب حل و فصل کنند. انسانها اختلاف نمی کنند مگر آنکه زیاده طلبی و تمامیت خواهی آنان را از راه حق دور کنند. امام علی علیه السلام در خطاب به یکی از فرمانداران می‌فرماید با تمام وجود به مردم مهر بورز، محبت کن و لطف خود را شامل حال آنان بگردان. مبادا با مردمان تحت فرمان خویش با نامهربانی و خشونت برخورد کنید. زیرا مردم دو دستند، یا برادر دینی تو هستند یا در خلقت با تو برابر. رسالت همه پیامبران استقرار و گسترش حق و عدالت در جامعه انسانی بین همه انسانها به دور از رنگ، نژاد، جنسیت و زبان بوده است. صلح و امنیت در جهان مستقر نخواهد شد مگر اینکه حقوق همه انسانها، جوامع و ملتها در چارچوب عدالت و انصاف رعایت شود. سوال اینجاست که آیا علت جنگ و خونریزی که در دنیای امروز در جریان است غیر از این است که متجاوزی به حقوق دیگران تجاوز کرده است، حقوق ملتی را نادیده گرفتند، تبعیض و نابرابری را اعمال کردند، گروهی را در ضعف و عقب ماندگی نگه داشته و حق و حقوق دیگران را نادیده انگاشتند، تا زمانی که بی‌عدالتی، ظلم، زیاده‌خواهی، فقر در جهان و در منطقه حاکم باشد، جنگ و خونریزی ادامه پیدا خواهد کرد. ما تا به ریشه های این نابسامانی ها نپردازیم نمیتوانیم آینده فرزندانمان را از تاریکی و نابودی نجات دهیم. آقای رئیس، من با برنامه مبتنی بر اصلاحات، وفاق ملی، تعامل سازنده با جهان و توسعه اقتصادی وارد کارزار انتخابات شدم و موفق شدم اعتماد هموطنانم را در پای صندوق‌های رأی جلب نمایم. من قصد دارم بنیان‌های استوار برای ورود کشورم به عصر جدید و نقش‌آفرینی سازنده و مؤثر در نظام در حال ظهور جهانی پایگذاری کنم. موانع و چالش‌ها را برطرف و مناسبات کشورم را بر اساس ملزومات و واقعیت‌های دنیای امروز سازماندهی نمایم. آقای رئیس، مردم جهان در یک سال گذشته ماهیت رژیم اسرائیل را دیدند. سردمداران این رژیم چگونه جنایت می‌کنند و در 11 ماه بیش از 41,000 مردم بیگناه را در غزه به خاک و خون کشیدند که بیشتر زنان و کودکان بیگناهند، ولی به نسل کشی، کودک کشی، جنایت جنگی و تروریسم دولتی میگویند دفاع مشروع. به بیمارستان و مهد کودک و مدرسه میگویند هدف مشروع نظامی. به مردم آزادیخواه و شجاعی که در غرب و شرق جهان به نسل کشی آنها اعتراض میکنند میگویند یهود ستیز. به مردم مظلومی که پس از 7 دهه اشغال و تحقیر علیه آنها به پا خواستند میگویند تروریست. ولی این اسرائیل است که دانشمندان، دیپلمات‌ها و مهمانان ما را در سرزمینمان ترور میکنه و از داعش و گروه‌های تروریستی پنهان و آشکار حمایت میکند. در مقابل ایران از جنبش‌های آزادی بخش و مردمی حمایت کرده است که 4 نسل از قربانی جنایت و استعمارگری رژیم اسرائیل. ما در کنار مردم کشورهای شما که در خیابان‌ها علیه اقدامات اسرائیل تظاهرات می‌کنند ایستاده‌ایم و جنایات علیه بشریت را محکوم می‌کنیم. جامعه جهانی باید فوراً خشونت را متوقف کند. هر چه زودتر آتش‌بسی دائمی برقرار گردد و وحشیگری دیوانه‌وار اسرائیل در لبنان پیش از آن که منطقه و جهان را به آتش بکشد متوقف شود. رژیم اسرائیل در غزه شکست خورده. Gaza, and no amount of barbaric violence can restore its myth of invincibility.
افسانه شکست ناپذیره خود را بازسازی کند.
Naturally, blind Israeli state terrorism over the past few days in Lebanon, followed by a massive aggression with thousands of victims, cannot go unanswered. The responsibility for all consequences will be borne by those governments who have thwarted all global efforts to end this horrific catastrophe and have the audacity to call themselves champions of human rights. The only path to end this 70-years-old nightmare in West Asia and the world is to restore the right of all Palestinians to self-determination. We propose that all people of Palestine, both those who live in their motherland as well as those who have been forced into its diaspora, determine their future in a referendum. We are confident that through this mechanism we can achieve a lasting peace with Muslims, Christians, and Jews living alongside one another in one land in tranquility and peace and away from racism and apartheid. Excellencies,
به تاریخ معاصر منطقه نگاه کنید. ایران هرگز آغازگر هیچ جنگی نبوده است. تنها در برابر تجاوز دیگران قهرمانان از خود دفاع نموده و متجاوزان را پشیمان ساخته است. ایران سرزمین هیچ ملتی را اشغال نکرده است. چشم به منافع هیچ کشوری نداشته است و بارها برای ایجاد صلح و ثبات پایدار در منطقه طرح‌های گوناگون به همسایگان و مجامع بین المللی پیشنهاد داده است.
We have emphasized the importance of unity in the region and establishing a strong region. A strong region rests on several fundamental principles. First, we must recognize that we are neighbors, and because of this bond, we will always remain together. The presence of foreign powers in our region is temporary and leads to instability. Our development and progress are interconnected, and outsourcing security to extra-regional powers will not benefit any of us. Second, the new regional order must be inclusive and beneficial for all neighbors. An order that fails to safeguard the interests of each neighboring country cannot be sustained. Third, neighboring and brotherly countries should not waste their valuable resources on attritional rivalries and arms races. Our region suffers from war, sectarian tensions, terrorism and extremism, drug trafficking, water scarcity, refugee crises, environmental degradation, and foreign interventions. We can collectively address these common challenges for a better future for coming generations.
من رئیس جمهور کشوری هستم که در تاریخ معاصر خود بارها در معرض تهدید جنگ، اشغال و تحریم قرار گرفتم. هیچگاه دیگران به کمک ما نیامدند. به اعلام بی‌طرفی ما اعتنایی نکرده و حتی به کمک متجاوز آمدند. ما به تجربه آموخته‌ایم که تنها می‌توانیم به مردم و توانمندی‌های بومی خود متکی باشیم. جمهوری اسلامی ایران مصمم است به تأمین و تضمین امنیت خود، نه ایجاد ناامنی برای دیگران. ما خواهان صلح برای همه هستیم و با هیچ کس سر جنگ و دعوا نداریم. ما خواستار صلح و امنیت پایدار برای مردم اوکراین و روسیه ایم. جمهوری اسلامی ایران ضمن مخالفت با جنگ و تأکید بر لزوم توقف سریع درگیری‌های نظامی در اوکراین از هر گونه راه حل صلح‌آمیز حمایت می‌کند و معتقد است تنها از طریق گفتگو این بحران خاتمه می‌یابد. آقای رئیس، در جهان به هم پیوسته کنونی امنیت و منافع یک کشور با نابودی امنیت و منافع دیگران هرگز تأمین نخواهد شد. ما نیازمند نگاهی جدید برای حل مسائل جهانی هستیم. چنین نگاهی میبایست به جای تهدیدها بر فرصتها تمرکز کند. بر مبنای همین منطق تعاملی میتوان فرصتهای جدید را برای همکاری پدید آورد. ایران و قدرت‌های جهانی با نگرشی فرصت
فرصت محور به برجام دست یافتند و ما در برابر شناسایی حقوق ایران و رفع تحریم‌ها بالاترین سطح از نظارت‌ها در حوزه هسته‌ای را پذیرفتیم. ورود یکجانبه ترامپ از برجام نشانگر دیدگاه تهدید محور در عرصه سیاسی و نگاه قدرت محور در عرصه اقتصادی بود. تحریم‌های یکجانبه مردم را هدف قرار داده و در پی نابودی بنیان‌های اقتصادی ایران است. هدف امنیت سازی ایران است و نتیجه آن ناامنی برای همه. سیاست فشار حداکثری زمانی علیه ملت ایران به کار گرفته شد که ایران به گواهی آژانس بین المللی انرژی هسته‌ای به تمامی تعهدات برجامیش عمل کرد. ما آماده تعامل با اعضای برجامی. اگر تعهدات برجامی به طور کامل و با حسن نیت اجرا شود میتوان در مورد دیگر مسائل هم وارد گفتگو شد. در اینجا خطاب به مردم آمریکا میگویم این ایران نیست که در کنار مرزهای شما پایگاه نظامی ساخته است. ایران نیست که کشور شما را تحریم کرده و مانع از روابط تجاری شما با جهان شده است. ایران نیست که مانع از دسترسی شما به دارو می شود. این ایران نیست که مانع دسترسی شما به نظام بانکی و پولی جهان شده است. ما نیستیم که سران ارتش شما را ترور کردیم، بلکه آمریکا که عزیزترین سردار نظام ایران را در فرودگاه بغداد ترور می کند. پیام من به همه دولت هایی که راهبردی غیر سازنده در قبال ایران در پیش گرفتند این است که از تاریخ درس بگیریم. ما می توانیم از این محدودیت‌ها فراتر رویم و دوران جدیدی را آغاز کنیم. این دوران جدید با به رسمیت شناختن دغدغه‌های امنیتی ایران و همچنین کار مشترک بر سر مسئله‌های مشترک شروع می‌شود. تحریم‌ها سلاحی مخرب و غیر انسانی هستند که با هدف فلج کردن اقتصاد کشور اعمال می‌شود. محرومیت از دسترسی به داروهای حیاتی یکی از دردناکترین پیامدهای تحریم که جان هزاران انسان بیگناه را به خطر می‌اندازد. این اقدام نه تنها نقض آشکار حقوق بشر بلکه جنایتی علیه بشریت است. ملت ما در طول سالهای گذشته با تحمل سختی‌های فراوان ناشی از تحریم‌ها نشان داده است که در برابر ظلم و ستم ایستادگی می‌کند. اگرچه زخم‌های ناشی از تحریم‌ها بر پیکره جامعه ما عمیق است، اما مواجهه با این تجربه تلخ ما را به ملتی قوی‌تر با اراده‌ای پولادین و خودباور تبدیل کرده است. ایران آمادگی دارد برای ساختن دنیایی بهتر با قدرت‌های جهانی و همسایگانش مراودات اقتصادی، اجتماعی، سیاسی و امنیتی مؤثر و از جایگاه برابر داشته باشد. پاسخ مناسب به چنین پیامی که از ایران صادر می‌شود اعمال تحریم‌های بیشتر نیست، بلکه اجرای تعهدات قبلی در رفع تحریم‌ها برای بهبود واقعی شرایط اقتصادی مردم ایران است و زمین سازی برای توافق‌های بیشتر. من امیدوارم این صدا از ایران امروز به خوبی شنیده شود. متشکرم. جناب رئیس.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alar Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, I want to live in a world that is in peace, in a world that is not destroying itself, where proud, sovereign nations, big or small, old or young, modern or traditional, are not conquered and colonized. In a world where everybody can feel free, where AI serves and not hinders humanity, and where nobody has to fear oppression based on gender, race, nation, beliefs, or one's thoughts. I want to live in a world that is fit for freedom, because freedom paves the way for lasting solution and prosperity, because freedom is the core of humanity. Don't we all want the same? Regrettably, peace and freedom are under threat. The latest survey by Freedom House proved that global freedom declined for the 18th consecutive year in 2023. The number of those countries where political rights and civil liberties are diminishing is more than the twofold in comparison to those whose rights, liberties, and freedom are improving. Peace and freedom are words that are unfortunately blatantly misused. Too often we see how the one promising peace and freedom brings instead suppression and suffering. The weaker the mechanism that protects international law, the bigger is a threat to undermine the way most of us want to live. We may keep condemning the brutal acts of violence. We may even strongly condemn the atrocities, but without efficient acts against violence, the history will condemn us, and it will condemn us strongly. But it's not our place in history that we have to worry about. Something else keeps us awake at night. It's children who are lost to conflicts, who will never be old enough to see the high school diploma, who will never have a chance to learn how to ride a bike, who will never dance in the desert, who will not be free, who will not be smiling. But dear ladies and gentlemen, the happiness of a child is priceless. This image should set our moral compass right, personal and global, strategic and tactical. This image will be reality on those shores of Gulf of Aden, Azov Sea, Bay of Bengal, Dead Sea, Caspian Sea, Lake Tanganyika, Yellow Sea, or elsewhere in the world when the universally shared rules prevail, when the international law is respected, when UN Charter is applied. Therefore, we have no other option than to act and adjust the UN system so that it could live up to the demands and necessities of the 21st century. It means reinforcing the UN Charter. Restoring the credibility and reforming the UN should grant better and more efficient application of the Charter so that the peace and security is maintained in everyone's interest and everywhere in the world. The need to reform the UN and its Security Council has been discussed for decades. I am convinced that now more than ever, the renewal and strengthening of a multilateral world order with UN Charter at its core is in the interest of all of us. Pact for Future that we adopted at the Summit of the Future just a few days ago is a good start. It is guidelines showing us the way forward. Now we must implement all we have pledged. We should have been even more ambitious. The Future Security Council has been fit for purpose, efficient, transparent, open and accountable with a strengthened decision-making capacity. The Council's composition must adequately reflect the current world. It must also be inclusive in conducting its business to better respond to the current global threats. But there is no easy formula how to grant it. Otherwise, we would have a balanced, agile and effective Security Council already in place. One thing is certain, and it is acknowledged also by the Pact for the Future, that the scope and use of a veto right has to be limited. Estonia supports all efforts to limit the use of a veto, especially on actions aimed at ending or preventing mass atrocities. Currently, the veto right in the Security Council hands its holder a great power, a power also to put finding the solution of a standstill, as sometimes that solution might sharply be against the interest of the members of the Security Council itself. The deadlocks of the Security Council can be measured directly in lost and crippled human lives. This is not right, and this is unacceptable. We believe that all states collectively should have bigger say in maintaining peace and security than one member of the Security Council, especially in the case of a deadlock in the Security Council. We cannot restore credibility of the multilateral system and the UN when a permanent member of the Security Council acts against the principles of the Charter. Therefore, let us wisely use the powers of the General Assembly. We, in the General Assembly, should be able to collectively overcome the veto in the Security Council, if the situation requires. Let us analyze the options how General Assembly could gain more prominence. In addition, I recommend taking this analysis to our capitals, to different conferences around the world, collecting new ideas from the inclusive global debate. Pact for the Future acknowledges the need for revitalizing the work of the General Assembly, also in connection of strengthening the coordination with Security Council. Among other things, it means that the future peace operations would be better respond to existing challenges and emerging realities. The preciseness and sharpness of the Pact for Future allows us to believe that the United Nations 2.0 is an idea that is also capable of meeting the current challenges on the ground. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the pain of losing a close one is grave. It hurts us no matter where it happens. The life will never be the same after such a tragedy. Russia's aggression against Ukraine causes inhumane suffering, as does the war in Gaza, or the worsening fighting in Sudan, or the tensions, instability, human rights violations in Sahel, the war in Syria, the unresolved Rohingya crisis, the humanitarian catastrophe in Yemen, or the suppression and torture of girls and women in Afghanistan. Since the horrific terrorist attacks by Hamas against Israel almost a year ago, there has been too much suffering in Gaza and the region. The destruction, loss of life and trauma is unimaginable. It only leads to a vicious cycle of violence and deepening hatred. We believe it is high time for an agreement that would establish a ceasefire and allow for the release of hostages. Without being naive or blind to regional complexity, Estonia is deeply convinced that the two-state solution is the only way to just and lasting peace. Israelis and Palestinians both deserve to live in a free, sovereign country with secure and recognized borders. We must step up efforts to achieve this goal. Ladies and gentlemen, in this very room, the global community has condemned Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Russia has attacked international peace and security and the UN Charter. That is a fact, confirmed also by General Assembly. We must also firmly condemn the actions of those who arm Russia in this aggression, Iran and North Korea. It has been becoming increasingly important not to lose the sight. We cannot and will not accept blurring the realities of the ground. Russia's war against Ukraine is a clear black and white situation. Russia is the aggressor and Ukraine is the victim. Russian violations against international law are brutal and widely documented. Russia has systematically killed civilians. Ukrainian children are deported to camps far away from their homes and parents in order to teach how to think correctly. Unfortunately, sending people in the so-called correction camps where they are taught right behavioral patterns are not precedent in today's world. It makes me wonder in which century do we actually live in. What would any of us do if the aggressor, the murderer of our parents, would stand in front of us? Would we demand justice, accountability, and the end of aggressive behavior, or would we call the aggressor for a chat, for a settled misunderstanding between us? Probably the smooth talk about dialogue and importance for Ukraine and Russia to engage in direct peace talks are only supporting Russian cause, especially when those so-called peace proposals fail to recognize who is one who has launched the aggression and who is the one suffering. We are not going to call Russia for coffee. Instead, we call them to accept President Zelensky's 10-point peace formula, which has wide international support. Russia has to end the aggression, withdraw the troops and military equipment from the territory of Ukraine. Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty must be restored. We demand Russia to stop cynically and shamelessly exploiting various conflicts to its own advantage by fueling contradictions in Africa, Europe, America, or elsewhere. Russia attacks the coherence of our societies and generates instability. Misinformation is a widely used weapon for this purpose. We have to act decisively against systematic spread of lies. To succeed in this, we must develop critical thinking and knowledge. Therefore, granting the education globally for everybody is so strategically important. While drafting the UN resolutions, we must consider the new mechanisms that are weaponized and used to undermine international peace and security. The world has changed. Information is rushing in various digital formats, and we tend to live in fragmented bubbles. This can, in turn, be fertile ground to extremist terrorist groups or for neo-imperial expansionist ambitions. Similarly, refugees are sometimes used for destabilizing actions. Changing world poses new challenges. Let's make sure that UN methods, agencies, and resolutions meet the requirements of the 21st century. Dear ladies and gentlemen, last year, Estonia proposed the Fit for Freedom agenda that calls for global discussion. First, on how to reinforce multilateralism and the international rule-based system with the UN Charter at its core. Second, how to foster inclusive decision-making of all states and societies. And third, how to ensure human rights and freedoms for all. The central idea of Fit for Freedom is simple. International law must be upheld, the rules must apply. Only then we are all better off. We do not need global cataclysm to build something instead of the UN. We have learned from the past, and we are able to build on the structures of the UN already in place. Most of all, it takes political will to succeed. The possibilities to engage with the work of the Security Council and its subsidiary organs should be improved to all the members of the General Assembly. With a distinct help from technology, the accountability of the Security Council has to be enhanced. If a working culture would be more open, hypocrisy and lies would have indeed shorter legs. Promoting new open and swift models to work and administer is the second pillar how we can make the world freer. This year, Estonia chairs the Media Freedom Coalition, and next year, Freedom Online Coalition. We will build our conviction that fundamental freedoms and human rights should be the mainstream of international policies. even more forcefully and consciously than until today. If human fundamental rights are protected, then we may conclude that international law and UN Charter are not only maintained, but they are strengthened. Then international rules apply to everyone. The world is fit for freedom. Dear ladies and gentlemen, positive change is possible. Estonia's own story is a perfect illustration of that. We have built a digital, cyber-secure society where citizens feel that they themselves are the state, as it should be. We know from our own experience that freedom combined with a proper technology and innovation-oriented mindset are the best tools for finding long-term solutions. Yes, also free societies might need some updates from time to time and the latest plugins from optimized user-friendly performance. But if maintained properly, they are not crashing and freezing like autocracies tend to do. Estonians have a vivid memory of the times when human rights were denied to us. This makes Estonia vigorous in standing up for those fighting for their rights today. We partner with those who have reached out for helping hand to enhance children's access to education and medicine. We unite with those who work tirelessly to grant women and girls equal rights with men and boys. And we are aligned with all who follow the principle of universal and indivisibility of human rights. My country stands for these principles as a candidate for the UN Human Rights Council for 2026 till 2028. Dear ladies and gentlemen, what kind of change are we going to see? We know the answer. It is up to us to fix the UN so that it could safeguard international peace and security and build a world fit for freedom. Let's get to work. Let's do something about it. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Estonia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President,
integrantes de la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas y a todos los habitantes de nuestra tierra que nos escuchen. En el año 2025 se van a cumplir 80 años desde el día en que 51 países dieron el paso trascendental de crear la Organización de Naciones Unidas. Nuestro país, Chile, ha sido siempre parte orgulloso de este esfuerzo colectivo. Fuimos en ese entonces uno de los países fundadores y hoy, casi 80 años después, seguimos defendiendo la democracia, la paz, el multilateralismo y el respeto íntegro a los derechos humanos. El mundo, desde 1945, ha cambiado mucho. Debe haber sido complejo en esa época. Lleno de esperanzas por el fin de la guerra, pero desgarrado por la pobreza, destrucción y muerte que dejó a su paso. Aún marcado en 1945 por la infamia del colonialismo, ya comenzaban a bullir las inexorables emancipaciones de los pueblos de sus colonizadores. Vuelvo a repetir, ha pasado mucho tiempo desde entonces y el mundo ha cambiado radicalmente. Imaginen si un joven de 20 años de esa época despertara mágicamente en 2024. Seguramente no podría creer lo que está viendo. El mundo ha cambiado, pero hay cosas que se mantienen igual. Un ejemplo reiterado desde este pupitre es el Consejo de Seguridad de la ONU. Y el mundo del 2024 no es el de 1945. Escuché atentamente en la mañana al secretario general de la ONU, al presidente Lula de Brasil, al presidente Biden de Estados Unidos, manifestar explícitamente su acuerdo en reformar el Consejo de acuerdo a los tiempos de hoy. ¿Quién o qué lo impide? ¿Hay alguien acaso en esta asamblea que se oponga? Desde Chile propongo que nos pongamos un plazo para la reforma y que para cuando la ONU cumpla 80 años, lo haga con un Consejo de Seguridad acorde al curso de los tiempos actuales, del que sean parte Brasil desde América Latina, la India, al menos un país de África, entre otros. No hay nada que lo impida, salvo la falta de nuestra propia voluntad. Las instituciones humanas dependen de la voluntad de sus líderes, nosotros. Y aquellas que no son capaces de adaptarse a su época corren el riesgo de derrumbarse. Es cosa de recordar el rápido colapso de la sociedad de las naciones. Es que hay momentos en que el cambio es la mejor manera de asegurar la continuidad de nuestra historia. Y este es precisamente uno de esos momentos. Lo mismo respecto a la gobernanza financiera. Valoramos los esfuerzos que han hecho las instituciones financieras globales para modernizarse, pero por sobre todo, desde Chile apoyamos la propuesta de África, liderada por Nigeria, para abordar la evasión fiscal, los flujos financieros ilícitos y las desigualdades en la recaudación de impuestos a través de la creación de una convención sobre la cooperación fiscal internacional, logrando un sistema más transparente e inclusivo, un sistema de impuestos globales que apoye al financiamiento de la lucha contra la crisis climática, en el cual los países, pero también las grandes empresas, rindan cuenta de sus movimientos y aporten lo que corresponde a los países de los cuales han obtenido su riqueza. Para estos desafíos y tantos más, no me cabe duda que es el posible liderazgo de una mujer, como señala el acuerdo de la Convención del Futuro que suscribimos hoy en la mañana, que provenga de nuestra América grande, según el criterio de rotación territorial de la ONU, el que podrá encabezar este proceso siguiendo la senda reformista de Antonio Guterres. Señor presidente de la Asamblea, líderes del mundo, en ocasiones la comunidad internacional es acusada de doble estándar frente a las violaciones de los derechos humanos que ocurren en una u otra parte del mundo. Se condena lo que hace el adversario, pero cuando un supuesto amigo o alguien del mismo color político el que vulnera la Carta de la ONU se mira hacia el lado o campea la ambigüedad. Desde Chile nos rebelamos contra el doble estándar en materia de derechos humanos. Como presidente joven, latinoamericano y de izquierda, digo fuerte y claro que los derechos humanos se deben respetar siempre y en todo lugar. Y debemos exigir este respeto sin importar el color político del dictador o presidente de turno que lo vulnere. Y es que la adolescente palestina asesinada en Gaza, el trabajador venezolano obligado a migrar de su patria, el niño ucraniano secuestrado por Rusia, el opositor silenciado en Nicaragua o la mujer expulsada de la escuela en Afganistán solo por ser mujer, son antes que todo seres humanos. Y la voz de todas las naciones, sin importar su posición política, debe alzarse para defenderlos. Esa es la posición de principios, más allá de cualquier interés geopolítico, que defendemos desde Chile. Por eso, me niego a elegir entre el terrorismo de Hamás o la masacre y conducta genocida del Israel de Netanyahu. No tenemos por qué elegir entre barbarias. Yo elijo la humanidad. Denunciamos la ocupación ilegal de los territorios palestinos y la negación de facto de la existencia de un Estado palestino independiente por parte del país ocupante. Desde Chile llamamos a un alto al fuego inmediato en Gaza, que ponga fin al sufrimiento y la masacre de la población palestina, que ya cobra más de 40.000 víctimas fatales. Imagínense todos los heridos. Y también exigimos de manera clara y sin ninguna ambigüedad la liberación inmediata de los rehenes que hoy día tienen en su poder el grupo terrorista Hamas. Desde acá señalamos que Israel debe respetar el derecho internacional, cesar el establecimiento y expansión de asentamientos ilegales en territorio palestino ocupado y terminar con la masacre en Gaza y los ataques indiscriminados que ha venido realizando a la población civil. Y tal como ha sido consistentemente nuestra política de Estado, volvemos a insistir en la necesidad de alcanzar una solución de dos Estados con fronteras definidas, seguras y reconocidas internacionalmente según los límites de 1967. Por otro lado, la agresión de Rusia a Ucrania debe parar. Y es Naciones Unidas la instancia llamada a poner fin a esta flagrante transgresión del derecho internacional. No podemos aceptar que se naturalice que un país invada a otro y se quede con parte de su territorio. Para países medianos como el nuestro, exigir el respeto al derecho internacional es la principal garantía que tenemos del respeto a nuestra propia soberanía, del respeto a nuestra propia integridad territorial. Quiero hoy, desde esta tribuna, hacer especial énfasis en la situación de los niños ucranianos secuestrados por Rusia y llevados a su territorio. Deben ser devueltos a sus familias. Ante esta asamblea, Chile reafirma su compromiso con la democracia siempre, como el único sistema capaz de mantener la paz, alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible y proteger la dignidad, los derechos y las libertades fundamentales de las personas. Por eso, miramos con preocupación la creciente desafección de los ciudadanos y ciudadanas hacia esta forma de gobierno, en todas partes, incluido nuestro propio país. Así también miramos con preocupación la emergencia de liderazgos autoritarios que persiguen o insultan a quienes discrepan de ellos. Es nuestro deber alzar la voz y combatir a quienes erosionan la democracia, ya sea con autoritarismo o difundiendo noticias falsas sin pudor. Al mismo tiempo, debemos ser capaces de responder a las necesidades y angustias de nuestros pueblos, de la ciudadanía, para que ésta vuelva a confiar en las instituciones y en los mecanismos democráticos. Vemos con preocupación cómo estas amenazas se ciernen sobre nuestra región. Chile seguirá haciendo esfuerzos por construir puentes entre sociedades diversas, buscando la integración de las voces de América Latina y el mundo para promover la paz y la estabilidad, como lo estábamos haciendo recién en el encuentro promovido por el presidente de España y el presidente de Brasil en la cumbre de líderes progresistas. Ello no impide que condenemos con dureza cualquier violación a los derechos humanos, el derecho internacional o atentados contra la democracia en países hermanos. Chile está especialmente atento frente a la crítica situación que vive Venezuela. Estamos frente a una dictadura que pretende robarse una elección, que persigue a sus opositores y que es indiferente al exilio no de miles, sino de millones de sus ciudadanos. Se requiere una salida política a esta crisis que reconozca el triunfo de la oposición en las últimas elecciones y lleve adelante una transición pacífica a una democracia en forma. A su vez, tengo el deber de decir que las sanciones unilaterales impuestas por Estados Unidos, tal como se lo he dicho personalmente al presidente Biden, no ayudan a la solución del conflicto, sino que por el contrario lo agravan. Y es que las sanciones económicas económicas golpean más al pueblo venezolano que a sus actuales gobernantes. Golpean a los humildes, a los trabajadores, porque la crisis política se conjuga con la crisis económica y en conjunto estas han empujado a más de 7 millones de venezolanos al exilio, a salir de su país, de los cuales cerca de 800.000 se encuentran en Chile. Y por responsabilidad debo ser claro en este punto. Chile no está en condiciones de recibir más migración. Autoridades de Estados Unidos, les llamo a levantar las sanciones económicas que en el sur sabemos solo causan más pobreza en los pueblos y no en los dictadores. Ninguno de nosotros, estimados y estimadas, ni siquiera el más poderoso, puede enfrentar fenómenos como la crisis climática, las pandemias, la revolución digital o el crimen organizado transnacional por sí solos. Nos necesitamos los unos a los otros. Necesitamos también a las Naciones Unidas y a una comunidad internacional más fuerte, más activa. Esta es la visión que hemos empujado en nuestra participación en los distintos organismos del sistema de Naciones Unidas, y destaco en particular la presidencia de Chile del COSOC, llevada adelante por nuestra embajadora en Naciones Unidas, Paula Narváez. Hablo también por todos y todas mis compatriotas al señalar ante esta asamblea nuestra preocupación y ocupación por el incremento de la delincuencia organizada transnacional y sus efectos devastadores para la seguridad y el desarrollo de los países, así como para la democracia y la vida de los pueblos. Es fundamental que nuestros gobiernos actúen coordinadamente y articulen políticas públicas, estrategias y capacidad operativa que ayuden a frenar los delitos financieros, de narcotráfico, de trata de personas y de trata de armas que afectan a nuestros países. Y es que la seguridad es hoy la principal preocupación de la mayoría de nuestra gente en Chile, nuestro país, y también en América Latina. Y los estados no pueden rendirse ni naturalizar jamás la violencia y el crimen organizado. Firmes contra la delincuencia, firmes contra la corrupción, incansables en la construcción de comunidad y cohesión social en nuestras sociedades. Chile también está comprometido con el desarrollo de regulaciones para encauzar el avance de la inteligencia artificial en forma ética, transparente y responsable, que respete los derechos humanos, proteja los datos personales y promueva la integridad de la información y su uso en la era digital. Hoy, y seguramente muchos de ustedes tienen aplicaciones de inteligencia celular, de inteligencia artificial en sus teléfonos. La inteligencia artificial reproduce prejuicios y estereotipos, producto del refuerzo de los sesgos existentes en las bases de datos con que son entrenadas. ¿Vamos a confiar acaso en que estas grandes empresas se autorregulen? La historia nos enseña que eso no funciona. La comunidad internacional debe velar porque los más débiles que están siendo excluidos de este nuevo mundo de información puedan ser parte. Si no tomamos acciones ahora, como por ejemplo exigir la trazabilidad de los algoritmos, auditorías de datos e intervenciones humanas correctivas, podríamos en pocos años asistir a un nuevo tipo de exterminio, el exterminio digital de culturas no hegemónicas, perdiendo con ello parte de la valiosa diversidad de la humanidad. No permitamos que esto suceda. La inteligencia artificial y las nuevas tecnologías pueden ser un tremendo aporte al mundo. Recordemos hoy la ley cero de la robótica de Isaac Asimov, que a mediados del siglo pasado, desde la literatura, ya nos combinaba a establecer que un robot no puede dañar a la humanidad o por inacción permitir que la humanidad sufra daño. Y es mi obligación Por último,
and finally,
llamar la atención sobre el desafío más importante que tenemos como generación, la crisis climática. Proteger y sostener la vida en la Tierra es una tarea que tenemos que asumir ya. Y se lo digo desde Chile, un país golpeado por la sequía, por inundaciones e incendios cada vez más frecuentes. Pero aquí las fronteras son irrelevantes y ustedes lo saben, porque nos duele por igual el ciclón Idai, que hace un par de años arrasó Malawi y Mozambique, los grandes incendios de Australia, las inundaciones en Bangladesh, el corredor seco de Centroamérica, la amenaza del mar sobre Maldivas o los incendios que hoy están sucediendo en Córdoba, Argentina. No neguemos la ciencia, no neguemos nuestra responsabilidad como humanidad sobre esta crisis. Desde Chile estamos haciendo nuestra parte, cambiando nuestra matriz energética, dejando de lado los combustibles fósiles, avanzando hacia la carbono neutralidad, protegiendo nuestros mares y áreas silvestres, cuidando la Antártica. Chile es un país antártico y lo seguirá siendo, y ratificando el Tratado de Gobernanza Oceánica más allá de las áreas jurisdiccionales, BBNJ, que invito a todos los países a suscribir y además apoyar la postulación de Chile, en particular de nuestra ciudad patrimonial de Valparaíso, como sede de la Secretaría del tratado que he mencionado. Ante la magnitud de los desafíos, los esfuerzos aislados no sirven. Necesitamos que todos, en especial las grandes potencias y aquellos que se beneficiaron de la explotación indiscriminada de los recursos naturales del planeta por décadas, asuman su responsabilidad y apoyen con recursos, no solamente con buenas intenciones, a quienes hoy están rezagados. No podemos olvidar que muchos de los países que hoy día son desarrollados lo son precisamente por haber expoliado la riqueza de otros pueblos durante demasiado tiempo de manera impune. Son muchos los desafíos, pero no hay destinos escritos ni inexorables. Por eso tengo esperanza y soy optimista respecto de nuestro futuro compartido. De nosotros depende construir un mundo que sea más justo y digno para todas y todos nuestros habitantes y para las generaciones que vendrán. Hace algunas semanas, Elvira Hernández se convirtió en la segunda poeta en obtener el Premio Nacional de Literatura en Chile después de Gabriela Mistral, nuestro premio Nobel. Y quisiera, para terminar, parafrasear aquí una advertencia recogida en uno de sus poemas. Somos aves de paso, pero nos hemos acostumbrado a comportarnos como monumentos. No convirtamos al multilateralismo y al sistema de Naciones Unidas en un monumento estéril y estático. Hagamos de este gran logro histórico, que emergió de las cenizas de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, una energía robusta y renovada en este 2024 para poder mejorar la calidad de vida de la humanidad toda. Muchas gracias.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Edgar Rinkevich, President of the Republic of Latvia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. First of all, I wish to congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang of Cameroon on assuming the post of President of the General Assembly. I assure you of Latvia's full cooperation along the way. This year's debate is of utmost importance. It focuses on today's interlinked global challenges. It emphasizes the need for a comprehensive approach that is firmly rooted in the United Nations Charter. Allow me to highlight a few points. The future of the multilateral system and rules-based order is in all our hands. We shall not allow selective application or disregard of global norms. The alternative is a terrifying world where force prevails and law perishes. It is already the third year of Russia's unprovoked, full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. Russia is still testing the global community's resilience and commitment to the rules-based order. This war gravely affects the stability of the region and beyond. It has far-reaching consequences for the principles that uphold sovereignty, territorial integrity, and international law. We must ensure that the global order remains resilient in the face of aggression, especially when the aggressor is a nuclear weapon state and a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Russia tries to tear down what has been built by all of us. Russia tries to rearrange the international system that only benefit aggressors. Having endured 50 years of Soviet occupation, Latvia deeply understands the value of freedom and independence, as do many other countries represented in this room. Latvia stands by Ukraine. We continue to call for an immediate and unconditional withdrawal of all Russian troops and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine. There can be no compromise regarding Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Russia's unprovoked attack has widespread consequences beyond Ukraine's borders. It impacts global food security, nuclear safety, and humanitarian situation. Ladies and gentlemen, access to food is a human right. Hunger must never be used as a political tool. Latvia stands in solidarity with countries most affected by food crisis. Latvia has supported grain initiatives and released fertilizer cargoes. We implement partnerships for safe and responsible food production in Africa and Central Asia. Children's rights are human rights. Forcible deportations and illegal adoptions of Ukrainian children to Russia are of serious concern. We call on the United Nations to take a more active stand on Tragically, innocent civilians, including countless children, bear the brunt of this crisis. It is imperative for the international community, the United Nations, to support efforts that ensure the protection of all civilians and work towards a durable resolution. Latvia, together with other European Union member states, has called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the unconditional release of all hostages, and the provision of humanitarian access at scale. It is crucial to prevent the deepening of the crisis and avoid regional spillover. Achieved. We condemn all terrorist attacks against Israel. We recognize Israel's legitimate right to self-defense, and it must be exercised in line with international law, and particularly international humanitarian law, the law that has been put in place to protect all civilians. We must also focus on revitalizing the political process, to break the cycle of violence, to strive for a just and lasting peace. Peace that addresses the legitimate aspirations and security concerns of both Israelis and Palestinians. The ongoing escalation reinforces the necessity of pursuing a two-state solution in accordance with international parameters. Mr. President, the United Nations is a place where no country's voice can be dimmed by more resourceful powers. The United Nations' commitment to principles of peace and security, justice and human rights empowers us to address challenges that otherwise cannot be tackled alone. Acting in solidarity for sustainable and inclusive development is more acute than ever before. The Summit of the Future has demonstrated our renewed commitment to sustainable development goals. It accelerates the efforts to eradicate poverty, reduce inequalities, and ensure environmental sustainability. The right path towards progress and achieving sustainable development goals is to advance in innovation, science-based and environmentally friendly economy, to enhance the quality of education and strengthen governance, to engage with women, youth, and non-governmental sector on these matters. Latvia has already progressed towards achieving 63% of the set targets. We are also helping those most in need. Latvia's development cooperation policy has become more global and more tangible, increasing year by year. There can be no sustainable development without peace and consistent global action on climate change. The ongoing conflicts and crises around the world aggravate the effects of climate change. We strongly believe that the United Nations Security Council must address climate change as an existing risk for global peace and security. Small island developing states are at the forefront of global environmental crisis. Latvia welcomes the recent advisory opinion of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. We closely follow the International Law Commission's deliberations aimed at clarifying the impact of sea level rise on statehood. Latvia has meaningful experience in building resilience against disinformation and promoting media literacy. We support an online environment that is free and open, but also safe and secure. The rising capabilities of artificial intelligence provide a lot of opportunities for growth and development. However, misuse of these capabilities is a concern. Latvia also remains increasingly engaged in peacebuilding and prevention, but in words and in deeds. That includes continuous voluntary financial support and participation in United Nations peacekeeping missions, as well as support to women, peace and security agenda. Distinguished delegates, the United Nations is not without its flaws. Its potential to prevent aggression or resolve conflicts has frequently been questioned. We must acknowledge the shortcomings and effectively address them. Latvia strongly supports revitalization of the United Nations system and reform of the United Nations Security Council. The number of permanent members of the Security Council must be expanded. It must be expanded to make it more effective, inclusive, and accountable. It must be expanded to elevate the voice of underrepresented regions. It is high time for Africa to have permanent presence at the Security Council table. Africa has been neglected for far too long, and that has to be changed. Also, the small island developing states deserve a non-permanent seat. Their voices must be heard, especially given the existential threats they are facing. The decision-making process should be revisited as well. No single state should have veto power in the United Nations Security Council. Especially when it comes to conflicts, the permanent members are involved themselves. This is the way to ensure that the permanent members of the Security Council uphold their responsibility to protect peace and security. Dear friends, the United Nations once used to be a beacon of hope for the people. Not anymore. We must change that. We must rebuild trust and common values. And we can do that only by working together. Latvia is fully prepared to shoulder its part of the responsibility. For the first time, Latvia is running for a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council at the 2025 elections. We stand ready to re-energize this international body. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Latvia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Santiago Pena Palacios, President of the Republic of Paraguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General, distinguidos jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, estimados ministros de Relaciones Exteriores, damas y caballeros. Vivimos en un mundo convulsionado, volátil, que está pasando como nunca antes días sumamente difíciles, de tremendos desafíos, conflictos armados, tensiones en cada rincón de nuestro globo, crisis de las instituciones multilaterales y del sistema internacional, el asedio a los valores de la democracia por las amenazas gemelas del populismo y el autoritarismo, los riesgos de la ciberseguridad y la aplicación inadecuada de la inteligencia artificial, la brutal inequidad en la distribución de la riqueza, el cambio climático que pone en peligro nuestra existencia misma. Y estos son apenas algunos de los inmensos problemas que enfrentamos. Me temo por ello que no vendré hoy a hacer un discurso que genere simpatía, sino la incomodidad y preocupación que deberíamos sentir ante lo que está pasando. Creo que debemos ser sinceros y admitir que estamos fallando todos en la construcción de un mundo mejor. Pues bien, Si existe un lugar y un momento oportuno para discutir y proponer las decisiones cruciales que cambiarán el rumbo de nuestra humanidad, es en la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas. Y por la coyuntura delicada que vivimos, estamos obligados a hacerlo. La buena noticia es que no todo está perdido, pues como dijo un gran héroe militar primero y estadista luego de mi país, Bernardino Caballero, el porvenir es el hijo del presente. Esto quiere decir que podemos tener un mejor destino si actuamos hoy y aquí. Así, aún con los desalientos que pueden postrar a muchos espíritus, podremos contemplar los luminosos horizontes del porvenir. Pero siempre y cuando, como alegaba crucialmente Caballero, podamos hacernos acreedores al respeto y estimación de las generaciones venideras. Esto es, solo queremos ser dignos de ocupar los altos cargos que hoy ocupamos si, en lugar de esconder los problemas bajo la alfombra, los atacamos con claridad, con firmeza y con valor. A pesar de la ardua realidad que vivimos, sigo siendo optimista. No temo al futuro, porque confío en la capacidad del ser humano de superar los desafíos. Pero es imperativo, diría que incluso obligatorio, que redefinamos el funcionamiento de las instituciones del multilateralismo e impulsemos cambios como la eliminación del veto en el Consejo de Seguridad de las Naciones Unidas. Necesitamos construir marcos que promuevan un desarrollo equitativo y sostenible en los que todos los países, sin importar su tamaño o poder, puedan beneficiarse por igual de los avances globales. Solo así podremos cumplir con las promesas que este foro representa y hacernos acreedores al respeto y estimación de las generaciones venideras. Señoras y señores, el mantenimiento de la paz debería ser el pilar fundamental del multilateralismo. Sin embargo, la realidad de hoy nos muestra un panorama triste. Alrededor de 20 conflictos armados internacionales y más de 110 conflictos internos activos en todo el mundo nos demuestran que las instituciones creadas para preservar la paz no han podido cumplir con su misión. La guerra sigue siendo una plaga que se esparce sobre la humanidad. Este flagelo desgarra el tejido social, aniquilando comunidades y dejando un legado de sufrimiento incalculable. Cada vida perdida es un testimonio de nuestro fracaso colectivo para cumplir con las más básicas de nuestras responsabilidades: preservar la paz y proteger la dignidad humana. La historia de mi nación es un testimonio vivo de la crueldad y el inmenso sufrimiento de las guerras acarreadas. Con la guerra de la Triple Alianza, el Paraguay vivió una guerra de exterminio que adelantó tristemente a los genocidios del siglo XX. Como dijo otro gran paraguayo, Manuel Gondra, el Paraguay es un país pequeño pero altivo, y solo por eso sobrevivió a la cruenta guerra. Sin embargo, sabe que el precio a pagar por un conflicto bélico es muy grande. Por esta razón, el Paraguay conoce mejor que nadie no solo la calamidad de la guerra, sino lo que implica para un país pequeño ser invadido o agredido por potencias más poderosas. Es por ello que expresamos nuestra más sincera solidaridad con todas las víctimas de los conflictos armados, sean de índole interno o internacional. Reafirmamos nuestro compromiso firme y decidido con la resolución pacífica de las controversias y abogamos, sin excepción, por el no uso de la fuerza como vía para solucionar los desacuerdos entre naciones o pueblos. En este contexto, reiteramos nuestro firme apoyo a Ucrania, respaldando su soberanía e integridad territorial. Subrayamos la urgencia de encontrar soluciones diplomáticas que conduzcan a una paz justa, integral y duradera, con el objetivo de poner fin a este conflicto y asegurar la estabilidad en la región. Al igual que en el caso de Ucrania, creemos que los conflictos deben resolverse a través del diálogo y la diplomacia, siempre buscando soluciones que respeten los derechos fundamentales de todas las partes involucradas. Esta convicción también guía nuestra postura frente a la creciente crisis en el Medio Oriente. Nuestra relación con el Estado de Israel se fundamenta en pilares sólidos como la fe y la esperanza. Esta es la razón por la cual el Paraguay ha sido uno de los países que ha estado más firme al lado de
stood most
Israel
firm
luego de los
alongside Israel
grotescamente
since
ataques
the
de Hamas,
gross,
del terrorismo
heinous
intolerante
terrorist attacks of
aquecidos
Hamas
el 7 de
on the
octubre
7th
del
of October
2023.
2023.
Paraguay reafirma hoy su
Paraguay today
reconocimiento del
reaffirms
derecho
its
legítimo
recognition
de
of the
Israel a
legitimate right of
defenderse.
Israel to defend
También
itself.
rechazamos
We also
cualquier intento de
reject
equiparar
any attempt
sesgadamente
to
la responsabilidad entre las
assign in a
autoridades
biased manner
democráticamente
responsibility
electas
between the
en Israel
democratically
y
elected
los líderes del
authorities of
grupo
Israel
terrorista
and the
Hamas.
leaders of the
Al mismo
terrorist
tiempo,
group Hamas.
hacemos un
At
llamado
the same
urgente
time,
para la
we issue
implementación
an
de una
urgent appeal
solución
for
que
the
alivie la
implementation
situación
of a
humanitaria,
solution that
ponga fin a la
alleviates the
violencia
humanitarian
y
situation, brings
garantice
an
la
end to the violence, and
liberación
guarantees
inmediata
the
de los
immediate
rehenes,
release of the
promoviendo un
hostages,
diálogo
promoting
constructivo
constructive
que
dialogue
conduzca
which would
a
lead
una
to
paz
lasting
duradera.
peace.
No podemos dejar de expresar nuestra profunda
We must
preocupación por la
continue to speak
situación en
up about
África,
our deep-rooted
donde la
concern of the
ACNUR estima
situation in
que actualmente
Africa.
hay alrededor de
Here,
25
UNHCR
conflictos
estimates
activos,
that there are currently around
algunos de larga
25
data
active
y otros
conflicts,
emergentes,
some
todos
long-standing
con
and others
devastadoras
emerging,
consecuencias para la
but
vida y
all
el
with
futuro de
devastating
los habitantes de
consequences
ese
for the
continente.
lives and the futures of the
Aspiramos al
inhabitants
retorno
of
de la
that
paz y
continent.
la
We
estabilidad en
aspire
esa
to see a
región del
return
mundo.
to peace and stability in
Basta
that
de
region.
violencia,
Enough
basta de
violence,
guerras,
enough
pero también
wars, but also
basta de meras
enough mere
palabras.
words.
Como actores del
As
escenario
actors on the
internacional
international
debemos
stage,
tomar
we
acciones
must
firmes y
take firm
eficaces.
and effective action.
Hoy quiero hacer asimismo un
Today,
paréntesis
I would also
para abordar la
like
durísima
to,
situación
as an
humanitaria
aside,
de Haití,
mention the
un
hard
ejemplo claro
situation in
de las
Haiti. This
falencias
is a
del
clear
multilateralismo.
example of the
A pesar de los numerosos
shortcomings of
esfuerzos e
multilateralism.
intervenciones
Despite
internacionales,
international
los intentos
efforts
de
and
cooperación global
interventions,
no han logrado
attempts for
traducirse en la
global
paz,
cooperation haven't
gobernanza
led to
y
peace,
seguridad
governance,
sostenible
and
que el pueblo
sustainable
haitiano tanto
security that
necesita y se
the
merece.
Haitian people so needs
Hoy
and
en día,
warrants.
las pandillas
Today,
controlan gran parte de Puerto
gangs
Príncipe,
control a large
sumiendo al
part
país
of
en una espiral de
Port-au-Prince,
violencia que los
submerging the country
mecanismos
into a spiral
multilaterales
of violence
no han
that
podido
multilateral
desescalar
mechanisms
de
have
manera
not been
efectiva.
able to de-escalate
A esta
effectively.
situación se suma una
Added to this
catastrófica
situation,
realidad
we see a
humanitaria.
catastrophic
Más de
humanitarian
5 millones de
reality. More than
haitianos
5
sufren de
million
inseguridad
Haitians are
alimentaria
suffering from
y
food
enfrentan el
insecurity,
resurgimiento de
and we
enfermedades
see
como el
the
cólera.
re-emergence of
Aunque
illnesses
se han
such as
realizado
cholera.
múltiples promesas de
Although
ayuda,
multiple
la falta de
promises of
recursos
aid have
financieros
been made,
y
the
las
lack of
dificultades
financial
logísticas
results,
han impedido que la
resources and
asistencia humanitaria
logistical
llegue de
difficulties
manera
have
oportuna y
stopped
suficiente.
humanitarian
Existe una
assistance
preocupante disonancia
arriving in a
entre lo que
timely
la
and opportune
comunidad
manner.
internacional
There is
promete
a
y lo
worrisome
que realmente
dissonance
se
between what
cumple
the
en el
international
terreno.
community promises and what really
Estaremos al lado
happens
del
on the
pueblo
ground.
haitiano en
We
cada
will stand
esfuerzo por
alongside
ayudar
the
a
Haitian
este país
people
hermano.
in every step
Mi
towards
país, como muchos
towards
otros
helping this
pueblos aquí
brother country.
presentes,
My
han
country,
tenido
as
su
many
pasado
other
de
countries have
autoritarismo
done
y de
here,
dictaduras.
have
Por
passed
eso,
through
hoy los
authoritarianism
paraguayos
and
valoramos más que
dictatorships.
nadie los
For
ideales
this
de la democracia
reason,
y
today
del Estado de
Paraguayans
Derecho.
value the
Los
ideals of
paraguayos
democracy
podemos hablar con
and the
propiedad.
rule of law more than
Nuestro
ever.
país vivió durante mucho
Paraguayans
tiempo
can
en la
talk with
sombra de
their
la
own
dictadura,
experience. Our country
del destierro y del
lived
exilio.
through the
Nuestra
shadow
realidad
of
hoy, sin embargo,
dictatorship,
es otra
banishment and
y
exile
vibrante.
for a long
El
time.
Paraguay viene
Today,
reafirmando
however,
su
our
vocación
reality is
democrática a
different.
través de elecciones
Paraguay
libres
is
y
reaffirming its
transparentes
democratic
hace más de 3
vocation through
décadas.
free
Nunca
elections,
antes tuvimos
transparent
tantos años de
elections, and it has done
democracia
for more than 3
y me
decades.
animo a decir en contra
Never
de los
before have we
agoreros
had so many
y
years of
pesimistas de
democracy,
siempre
and I'm
que con
pleased to
sus
be able
sombras
to say
han sido los años más felices de mi patria.
Against the doomsayers and
Quizás los
pessimists
paraguayos no
that
logremos ponernos de acuerdo en
we
muchas
have seen
cosas,
the
pero
happiest
estamos de
lives
acuerdo
in my
en que no hay
homeland.
otra forma de
Perhaps
convivencia que no sea la
Paraguayans
democracia
don't
y el
agree on
Estado de
everything,
Derecho.
but we can agree that
La
there are no better
democracia
ways to live together
es
than through
simplemente
democracy and the rule
innegociable.
of law. Democracy is
Por eso,
simply
debo
innegotiable.
condenar hoy,
For this
alto
reason,
y
I
fuerte,
must
lo que
condemn
está sucediendo
today
con nuestros
loudly
hermanos
and
venezolanos.
strongly what is happening
Vengo a
to
reiterar
our
la postura de
Venezuelan
Paraguay
brothers.
sobre el
I would
desarrollo
like
del
to
proceso
reiterate
electoral
Paraguay's
en la
position as to
República Bolivariana
the
de
electoral
Venezuela, el
process
cual
in the
culminó el
Bolivarian Republic
28
of
de julio
Venezuela, which
pasado.
culminated on the
Este
28th of
proceso
July this
ignoró
year.
la voluntad
This
del pueblo
process
venezolano
overlooked the
y se
will of the
caracterizó
Venezuelan
por
people
graves
and was
actos del
characterized by
régimen que resultaron en
serious
persecuciones
acts
a
by
los
the
principales
regime,
actores
which
de la
led to
oposición y en
persecution
detenciones
of the
arbitrarias.
main opposition actors
El
and
deterioro
to arbitrary
de la democracia en
detentions.
Venezuela
The
es
deterioration of
claramente
democracy
evidente,
in Venezuela
así como
is
las
clear to
violaciones
see,
sistemáticas de los
as
derechos
are the
humanos y las
systematic
libertades
violations of
fundamentales.
human rights and
A esto
fundamental
se suman
freedoms.
acciones
Added to
contrarias
that,
al
we
derecho
see
internacional,
action contrary to
especialmente en lo
international law,
relativo a las
particularly
relaciones
in
diplomáticas
diplomatic
y el derecho de
relations and the
asilo.
right to asylum.
Reiteramos nuestro apoyo
We
a las fuerzas
reiterate our
democráticas de
support
Venezuela
for the
que luchan
democratic
contra el
forces in
autoritarismo
Venezuela that are
por el
fighting
retorno a un sistema
authoritarianism
verdaderamente
for the return
democrático
to a
y
truly
no de simple
democratic
fachada.
system that is not
Una de las
merely
críticas más
a
importantes al
facade.
multilateralismo global
One of the
es
most
la idea de la
important
inclusión
criticisms of
en
global
pie de igualdad de
multilateralism
todas
is
las
the idea
naciones. El concepto de un voto por cada
one
nación
of the most
a menudo se
important ideas
convierte en un
behind
concepto
multilateralism is the
vacío
idea
si
that
las naciones más
all are
pequeñas
treated
se
on
ven
an equal
obligadas a
footing.
transaccionar su autodeterminación a cambio de no quedar fuera de los grandes mercados internacionales. No obstante, reconocemos que la cooperación regional sigue siendo un camino indispensable hacia la integración física y económica. La lucha contra los desafíos que enfrentamos es imposible sin una convergencia de voluntades de países vecinos. En este sentido, la cooperación regional se erige como la única alternativa viable que nos permite trabajar en conjunto y diseñar políticas nacionales en coordinación con otras naciones. Es en este espíritu de cooperación y fortalecimiento de las instituciones regionales que Paraguay ha decidido presentar la candidatura de nuestro canciller, Rubén Ramírez Lescano, para la Secretaría General de la Organización de los Estados Americanos. Estamos convencidos de que su liderazgo contribuirá significativamente a la revitalización de la OEA, promoviendo un multilateralismo más inclusivo y eficiente, que responda a los desafíos del presente y se enfoque en el bienestar de todos los pueblos del hemisferio. En el marco de nuestro compromiso con el multilateralismo más inclusivo, que no deja ninguna nación atrás, el Paraguay reitera hoy su apoyo inquebrantable a aquellos países que, pese a su destacada contribución global, aún son excluidos de importantes foros internacionales como este. Paraguay no solo reconoce, sino que valora profundamente la colaboración internacional de la República de China-Taiwán, una nación hermana con la que hemos forjado casi 70 años de una sólida y significativa amistad. Esa amistad se funda en los valores compartidos de democracia, Estado de Derecho y libre comercio. Es una amistad genuina, forjada en la adversidad de ser dos países geográficamente pequeños al lado de grandes potencias. Nuestro espíritu de lucha, sin embargo, dista de ser pequeño. En esta asamblea renovamos nuestro firme respaldo para que Taiwán sea parte integral del sistema de las Naciones Unidas. Creemos que su exclusión es una injusticia que no podemos pasar por alto, porque los valores que compartimos y su aporte a la comunidad internacional merecen el mismo reconocimiento que el de cualquier otra nación aquí presente. Si hay un país que debería hoy formar parte del sistema de las Naciones Unidas y aún no lo está haciendo, ese es Taiwán. Hoy no solo venimos a reclamar esta injusticia, sino a alzar nuestra voz con firmeza para alertar a la comunidad internacional sobre la amenaza a su integridad y al legítimo derecho de la autodeterminación de los pueblos. Subrayo la importancia de la paz y la estabilidad en el estrecho de Taiwán. En un mundo lleno de tensiones, donde los conflictos amenazan constantemente con desbordarse, una interacción positiva y pacífica en esta región no solo es vital para la seguridad de Asia, sino para la estabilidad global. Así como defendemos los principios de paz, justicia y cooperación internacional en todos los rincones del mundo, es igualmente importante reafirmar nuestro compromiso con estos valores dentro de nuestras propias fronteras. En mi país, decía antes, vivimos en una vibrante y plena democracia, con un sistema republicano de equilibrio de poderes, y si bien nuestro signo político tiene mayoría en el Congreso, mantenemos el diálogo con la oposición para llevar adelante las grandes reformas que el país necesita. Estamos convencidos de que la democracia no puede ser vacía, debe ser una democracia con contenido y sobre todo con resultados. Aquí el desarrollo económico es crucial para asegurar la fortaleza futura de la democracia. La prosperidad es el mayor enemigo del crimen, de la división, de la desesperanza. La política social más efectiva, siempre digo, es la prosperidad económica. Pero para que esa prosperidad llegue a todos, es necesario invertir en nuestro capital humano y generar las condiciones para que las familias salgan adelante a partir de su propio trabajo. Y aquí quiero citar dos de los programas que llevamos adelante desde mi gobierno. El primero, hambre cero en las escuelas. Una apuesta a erradicar en un 100% el hambre en niños en edad escolar en el convencimiento de que con hambre no se puede aprender. Y el programa Cheroga Porá, que es la primera política de acceso a la vivienda del Paraguay, enfocada en la clase trabajadora, con cuotas de acceso a la misma al mismo precio de un alquiler, lo que permitirá a miles de familias paraguayas transformar un gasto mensual en un activo familiar. Ahora bien,
income into
no
a
existe
family,
desarrollo sin
a
seguridad.
monthly payment
Ante
into
esto,
a family
tanto a
asset.
nivel nacional como
If we
internacional,
don't have
es
development,
lógico
we have
adoptar
no
una visión
security.
integral de la
This
seguridad,
is a national
con un sentido de
level view and an
cooperación entre las
international
diferentes
one.
agencias
And
nacionales
we
e internacionales.
understand
Esta es mi visión
cooperation
como
with different
presidente de la
national and
República.
international agencies. This
Por
is our
último,
vision
seguiremos
as the President
apostando a
of the
la
Republic.
institucionalidad y la
Finally, we will
transparencia
continue to
como
support
condiciones
institutions and
fundamentales para el
transparency
desarrollo.
as fundamental
La
preconditions for
reciente
development.
obtención del grado de inversión por parte de
The
Paraguay
recent
es un claro
obtention of
reflejo de un
investment
esfuerzo
grade by
constante
Paraguay
por
is a clear
fortalecer nuestras
reflection of
instituciones,
our constant
sumado
efforts to
a una
strengthen our
tradición de
institutions.
estabilidad económica
Added
que
to
se ha
that, we
consolidado a
have
lo
a
largo de ya varias
long-standing
décadas.
economic stability
Queridos
that has been
amigos,
consolidated
el
over
Paraguay
the
quiere,
years. Dear
puede
friends,
y será
Paraguay
un
wants
verdadero
to,
protagonista
can,
del
and
escenario
will be
global.
a true
Estamos
protagonist on the
determinados
global
a ocupar
stage.
nuestro
We are
sitial.
determined to
Paraguay es un país que
play
cuenta
our
con
role.
abundantes recursos naturales,
Paraguay is a
un
country that
valioso
has
capital
abundant
humano
natural
y un
resources,
enfoque
valuable human
decidido en la
capital,
creación de
and
cadenas de
plays
valor que promuevan una economía
has a
verde
clear approach
basadas
in
en el desarrollo de
creating value
tecnologías
chains that
sostenibles.
promote the green
Nuestro
economy
país
based
es un
on
referente
the
en la
development of
producción de
sustainable
energía limpia
technology.
y
Our country
renovable.
is a
La
beacon
generación
in
de
the
energía
production of
hidroeléctrica
clean
no es
and
solo un
renewable
proyecto
energy.
nacional, sino una iniciativa
Hydroelectric energy
conjunta con
generation
nuestros
is not only a
vecinos
national
que busca
project,
ser
but rather
clave
a
en
joint
la
initiative
consecución de un
with
mundo
our
más
neighbours, which
desarrollado,
seeks to
más sostenible
ensure a more
y libre
developed,
de
sustainable,
emisiones.
and emissions-free
Creo
world.
firmemente que el
I
Paraguay
firmly
es un
believe that
ejemplo
Paraguay is
de
an
que el desarrollo
example
económico
of
es
how
enteramente
economic
compatible
development is
con la
entirely
sostenibilidad
compatible with
ambiental.
environmental sustainability.
Paraguay comparte desafíos comunes con
Paraguay
otros países
shares
en desarrollo sin
common
litoral,
challenges with
los
other
cuales serán
landlocked
abordados
countries,
en
which
el
will be
nuevo programa de
addressed
acción
in
en
the
favor de los
new
países
program
en
of
desarrollo
action for
sin litoral
landlocked
que
developing
se aprobará en
countries, which will
Botsuana
be
este
adopted in
diciembre.
Botswana this
Lejos
December.
de desalentarnos,
Far
vemos en
from
estos
giving up
desafíos una
hope,
gran
we
oportunidad.
see in
Estamos
these
transformando
challenges
nuestras
great
dificultades en
opportunity. We are
fortalezas,
transforming our
aprovechando
difficulties
nuestra
into
ubicación
strength,
geográfica como un
harnessing
punto
our
estratégico.
geographic location
Nuestra
as a
posición en el
strategic
corazón de América del Sur nos
asset. Our
impulsa a ser
position
el
in the
motor de la
heart of South
integración
America
sudamericana.
means that we can be the motor
Con
of
una
South
visión clara,
American
apostamos a
integration.
convertirnos en el
We
centro
have a
logístico
clear
de la
vision,
región
and we are
a través de la hidrovía Paraguay-Paraná
becoming a
y el corredor
logistics
vial
center
bioceánico
through the
sudamericano, que se perfilan como ejes claves para
corridor
revitalizar y potenciar
Paraguay-Paraná
los bloques
and
del
the
Mercosur y la
bioceanic
Alianza del
corridor
Pacífico.
in the South
A medida que
America.
consolidamos
These are
nuestra
key to
posición geográfica
revitalizing
como
and
un eje de
boosting
integración
Mercosur
regional
and the
y
Pacific
desarrollo
Alliance.
logístico,
As we
es
consolidate our
crucial que esta
geographic
visión de
position,
crecimiento esté respaldada por una fuerte
it's
inversión
crucial
en
that this
educación.
vision of growth is
El éxito de
supported by
Paraguay
strong
dependerá de
investment in
nuestra
education.
capacidad para
Paraguay's
preparar las
success will
futuras
depend on our
generaciones
ability
para
to
el mundo
prepare future
globalizado y
generations for the
competitivo.
globalized and competitive world.
Junto con la
Together
educación,
with education,
la tecnología es
technology
una
is
herramienta
a
clave
key
para el
tool
desarrollo
to
y la
ensure
inclusión
development
social.
and social inclusion.
Son muchos los desafíos que enfrentan nuestras naciones,
Our nations
pero
face
sin
many
duda
challenges,
sobresale aquí la
but
cuestión de
without
la aplicación
doubt,
ética
one of the
de la inteligencia
greatest is the
artificial
issue of
y de los
the
avances de
ethical
la
use of
tecnología en
artificial
general.
intelligence and the
La ley de
progress in
Moore postula un
technology in
crecimiento
general.
exponencial en el
Moore's
desarrollo de
lay
nuevas
posits
tecnologías que
exponential
exigen de nosotros
growth
la
in the
creación
development
de
of new
nuevos esquemas
technologies. This
regulatorios
calls
que
for the
protejan a las
creation of
personas,
new regulatory
aptos para enfrentar un
schemes that
desafío que
protect
se
people,
aproxima con una
able to
velocidad que es difícil de
face
asimilar.
challenges that are
Estas nuevas
approaching at all
técnicas
too
como los
fast a pace.
sandboxes o la
These new
corregulación
techniques, such
deben
as
tener como un fin
sandboxes
último
or
el uso responsable de
co-regulation,
las
should
tecnologías emergentes
ultimately
y
aim
la equidad
at
en su
ensuring
aplicación.
responsible use of emerging technologies
En Paraguay
and
estamos
equity in
profundamente
how they are
comprometidos con la
applied.
preservación
In
de
Paraguay,
nuestro
we are
patrimonio cultural.
profoundly committed to
Al fin de
preserving
este
our
año
cultural
seremos
heritage. At
anfitriones
the
de
end
la
of this year, we will be
19ª sesión del
hosting
Comité
the 19th
Intergubernamental para la
session of the
salvaguardia del patrimonio
Intergovernmental
cultural
Committee
inmaterial de la
for
UNESCO,
Safeguarding Cultural Heritage
donde
of
esperamos que la
UNESCO,
guarania sea reconocida como patrimonio cultural inmaterial de la humanidad. Además, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso con la protección de los derechos fundamentales de todos sus ciudadanos, la familia y la vida humana desde la concepción, defendiendo los valores tradicionales que han hecho grande a nuestra nación. A pesar de haber sostenido una mirada crítica, debo confesar que soy un optimista incurable. Creo firmemente que nuestro futuro es brillante y está lleno de oportunidades. Creo, por tanto, en esos luminosos horizontes del porvenir, de los que hablaba antes. Si luchamos por un presente mejor, tendremos días futuros llenos de luz y posibilidades. La defensa de los valores democráticos y el respeto por los derechos humanos deben continuar siendo nuestra guía. Es natural que tengamos diferencias políticas legítimas, pero hay principios que no pueden ser negociados. La democracia, el Estado de Derecho y el respeto irrestricto a los derechos humanos son pilares fundamentales. Aunque nuestras visiones políticas o ideológicas puedan ser distintas, Esto no debe dividirnos
Although
ni
our political
impedirnos
or
avanzar
ideological
en la
views might be
construcción de una
different,
cooperación
this
basada
shouldn't
en
divide
cimientos
us or
sólidos.
stop us
Si
from
mantenemos
advancing
como
towards
norte
building
innegociable los
cooperation
ideales
based
de
on solid
cooperación,
foundations.
respeto
If
mutuo,
we continue to
integración
forge
y
ahead towards
fraternidad entre nuestros
cooperation,
pueblos,
mutual
estoy
respect,
convencido de que
integration,
tendremos días
fraternity among our
mejores.
peoples, I'm
En
convinced that
suma,
we will have
y a
better
pesar de los
days.
tremendos desafíos que estamos enfrentando,
In
estoy
conclusion, and despite
convencido de
the
que, como lo
tremendous
dijo
challenges
alguna
that we
vez
face, I'm
William
convinced
Faulkner,
that, as William
humanity
Faulkner
will
once
not
said,
simply
humanity
endure,
will not
it
simply
will
endure,
prevail.
it will
La
prevail.
humanidad no simplemente perdurará, sino que va a prevalecer. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Paraguay. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Tu Lam, State President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thưa ngài Chủ tịch Đại hội đồng Liên Hiệp Quốc,
Excellency President
thưa
of
ngài
the
Tổng thư
UNGA,
ký Liên Hiệp Quốc,
Excellency
thưa các quý vị,
Secretary General of the United
trước hết
Nations,
tôi xin được
ladies and
chúc mừng ngài
good evening.
Philemon Yang
Let me first
được bầu làm
congratulate
Chủ
you,
tịch Đại hội đồng
Excellency
Liên Hiệp Quốc
Philemon Yang,
khóa
on your
79.
election as the
Và
President
tôi
of the
tin rằng
79th
hội nghị của chúng
session
ta
of the
sẽ
UNGA.
thành công tốt đẹp.
I trust that this session will be a great success.
Tôi cũng đánh giá cao những
I
đóng
also
góp và nỗ
commend
lực quan trọng của
Excellency
ngài Denis
Dennis
Francis,
Francis,
Chủ tịch Đại hội đồng
President
Liên
of
Hiệp
the
Quốc khóa
78th
78
session,
và ngài
and Excellency
Antonio
Guterres,
Tổng thư ký
the
Liên Hiệp Quốc,
UN Secretary
trong nhiệm vụ
General,
điều phối hoạt
for
động
their
của Liên Hiệp Quốc
contributions and
nhằm
efforts
ngăn
in
chặn chiến
coordinating
tranh,
UN
gìn giữ
endeavors
hòa bình,
to prevent
thúc
wars,
đẩy hợp
maintain
tác phát
peace,
triển
and
toàn
promote
cầu
global
trong thời gian qua.
development cooperation.
Thưa các quý vị,
Ladies and gentlemen,
thế giới đang ở trong
the
một thời
world
kỳ
is
thay đổi có
undergoing
tính thời đại.
transformative
Hòa
changes
bình,
of
hợp
historic
tác, phát
significance.
triển tuy là
Although
xu
peace,
thế lớn,
cooperation, and
song
development
đang đứng
remain
trước
the
những
dominant
khó khăn,
trends,
thách thức
they're
mới,
facing new
nghiêm
and
trọng
more
hơn.
serious challenges.
Cạnh tranh chiến lược
Strategic
giữa các nước
competition
lớn
among
ngày
major
càng
powers
gay
is
gắt, sâu sắc,
becoming
mở
broader,
rộng về phạm
fiercer,
vi
and
không
more
gian, gia tăng
confrontational.
về cường độ và tính đối đầu.
Political
Mâu thuẫn,
disputes,
xung đột chính trị
conflicts,
tăng
and
nhanh,
security
môi trường an ninh
environment
ngày càng căng
intensify.
thẳng, không gian sinh tồn,
Survival
phát
and
triển bị
development
thu hẹp,
space
đe dọa,
narrows.
nguy cơ xung đột,
Risk of
hình thành
conflict,
các
new
điểm nóng,
hotspots,
kích
arms
thích tình yêu
race,
vũ trang, nguy cơ
tension,
căng thẳng đối đầu,
confrontation,
va
and
chạm trực
direct
diện ngày
clashes
càng gia tăng.
The rise of power politics, egoistic nationalism are challenging international law, eroding multilateral institutions, and diminishing faith in global cooperation. The vicious cycle of conflict and violence escalates in various regions, causing immense sufferings to millions of innocent civilians. The risk of a limited nuclear war, or even a third world war, has not been ruled out.
Các thách thức an ninh phi truyền thống ngày càng gay gắt, biến đổi khí hậu,
such
hiện
as
tượng khí
climate
hậu cực
change,
đoan,
extreme
thiên tai,
weather
bệnh
events,
dịch,
natural
cạn kiệt tài
disasters,
nguyên,
diseases,
già hóa dân số,
resource depletion,
đang
and
đẩy
aging
lùi các nỗ lực
population
phát triển của
are
toàn nhân loại.
becoming increasingly
Các nước
severe
nghèo
and
bị
hindering
bỏ
our
lại phía
efforts for
sau với
development.
khoảng cách
Poor countries are being
phát triển
left
ngày
further
càng xa.
behind, with
Siêu
a
bão
widening
Yagi
development
mà Việt
gap.
Nam và một số nước trong khu
Super
vực
Typhoon
vừa phải
Yagi,
hứng chịu với những
which
hậu quả tàn
ravaged
khốc
Vietnam
và
and
tang
other
thương.
countries in the
Một
region,
lần nữa là
serves
sự cảnh
as a
báo về
stark
mức độ ảnh
warning
hưởng nghiêm
of the
trọng của
severe
thiên tai và
impacts
biến đổi khí hậu
that
đối
natural
với phát triển nhanh,
disasters and
bền
climate
vững
change can have
của tất
on
cả chúng ta.
sustainable development for all.
Lương thực trên thế giới đủ nuôi
Global
1,5
food
lần
production
dân
is
số toàn cầu,
sufficient to
nhưng
feed
nạn
one and
đói
a half
vẫn tiếp
times
tục
the
đe
world
dọa hơn
population, yet
780 triệu người
famine is
và
threatening
2,4
over
tỷ người không được đảm bảo an ninh
780
lương
million
thực.
people, and
Chỉ tiêu quốc
2.4
phòng
billion
liên tục
people
tăng trong
endure
gần một
food
thập kỷ
insecurity.
qua, đạt mức kỷ lục
Defense
hơn 2,4
expenditure
nghìn tỷ
reached
đô la
a
Mỹ
record
vào năm
of
2023,
2.4 trillion
trong khi
in
không thể huy
US
động
dollars in
100 tỷ
2023,
đô la Mỹ
yet
cho
we
các hành
struggled
động
to
khí hậu.
pull 100 billion US dollars for
Chúng ta
climate
chỉ còn 1/3
actions.
chặng đường
With
triển
only
khai,
a third
nhưng
of
hơn
the
80%
SDGs
chỉ tiêu
timeline
của
remaining,
các mục tiêu phát triển bền vững
80% of the
có nguy cơ
targets may
không
not
thể
be
đạt
met.
được đúng thời hạn. Kinh tế thế giới tăng
Global
trưởng khó
economic
khăn, xu hướng phân tách, phân mảnh và gây sức ép, trừng phạt kinh tế đe dọa đến sự phát triển nhanh bền vững. Cách mạng công nghiệp lần thứ tư mở ra cơ hội phát triển bứt phá, song đặt ra những thách thức gắn liền với an ninh an toàn của xã hội.
but it also poses security and safety challenges for society and individuals. These unprecedented challenges to peace, cooperation, sustainable development, and human dignity affect this generation and the next. They compel us to unite, act, and work together, upholding the role of international institutions, foremost among them the United Nations, regional organizations including ASEAN, to achieve the ultimate goal of ending war, abolishing all forms of oppression, exploitation, building peace and creating a better world to bring happiness to all mankind. In that spirit, I would like to share Vietnam's vision for a more peaceful, stable, cooperative, prosperous, and sustainable future for everyone. First, as peace and stability are the foundation for a prosperous future, we must promote observance of international law and UN Charter by all states, particularly the major powers. Each state must act responsibly, fulfill its commitments, and abide by international law and UN Charter, including fundamental principles such as the peaceful settlement of disputes, non-use of force, sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and respect for the political systems chosen by the people of each nation. States should also contribute to the common work of the international community in line with their capabilities. We must strengthen solidarity, sincerity, and trust among nations, uphold dialogue, eliminate confrontation, and firmly oppose unilateral embargoes and sanctions that contravene international law and UN Charter. Second, we must ensure equitable development for every state, community, and individuals, and recognizing the diverse economic, social, and cultural conditions that they may have. Every resource must be effectively unleashed, marshaled, and utilized for development. According to each country's needs, we must prioritize resources where the most needed for implementing the SDGs, with attention to assisting developing and less developed countries, especially through preferential loans, transfer of advanced technologies, investment and trade facilitation, and debt relief for poor countries. And third, we should urgently create smart global governance frameworks with long-term vision for science and technology, especially emerging technologies like AI. This will ensure we make progress and enjoy the benefits of these technologies while actively preventing threats to peace, sustainable development, and humanity. In that connection, I welcome the documents adopted at the Summit for the Future, especially the Global Digital Compact. This will serve as a crucial basis for advancing global governance and international cooperation in those areas. Fourth, we should adopt innovative thinking to build a transformative future across all sectors, focusing on digital transformation, green transition, and global governance transformation. Green transition and digital transformation are essential tools for countries, especially developing ones, to build resilience and self-reliance, enabling a timely and active prevention of and response to shocks, crises, and potential disasters. We must also prioritize reforming multilateral mechanisms, especially the UN system, international financial and monetary institutions, to ensure better representation, equity, and transparency. Enhancing the capacity, effectiveness, and future readiness is essential for remaining relevant in a changing world. And fifth, we must place human at the center in delivering on our visions. People should be the center, the goal, and driver of all policies and actions at all levels. And investments should focus on the holistic development of the youth, enriching their knowledge and culture, grounded in shared values and a sense of responsibility and contribution. Vietnam welcomes the UNGA's official decision to grant additional rights and privilege participation to the State of Palestine from this session onwards. Vietnam reaffirms its solidarity with the State and people of Cuba and calls on the United States to lift embargoes and sanctions against Cuba and to remove Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. We need to vigorously promote such actions, since they are practical ways to foster equitable development and happiness for all. President Ho Chi Minh, a Vietnamese hero of national liberation and a man of culture, once stressed, unity, unity, great unity, success, success, grand success. Only through unity and cooperation with trust and by thinking and acting as one can we build a world of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for the present and future generations, ensuring no one is left behind. In today's rapidly changing world, each state plays a vital role in the grand orchestration of our era. Vietnam is making every effort to move forward toward a future peace, stability, prosperity, and sustainability, not only for all our people, but also for all nations worldwide. This is Vietnam's vision, goal, and strong commitments to the international community today and tomorrow. Thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the State President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Mr. President, Your Excellencies, honorable delegates, I would like to express my sincere congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang on his election to the honorable position of President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Poland fully supports your mission, sir, and wishes you every success. I also extend my thanks to His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis for his effective presidency during the previous 78th session. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address the United Nations General Assembly for the 10th time as the President of Poland. All the more so because today we are facing huge global challenges that require our solidarity, cooperation, and determination. Our presence here reminds us of the mission for the fulfillment of which the United Nations was established after the terrible tragedy of the World War II, to prevent further conflicts and ensure world peace. This year marks the 85th anniversary of the beginning of that massive conflict, the conflict which claimed millions of lives. It was Poland which became its first victim. On September the 1st, 1939, Nazi Germany attacked my homeland, starting World War II. 2 weeks later, on September the 17th, the Soviet Union also invaded my country. As the ally of Nazi Germany fulfilling the agreement between Hitler and Stalin, so-called Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, both aggressors deprived us of our independence. Poland found itself in the midst of the brutal occupation of two totalitarianisms, becoming a witness and victim of war crimes that forever left a mark on our nation's and world's history. In my country, we know very well what war is, and we know what drama and suffering it brings. That is why Poland has always been a strong advocate of measures which aim to preventing conflicts and ensuring peace in the world. Our history and experiences incline us to constantly recall the need to respect international law and protect the sovereignty of states. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are facing yet again an extremely serious threat to global security. For the past 2.5 years, we have seen Russia's brutal aggression against neighboring Ukraine. This is a flagrant violation of fundamental norms of international law, such as the prohibition of the use of force in international relations. This unprovoked aggression is destabilizing the region and posing a direct threat to the global order and security. We cannot allow this war to turn into another frozen conflict. This is the most important task for the future. That is why it's so important today to stop the Russian war in Ukraine, not only to end the suffering of the people and punish the aggressor, but also to prevent such heinous actions from becoming a model for others to follow. Ukraine's territorial integrity must be restored within its internationally recognized borders. The logic of conquest and disregard for international law must be stopped unless we agree to live in a world where any country can become a victim of aggression regardless of its size and geographic location. Poland is following with equal concern the situation in the Middle East, where due to the brutal Hamas attacks of October the 7th, 2023, the conflict has escalated. Israel, like any other state, has the right to self-defense. However, these actions must follow international humanitarian law. Poland has consistently supported a two-state solution to the Middle East conflict that will guarantee both Palestinians and Israelis the right to live in peace and security in correct relations with all the neighbors. As proponents of the principles of equality and the right of nations to self-determination, we believe that the emergence of an independent Palestine will not contradict Israel's interests, whereas the right of Israel to exist cannot be questioned. The two nations are united by space and time, which will remain their common destiny. The current situation in Yemen is also of deep concern to us. The ongoing humanitarian crisis affects millions of people, and the struggle for control in a country poses a threat to regional security and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. The international community must do everything possible to ease the suffering of Yemeni people and restore stability in their country. And we all see how the ongoing wars, conflicts, and terrorist actions in Africa undermine people's efforts to live and develop in safe and fair conditions. The world must stand with all those affected by insecurity and help them to restore peace through reconciliation and social cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, peace and security in a world will not be possible to achieve without respect for the law. As President of Poland, I consistently repeat the phrase peace through law, always emphasizing the fundamental role of international law in maintaining global order. Our history, our experiences teach us that only adherence to international norms and the protection of the rights of every human being can ensure stability and development. Poland, as a country of freedom and solidarity, will always demand respect for human rights regardless of geographic location. Therefore, Poland has decided to apply for a seat on the UN Human Rights Council for 2029-2031. Our candidacy is an expression of our commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights around the world. We believe that human rights are the foundation of peace and security. Their violation leads to conflicts, while their protection results in stability and development. Ladies and gentlemen, Poles perfectly understand the perspective of countries that experienced colonialism. Our history, from losing our statehood in the 18th century to World War II, to the fall of communism, has taught us how precious freedom, sovereignty, and human dignity are. It is a part of our DNA, and therefore we stand together with the developing countries in their quest for prosperity, equal treatment, and self-reliance. That is why Poland will not stop supporting African societies, as I had the opportunity to personally assure my friends during this year's visit to Rwanda, Kenya, and Tanzania, as well as in recent years during my earlier visits to the continent, which is so important for Poland, Europe, and the whole world in building a common, safer, and more prosperous future. We believe that Africa has the potential to develop its own solution to its challenges. However, we recognize that global development in many parts of the world currently is facing serious obstacles. We note with concern that halfway through the deadline set by Agenda 2030 for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, progress made in realization of its ambitions is still insufficient. During this session, Poland will serve as Vice President of the UN Economic and Social Council. The motto of our mandate in the ECOSOC is Developing in Solidarity, which summarizes well our vision of progress we need. With its presidency of the Council of the European Union starting on January the 1st, 2025, Poland will seek to give new impetus to relations with developing partners. There is a need for better cooperation, real partnership, more solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, next year we will celebrate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Despite its imperfections, the UN remains the foundation of the world order, allowing us to work together for peace, development, and human dignity. We believe that the Summit for the Future has given us an opportunity to reflect on the effectiveness of our work and the possibility of improving the UN structures to make them more responsive to contemporary challenges. Poland is ready to discuss reforms to the Security Council, other key UN bodies, as well as international financial institutions. The world is changing, and our system must change as well in order to better serve the global community. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, our common commitment enshrined in the UN Charter sounds to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Poland will remain faithful to this mission and will support efforts for peace, human rights, and sustainable development. Thank you for your attention, and I wish us all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Poland. The Assembly will hear an address by His Serene Highness Prince Albert II, Sovereign Prince of Monaco. I request protocol to escort His Serene Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 80 years ago, the United Nations Charter was born and laid the foundations of our organization to preserve future generations from the scourge of war. The founders then had a firm conviction that there was no power more legitimate than that we vested collectively in this new international organization. Over the last 2 days, I have participated alongside many of you on the initiative that the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, in the Summit of the Future between hope and concern. The summit allowed us to grasp just how much work we still need to do to leave a harmonious and peaceful future to our children. While we are facing an increasing number of challenges, we're currently seeing a multiplication of regional conflicts, an uptick in the arms race and nuclear proliferation, as well as an ebbing of our collective security. Extreme violence and conflicts that are currently raging, and the thousands of victims that they're claiming in the four corners of the world are intolerable. Targeted attacks against civilian infrastructure that don't even spare schools or hospitals are flagrant violations of the fundamental principles of international humanitarian law. Similarly, the use of famine as a weapon of war is an odious crime. These acts must not go unpunished. Whatever the conflict or the continent that it is taking place on, international justice must establish the crimes and prosecute those responsible. This is absolutely essential to build a just and lasting peace. The partition of the world that we're seeing currently is very concerning. Now should not be the time for war or division, but rather for building coalitions, for concrete actions, ramping up cooperation, solidarity, helping each other, and engaging in dialogue. My country's conviction has always been that the way of multilateralism is the only way possible. The UN is at the heart of multilateralism, and it's incumbent upon us to do everything we can to implement the roadmap that we adopted collectively. As we committed last year at the Summit on the SDGs and yesterday at the Summit of the Future, we must move away from the way of destruction and focus on the way that leads to prosperity. The new agenda for peace is blazing a trail for us to show more solidarity and to establish trust. The milestones that have already been put down, and they are showing us the way to go. The fourth UN Conference on Financing for Development that will take place next year compels us to rethink the international financial architecture and to help countries to undertake more sustainable and inclusive development. The World Social Summit that will also take place next year should give us the necessary driving force for more social justice and to contribute to fighting poverty, which is number one of the Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable development as a whole will not be achieved, and it will not achieve the desired results if we do not include women and girls. While we're celebrating in 2025 on the 125th anniversary of Resolution 1325 of the Security Council on Women, Peace and Security, and on the other hand, the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Programme of Action, it must be recalled that gender equality has still not been reached insofar as rights, responsibilities and opportunities. It is only by guaranteeing their rights in all of the SDGs and in the actions of the Plan for the Future that we will be able to achieve more justice and inclusion, step by step, and whatever the cost. We must hold true to our efforts to promote the rights of women and to ensure gender equality. Mr. President, let us make no mistake, the most threatening challenges for humanity on the long term are without a doubt the multi-dimensional environmental crisis that we're going through, and must I recall, we're responsible for that. Climate change, the erosion of biodiversity and ecosystems, as well as the huge amount of pollution that is affecting both the land and the ocean, the cradles of life, are turning upside down the daily lives of millions of people and causing considerable economic loss. In the face of this tragedy of the commons, we cannot show any doubt or dejection. We must be clear-headed when it comes to all of the things we must do, and we must be optimistic when it comes to the future. Indeed, we now have several international instruments, major ones, that must guide us when navigating this storm. We have the Paris Agreement, the Global Framework for Biodiversity of Kunming-Montreal, and the BBNJ Agreement, and I hope that a new international agreement will come about as well on plastic pollution in the world. These crises require coordinated response, and when we participate in the different international fora over the next few months, let us bear this in mind and engage in unified and concerted action. In Colombia, first of all, we have the COP16 of the UN Conference on Biodiversity, where we have high hopes to deal with the challenges to implement the plan for biodiversity and to deliver our 2050 vision, living in harmony with nature. Finally, at the end of the year, at the COP29, we have the UNFCCC conference in Baku, and we will establish a new goal, new collective goal for climate financing for developing countries that should be up to the needs and be realistic and operational, creating the conditions for guaranteeing the right to a future in a healthy environment requires us to put an end to the upheaval of our ecosystems and also to show wisdom and knowledge and draw on the wisdom and knowledge of men and women present on the ground already suffering the consequences. For example, small island developing states that are particularly vulnerable to the consequences of rising sea levels, and they could potentially disappear. We could see a disappearance of habitable and productive land, and that's a real threat for their existence. The Principality of Monaco and its institutions committed to the preservation of the oceans is supporting the creation of an international panel of experts for ocean sustainability that would be headed by the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. In this regard, we call upon all states to ramp up the process to ratify the BBNJ agreement coming into force in 2025, which is an important year for the planet, with France hosting the third UN conference on the oceans in Nice. This conference should enable us to ramp up our actions and to mobilize all stakeholders to provide lasting solutions that we need for the ocean to overcome the challenges we face. The blue economy is also playing a key role, and the Principality intends to collaborate actively by hosting in June 2025 the Blue Economy and Finance Forum. Finally, beyond the framework provided by the BBNJ, I reaffirm the commitment of my country to the implementation of solid regulation grounded in the best scientific data, ensuring effective protection of the marine environment before we see any mineral exploitation of the seabeds. Ultimately, these interconnected crises compel us to completely rethink our relationship with nature, which is essential for our survival and well-being. Mr. President, when it comes to the challenges and changes that humanity is facing, the development of artificial intelligence is unavoidable. The emergence and the rise of this new technology is accompanied by so many opportunities for our daily lives, but it also comes with dangers, and we must deal with these. The Principality of Monaco is committed to seizing the possibilities provided by safe, secure and trustworthy artificial intelligence systems for sustainable development. Indeed, the staggering technological progress that we're seeing can help to increase development, as well as it could provide fertile ground for organised crime and terrorism. So it's incumbent upon the international community now to establish the right regulations imposing ethical use of this technology that respects human rights and fundamental freedoms and ensure that it is not used or diverted for military or terrorist purposes. Further, disinformation today is one of the most insidious dangers for our societies. It is spreading rapidly, fed by social networks and digital platforms, sowing confusion and eroding trust in institutions and media. The consequences of this manipulation of information are grave, and they can include the destabilization of our states and the exacerbation of international tensions. It is therefore essential to bolster verification mechanisms, fact verification mechanisms, to protect the truth and to preserve the health of our democracies. Mr. President, we have the tools we need, whether they be legal, technological, or scientific, to bring lasting and effective solutions to our contemporary challenges. The Pact for the Future and the 80th anniversary of the UN in 2025 offer us up an historic and unique opportunity to make progress in the intergovernmental process to reform the Security Council, to make our organization more inclusive and representative of current realities in order to resolve the crises that we face. While the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games in Paris were a resounding success, the athletes showed us that efforts and perseverance, including in adversity, lead to victory. They gave us a lesson of humility by teaching us that while victory is the ultimate goal, the journey and good competition are equally as important accomplishments. Let us therefore commit together with a sense of determination to the process that we have defined, step by step. Let us overcome the obstacles without ever losing sight of our goal, which is to preserve peace between nations and to guarantee the well-being of the peoples of the United Nations. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Sovereign Prince of Morocco. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency David Renbok Adeg, President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. As the President of the Republic of Nauru, a small island nation with a vision for a more equitable and sustainable future, I bring you warm greetings from the government and the people of Nauru. In this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, we gather at the time of unprecedented global challenge and opportunity. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, Nauru remains committed to the principles of sovereignty, self-determination, and international cooperation that have guided our collective progress since the UN's founding. Mr. President, as a nation surrounded by the ocean, Nauru has a vested interest in the responsible stewardship of the ocean's marine resources. We have been at the forefront of international efforts to protect and sustainably use the ocean's resources, including developing and adopting the BBNJ agreement and exploring the wealth of the deep seabed's mineral resources in line with our objectives under the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy. The greatest risk we face is not the potential environmental impacts of mineral recovery, but the risk of inaction. There is a risk of failing to seize the opportunity to transform to renewable energy and to decarbonize our planet. We cannot let fear and misinformation hold us back. Instead, we must use the knowledge we have gathered wisely to ensure that deep-sea mineral recovery, under the principle of the common heritage of mankind, does not compromise the integrity of our marine environment. This is not just an economic opportunity, it is an environmental imperative. We therefore call on the international community not to ignore the science and progress we have made. Instead, we urge you and the International Seabed Authority Council to work with us to establish and adopt robust regulations necessary for the conservation and sustainable use of marine resources. We have the science, we have the technology, and we have the imperative. Let us rise to the challenge and opportunity before us, employing our investments for the good of all, and let the time for action be now. Mr. President, Nauru's story is not one of despair, but of resilience. Our people have thrived for centuries, living in harmony with the land and the sea. Today we adapt, we innovate, and we persevere. We are exploring new frontiers because even as we fight against the effects of climate change, we must also adapt to the reality that is upon us. Through initiatives like the Higher Ground Project, we are reclaiming land, strengthening our infrastructure, and securing our future. Adaptation initiatives to address modern challenges and concerns demand more than technical expertise. They require substantial financial resources, which is an ongoing struggle. When it comes to climate finance, we are too often relegated to the back of the queue. We must also address the critical issue of access to basic financial services. For nations like Nauru, equitable access to banking is not merely a convenience, it is a lifeline. Yet we face the growing threat of de-risking and the loss of correspondent banking relationships. This challenge transcends financial concerns. It strikes at the heart of our sovereignty and our dignity. Our nation's struggles cannot be measured by income alone. We are vulnerable in myriad ways, and the global financial system must evolve to reflect this complex reality. We are encouraged by the recent adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, or the MVI, and we further call upon the World Bank, IMF, IFI, and MDBs to integrate the MVI into their frameworks. It is not just another statistic, it is a tool that provides a more accurate picture of our national circumstances, our strengths, our challenges, our potential. Mr. President, one of the most pressing issues of our time is the rising tensions between global powers. Nauru has long believed in the importance of maintaining good relations with all nations, great and small. We are friends to all and enemies to none, guided by our national motto, God's will first. Our restored diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China are a testament that even the largest and the smallest of countries can find common ground and work towards mutual benefit. Nauru is proud of our strong and growing relationship with China, and I take this opportunity to further commend their recent agreements with Japan on the ocean discharge of Fukushima nuclear contaminated water. This historic accord represents a significant step towards addressing a pressing issue of global concern. Mr. President, as a staunch friend, we continue to call for an immediate and unconditional end to the decades-long embargo imposed on Cuba. As we know, conflicts and tensions persist across many regions of the world. In our, in our shared pursuit of progress and prosperity, it is crucial to acknowledge that conflict impedes growth and undermines community stability. Therefore, we must intensify our efforts to foster peace and development free from the shadow of conflict. Let us reaffirm our commitment to building bridges of understanding, nurturing empathy, and promoting reconciliation. We must understand that peace and development are not separate entities, but intertwined pillars of human progress. Peace creates an environment where individuals can thrive, communities flourish, and nations prosper. In the absence of conflict, societies can better allocate resources to education, healthcare, infrastructure, and sustainable economic growth, fostering the advancement of all people. Let's work together towards a future where everyone can live with dignity, harmony, and opportunity, leaving behind a legacy of peace for generations. By prioritizing conflict resolution, we pave the way for resilience, progress, and shared prosperity. We must focus on building bridges, not walls, and work towards a more integrated, connected world. Inclusivity and engagement are vital as we strive for full economic and financial participation, ensuring that no country, large or small, regardless of its development status, is left behind. This is a call for collective action, a call we must all heed for the sake of our shared future. The UN Security Council reform, long overdue, must reflect the geopolitical realities of the 21st century. It is evident that the current structure of the UN Security Council has been a subject of debate, with legitimate concerns about representation, effectiveness, and the ability to address contemporary security issues. The imperative for peaceful resolutions and pursuing lasting peace in conflict-affected regions further underscores the critical need for a reformed and strengthened UN Security Council. Let us be the leaders who bring about a new era of peace and reconciliation. In our pursuit against climate change, We continue to call on the UNSG to appoint a special representative on climate and security. We are pleased to endorse the call for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, and we urge countries to back this initiative for a sustainable and equitable future. And we also eagerly await the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on climate change, and will closely follow and support the implementation of the court's guidance in the pursuit of climate justice. Nauru is pleased to welcome the Pact of the Future's ambition, yet we are disappointed in the removal of Action 21. My delegation, alongside members from the Group of Friends on Climate and Security, advocated for its inclusion to address the security threats posed by the climate crisis. Removal of Action 21 was a non-negotiable issue, and despite our flexibility to compromise, it is vital to stress the gravity of our decision. Mr. President, before I conclude, I call on the following. To the developed nations, we say, recognize your historical responsibility for emissions and honor your obligations under the Paris Agreement. Provide the climate finance and technology transfer you have promised. Support our efforts to transition to renewable energy, to enhance our climate resilience, and to protect our biodiversity. And to those who seek to block our efforts in sourcing renewable energy resources, do not dismiss the potential of deep-sea minerals outright. Do not ignore the science and the progress we have made. Instead, work with us to establish the robust regulations necessary for responsible mining. In line with this year's theme, we must accelerate our efforts without delay, because the climate crisis will not wait for us to get our acts together. To our fellow developing nations, we extend our hand in solidarity. Let us share knowledge, resources, and solutions. Let us amplify our collective voice, for in unity there is strength. And to the United Nations, we call upon you to fulfill your founding promise. Be a bastion of multilateralism, the resolute champion of the vulnerable, and the bold catalyst for the transformative change our world so desperately needs. Mr. President, I conclude my remarks by reminding us that leaving no one behind is not a mere platitude. It is a moral imperative. It is a call to action, a reminder that our fates are intertwined, and the advancement of all hinges on the advancement of the least among us. This is the vision enshrined in the United Nations Charter, and this is the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals. Nauru may be small in size, but our resolve is immense. We will continue to fight for our homeland and our future generations. Let us act together with urgency, with ambition, and with the conviction that a better world is possible. May God bless the Republic of Nauru. May God bless the United Nations. Matubakar. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru. We shall now continue for general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, heads of delegation, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, as you assume the leadership of this august assembly, our world is confronted by profound moral questions that will require more than the habitual remarks from this elevated podium to resolve. These are questions about the ultimate purpose of our organization, the United Nations itself, and how it can remain relevant and resilient. It is with this sentiment that I convey to you the warm and fraternal greetings of my countrymen and women, and to congratulate you on your assumption of the presidency of this assembly. Let me assure you of the full cooperation of my delegation in discharging your onerous responsibilities during your tenure. In the same vein, I wish to extend my appreciation to your predecessor, His Excellency Dennis Francis, for the many remarkable achievements recorded during his stewardship. It gives me particular pleasure to commend His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, for his commitment to the cause of peace and development and the democratization of the United Nations to reflect the need to correct the historic injustice that has been done to Africa. I am also delighted to note the steadfast support given to the Secretary General by our own sister and compatriot, Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General, while sharing the burden of leadership and responsibility in leading a complex organization like the United Nations. Mr. President, the theme of this year's General Assembly leaves us in no doubt that there is still work to be done to bridge the gap between the aspirations and the realities confronting our world today. It also underscores the need to remind ourselves that the United Nations stands for inclusiveness, anchored on the tripod of peace, sustainable development, and human rights. Today, these pillars of our organization are threatened. They risk being broken by the relentless pursuit of individual national priorities rather than the collective needs of the nations that are assembled here today. While commitment to multilateralism offers us the surest guarantee of global action to address the existential challenges we face, singularity and nationalism are undermining the aspirations towards a peaceful and collective resolution of such challenges. From last year's summit, and indeed from previous years, we have carried over the numerous challenges of terrorism, armed conflict, inequality, poverty, racial discrimination, human rights abuses, food crisis, hunger, irregular migration, piracy, global pandemics, hyperinflation, nuclear proliferation, grinding debt burden, climate change, and a host of other vexations. The continued manifestations of these challenges testifies to our failings rather than to any lofty achievements on our part. Billions of dollars are being committed to the prosecution of wars and the planning of the embers of conflict. Yet, we always recoil from bringing out the resources we need to build peace and to deliver life's necessities to people. The question of governance is at the heart of our problems and also the solution to them. We recognize this in Nigeria when on 12th June this year, we celebrated a quarter of a century of unbroken democratic rule. We are no less proud of this achievement than the fact that during the last 2 decades, a sustained process of democratization has swept over Africa. However, the return of unconstitutional changes of government and forceful military takeovers in some countries of the Sahel underscore the fragility of democracy when it is not backed by economic development and sustained peace and security. It is this fragility, rather than the milestone that democratic governance has achieved in Africa, that should matter most in our deliberations at this and other high-level segments of the 79th session of the General Assembly. While we are for all possible changes of government, we can also recognize the impatience in cities and villages as the sometimes slow and grinding turn of the wheel of democracy. Our people need employment. They need decent livelihoods. They desire good and affordable education and health care for their children and families. They need to live in healthy, safe, and secure environments. They need hope, and they need opportunity. They desire to live in peace and tranquility, to pursue whatever gives them happiness and contentment. When governments fail to deliver, the people are bound to question the utility of democracy and other ideals like rule of law. The global debt burden undermines the capacity of countries and governments to meet the needs of their citizens. Creeping trade barriers and protectionist policies are destroying the hopes for prosperity of peoples and nations. Unbridled competition, rather than cooperation, is discouraging incentives, driving away investments. Above all, insecurity is driving people into unprecedented hardship and misery that in turn affect the people's confidence in democracy. It is the duty of the international community to bring back confidence in democratic rule and constitutional order by paying more attention to the needs and aspirations of the people, rather than paying lip service to human rights, sustainable development, and peace. We need the sustenance of democracy, not just the form. We cannot build durable societies with the threats of terrorism, banditry, and insurgency growing in our countries and regions. Indeed, violent extremism remains an existential threat to both national and international peace, security, and development. We are making concerted efforts to contain and roll back this threat. The high-level African counter-terrorism meeting hosted by Nigeria in April 2024 and its outcome, the Abuja Declaration, promises to provide solutions to the challenges presented by terrorists and insurgents. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, climate change is a driver of insecurity, which also poses a veritable challenge to sustainable development. A few weeks ago, large areas of my country were inundated by seasonal flood waters, including one of our largest cities, Maiduguri, in the northeast. Other parts of Nigeria also experienced similar tragedies, occasioning the loss of lives and property. We need not remind ourselves to remain faithful to the implementation of the commitments that we all gave voluntarily at the various COP meetings. Failure to do so is merely to postpone the inevitable. No country is immune from the effects of climate change. It is better that we cooperate and collaborate to meet this ever-increasing challenge, rather than remaining in our shells, waiting for the inevitable to happen. A common challenge requires a common solution. Nigeria stands ready to meet our obligations in terms of mitigation and adaptation measures nationally and regionally, with the active participation of other countries and international partners. Mr. President, conflict resolution is the main reason why the UN exists, but the task of prevention becomes all the more difficult when conflict becomes normalized, when even the condemnation of violence and civilian casualties and calls for a ceasefire are somehow regarded as controversial. As we emphasize at the Abuja high-level ministerial meeting, we must renew our focus on conflict prevention. Indeed, addressing the root causes of conflict is often the first step towards providing long-term solutions. Clearly, some of the root causes of conflict are social in nature, including poverty, hunger, ignorance, inequality, and exclusion, as well as other forms of injustice. In the Sudan, other parts of our continent, and further afield, foreign actors are exacerbating these tensions to prolong conflict and deepen the suffering of innocent people. Today, we are all witnesses to the heart-wrenching situation in Gaza and other Palestinian territories. We cannot discuss war and peace, conflicts and resolution, or humanitarian imperatives today without reflecting on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that has been raging since 7th August last year. Of course, the conflict predates this period and has been simmering for a better part of half a century. What it tells us is that the international community has failed to live up to the spirit and aspirations of the United Nations to rid the world of inequality, violence, and domination of one people by another. Justice is antithetical to revenge. Freedom is an inalienable right and a natural entitlement that cannot be denied to any people. The Palestinian people deserve their independence. They deserve to have a home of their own in territories already recognized by this very assembly and by international law, which is being routinely ignored. Nigeria continues to urge efforts to bring back on track the two-state solution that offers the prospect for a new beginning for the region. Nigeria reaffirms to supporting United Nations peacekeeping operations. We recognize the need for Africa to build strong and professional armies to meet the multiple challenges we face. Consequently, we reiterate the call for international support to operationalize the African standby force, in addition to the provision of requisite support and resources to ensure the upgrade, take-up, and effectiveness of a center of excellence on issues of counterterrorism in Africa. Mr. President, reform of the Security Council is critical if the UN is to strengthen its relevance and credibility in our rapidly changing world. Some permanent members of the United Nations Security Council have offered encouraging, if tentative, indications of support on the issue of reform of the Council. We welcome the change in tone and urge an acceleration in momentum to the process. The Security Council should be expanded in the permanent and non-permanent member categories to reflect the diversity and plurality of the world. We fully support the efforts of the Secretary General Guterres in this regard. Africa must be accorded the respect that it deserves in the Security Council. Our continent deserves a place in the permanent members category of the Security Council with the same rights and responsibilities as other permanent members. Mr. President, your assumption of the stewardship of the General Assembly presupposes that you will be seized with the progress of the implementation of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. We note that most developing countries are significantly lagging behind in the achievement of these goals, largely due to a lack of resources available to finance their implementation and the burden of unsustainable external debt. It is our expectation that the adoption of the Pact of the Future for the future will change the narrative, reposition economies, and translate into concrete measures that provide solutions to the challenges faced by developing and least developed countries. This is particularly significant in our region and the Sahel, where human development indices are low and depressing. It is for this reason that we reiterate the call by countries, especially of the Global South, for reform of the international financial architecture and promotion of a rules-based, non-discriminatory, open, fair, inclusive, equitable, and transparent multilateral trading system. We are aware of the debilitating impacts of corruption on global prosperity and national progress. Process of corruption and illicit financial flows constitute a huge chunk of resources needed for sustainable development. The recovery and return of such funds to states of origin is a fundamental principle of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. Therefore, the international community must promote practical measures to strengthen international cooperation to recover and return stolen assets and to eradicate safe havens that facilitate illicit flows of funds from developing countries to the developed economies. There is also the urgent need to promote fair and inclusive tax regimes in the world. Nigeria helped introduce the resolution on promotion of inclusive and effective international tax cooperation at the UN. We acknowledge the progress made in the adoption of the terms of reference of the UN Framework Convention on Tax Cooperation. We should deepen this initiative and work towards a UN Framework Convention on Tax Cooperation. Similarly, we must ensure that any reform of the international financial system includes comprehensive debt relief measures to enable sustainable financing for development. Countries of the Global South cannot make meaningful economic progress without special concessions and a review of their current debt burden. The present administration pays due regard to the imperatives of creating a conducive national environment for investment and the ease of doing business. Last year, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed 4 executive orders to curb double taxation. The government also established the Presidential Task Force on review of fiscal policy and tax reform. These measures are geared towards not only boosting investor confidence in Nigeria, but also to ensure investors make reasonable profit from their investments. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the world is transitioning into the fourth industrial revolution, Africa remains energy deficient. The push for the accelerated implementation of SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, therefore, must take into account Africa's precarious situation. Nigeria believes that natural gas remains central to the search for solutions to the energy challenges that Africa and the international community face. Access to affordable, reliable, cleaner sources of energy is more than an environmental or developmental issue. It is a key factor in social peace and international security. Mr. President, Nigeria remains unwavering in its commitment to SDG 13, climate action, including the net zero ambition and transition from fossil fuel energy to clean energy. As a demonstration of this commitment, the government established the Presidential Committee on Climate Action and Green Economy Solutions and appointed a special presidential envoy on climate action. We will redouble our efforts to address the challenges posed by climate change, including the urgent need to transition from fossil fuel energy. Yet, such commitments must be juxtaposed with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and the relevant provisions of the Paris Climate Agreement back in 2015. The Paris Agreement provided for developed countries to take the lead in the quest to achieve net zero and to offer support, including finance, to developing countries for the actualization of the climate change goal. Worthy of note is the loss and damage funding for vulnerable countries secured at COP27 in Egypt and expanded in COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. It is our expectation that this year's 79th session of the UN General Assembly and the upcoming COP29 in Azerbaijan this November will go a step further by providing developing countries, especially African countries, with access to the loss and damage funds, including the $100 billion pledged by developed countries to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change. Mr. President, in this age of digital innovation, we must address the emerging divide between the global South and the global North, which, with the evolution of artificial intelligence, risks becoming wider still. The UN should work towards eliminating barriers to digital economy in Africa, such as high cost of internet services and intellectual property rights. More so, there is a need to work towards common global standards to regulate cryptocurrency trading platforms. This is the most effective way to provide confidence in these markets and limit the potential for instability. Our own experience in Nigeria, as in other countries, shows that new technologies, when not properly regulated, can facilitate organized crime, violent extremism, and human trafficking. In our own case, the trading of cryptocurrency helped fuel speculation and undermine macroeconomic reforms. Separately, we have also witnessed in rich and poor countries alike the corrosive impact of unfiltered hate speech and fake news across social media. There is much more that we could and should do together to strengthen those guardrails that will help release the most progressive elements of the new technologies shaping our world and curb those more destructive tendencies. Mr. President, we are particularly mindful of the imperatives of achieving the advancement of youth and women as a factor in national development, peace, and security. Nigeria has developed its own national action plan on women and security, as well as a national action plan on youth, peace, and security to ensure the participation of both women and youth in the peace and security sector. The summit of the future cannot be deemed successful without setting clear, ambitious, and achievable developmental goals to address the various challenges facing our youth. In line with this aspiration, the Nigerian government will continue to invest in Nigerian youth through initiatives like the revitalization of the National Youth Investment Fund for 2024, focused on youth employment and entrepreneurship. Mr. President, As much as the global family still grapples with the crippling consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, the greatest lesson that we have learned is never again to take any health situation with levity. In line with SDG 3, we must continue to work together to ensure the good health and well-being of all. There is no disease that should be relegated to the background due to some perceived classification of their seriousness or importance. Mr. President, migration is a complex and polarizing issue that impacts on rich and poor countries alike. Nigeria is a country of origin, transit, and destination. We are a major stakeholder in the global migration dynamic and understand the challenges and benefits it brings. Accordingly, I wish to reiterate our support for the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, GCM. The GCM, which all of us should continue to support, represents our collective efforts at providing major safeguards for the treatment of migrants. Mr. President, I will conclude by reaffirming Nigeria's steadfast commitment to the deepening of multilateralism. Just as we did 65 years ago on this podium when we joined the United Nations as the 99th member state, we remain committed to that desire to remain friendly with all nations and participate actively in the works of the United Nations, as expressed by our founding Prime Minister, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. It is my hope that our deliberations this year will result in solutions that will address our collective challenges and accelerate the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the advancement of peace and human dignity for the sake of present and future generations. I thank you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Assembly will hear an address by His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain. I request protocol to escort His Royal Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.